Almighty God, we give thanks to you, the creator of the universe, and humbly beseech you to direct and prosper the deliberations of the members of this house here assembled for the advancement of your glory and the trust and welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Grant that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established amongst us for all generations.
Announcements by the Speaker.
Honorable members, I wish to announce that I have taken some note as to what occurred late Friday in the proceedings. I've also taken notice of the public concern that follow afterwards, and I intend to address this matter not in any great detail, but I intend to say something about it later in the proceedings today.
Reports from committees.
Honourable Member for Faisalabad.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present the following report. 1. The report of the Standing Finance Committee of the House of Representatives for the second session 2026 to 2027, 13th Parliament, on the consideration of proposals for the supplementation and variation of appropriation for the fiscal year 2026.
Introduction of bills. The Finance, Supplementation and Variation of Appropriation Financial Year 2026 Bill 2026, in the name of the Minister of Finance.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 64(1)B, I beg to move that the next stage of the Finance Supplementation and Variation of Appropriation Financial Year 2026 Bill 2026 be taken later in the proceedings.
Honourable members, the question is that the next stage of the Finance Supplementation and Variation of Appropriation Financial Year 2026 Bill 2026 be taken later in the proceedings. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The motion has therefore been carried.
Public business, government business, motions.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the following motions standing in my name. Be it resolved that this House adopt the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the House of Representatives for the second session 2026-2027, 13th Parliament, on the consideration of proposals for the supplementation and variation of appropriation for the fiscal year 2026. Mr. Speaker, just over 1 year ago, the citizens of this nation placed their trust in the UNC and they cast their vote and placed us in government. Mr. Speaker, they were tired of no opportunities, tired of economic decline and stagnation, tired of reading headlines of blood and murder, tired of being promised better while their lives got worse. Mr. Speaker, this government came into the office aware that the task before us will not be easy. We did not inherit a system that required minor adjustments or routine maintenance. We inherited compromised institutions on the verge of collapse, a battered economy that had been allowed to stagnate, under-resourced police, fire, and prison service, and the resultant worst crime tsunami in our country's history. We found hospitals, schools, public buildings, bridges, roads, drainage deteriorated to the point of collapse. The National Insurance Board had been allowed to collapse so badly that in the immediate future, citizens would not have been able to get widow's benefit, maternity grants, sickness or injury benefits, funeral grants, or even their retirement pensions. We found a weary population whose confidence in public administration had diminished to the point of extinction. These conditions, Mr. Speaker, did not arise by accident, nor did they develop overnight. These crises are the cumulative consequence of a decade of gratuitous waste, shameful mismanagement, scandalous corruption, and wanton complacency by the PNM. Mr. Speaker, under their most recent decade-long tenure, the PNM crippled the BIR and customs, the country's revenue-generating streams, compromised by deliberate short-staffing, antiquated equipment, and outdated infrastructure. These are the very revenue-collecting agencies that were supposed to fund the development of this program, made dysfunctional by the PNM policies. It is my view, and the evidence that will be presented in this debate will show that this was deliberate to facilitate borrowing from familiar and familial connections. We found evidence of misconduct in public office by senior government officials. This country was warned, Mr. Speaker, by the procurement regulator that $5 billion in 1 year, $5 billion in contracts were illegally given out by PNM government officials, as I said, in just 1 year, with no way of checking to see if ever any work was actually done. In typical PNM style, they offered the population temporary jobs in URP and CPEP, keeping them dependent, including their own supporters, while PNM bigwigs filled their pockets during the PNM decade of corruption. You will hear much more about that today during this debate, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is not prudent management. That is not country-first leadership. That is a system where the future of citizens was compromised and sacrificed for the personal financial gain of a few. Mr. Speaker, back then, opportunities for diversification was squandered.
Speaker, point of
difficult
order.
but necessary.
Minister of Finance.
48.1, this has nothing to do with the adoption of the report of the Finance Committee. This has nothing to do with it.
Overruled. The minister is merely laying the context. Overruled.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I know it hurts
Minister of
them.
Finance.
Sorry.
Hang on. Diego Martin noticed. I'm hearing the muttering, okay? That makes it even worse. If you know I'm hearing the muttering, yes, you were. I don't intend to engage in any form of disputatious exchange with you this morning. So let's just stop that. It's overruled, and I'd appreciate if you accept the ruling, except for other things. Minister of Finance, continue.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I understand the desperation on the other side. So just eat up the time. That's all they're trying to do, eat up my time, so they would not hear what the state of the country is, because they don't care, they don't want to know. But the country does, and we are obligated to report to the country. Mr. Speaker, under the PNM, opportunities for diversification were squandered. Difficult but necessary reforms were avoided, and long-term national development was repeatedly sacrificed for short-term political expediency. While other nations positioned themselves for the future, Trinidad and Tobago under the PNM was too often trapped by inertia and lack of vision. The tragedy is not merely that progress was slowed. It was that our nation was denied opportunities that could have transformed lives, expanded prosperity, and strengthened our competitiveness. When a foundation has been neglected for decades, Mr. Speaker, it cannot be repaired with a fresh coat of paint. It must be rebuilt. That is the reality we inherited, and that is the responsibility that this government accepted. But let us be clear, Mr. Speaker. Acknowledging the failures of the past is not about engaging in blame for its own sake. It is about telling the truth. A nation cannot solve its problems if it refuses to confront its causes. Despite, Mr. Speaker, despite all of that, the PNM continues to mislead. Understanding the depth of the damage left behind is essential to appreciating the scale of transformation now underway. I am therefore proud to say that in just 1 year, we have begun reversing decades of decline. We have taken decisive steps to restore confidence, revive economic activity, strengthen governance, and create pathways to sustainable employment and opportunity. We are laying the foundations for an economy built on productivity, innovation, and resilience, not dependency, stagnation, and drift as under the PNM. The people of Trinidad and Tobago did not vote for management of decline. They voted for renewal. They voted for competent leadership. And they voted for a government prepared to do the difficult work of rebuilding a nation that had been held back for far too long. And in this effort, Mr. Speaker, we are guided by the steady, experienced, and courageous leadership of our Prime Minister, Mrs. Kamla Persad-Bissessar, Senior Counsel. We are not governing for anyone else's benefit except for those, the people, the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. We choose not to leave our citizens exposed. Unlike the majority of countries in the world, including gas-rich Guyana, we did not raise the price of gas on the people when prices skyrocketed worldwide. We did not ask families to carry more pain at the pump. In the budget, we reduced the price of super gasoline by $1, and we have kept pace. We have kept that relief in place. And that is the difference, Mr. Speaker. The definition of PNM is that promises never materialize, because for the PNM, the people never matter. We promised relief, and we delivered relief. We promised to protect the people, and even when the world became uncertain, we did not abandon the people of Trinidad and Tobago, because when a government cares about people, it does not expose them. It does not govern by exposing them. It governs by protecting them, by standing with them and making sure that progress reaches the lives, not just the pages of a report. Mr. Speaker, whether we like it or not, external forces shape our economic prospects, influence our investment climate, affect the cost of living, and directly affect the livelihoods, opportunities, and future prospects of every citizen of Trinidad and Tobago. But, Mr. Speaker, governments are not judged by whether storms come. Storms will always come. The real test is how a government responds when these storms come. Does it leave its citizens exposed to the full force of the wind and the rain, or does it stand as a shield between the people and the storm, protecting them from the worst of the effects? That is the difference between observing a crisis and leading through one. That is the duty of government, and that is the duty that this government has done. Mr. Speaker, we all also must understand the moment we are in. There's opportunity in this global environment, but there's also risk. Higher energy prices may bring more revenue and more foreign exchange, but they can also bring higher fuel import costs, higher transport costs, higher production costs, and pressure on food prices. So we cannot govern this country by celebrating every rise in energy prices as though it solves everything. Trinidad and Tobago has lived that mistake before. That is why the decision to shut down Petrotrin remains one of the most damaging decisions taken by those on the other side. They closed a strategic national asset, compromised our energy security, and left this country more dependent on imported refined fuel at a point in time when the world is becoming more and more uncertain. That is the legacy of the PNM. They are willing to shut down an entire industry to protect the interests of fellow members of what a PNM leader described as the PNM mafia, like the Cosa Nostra. That is the danger of governing for a headline, not for the future. When prices were high, they claimed success. When prices were low, they blamed the world. But through it all, they failed to build the resilience this country needed. They failed to diversify. They failed to modernize. They failed to strengthen the institutions that protect the economy. This government understands that development must be holistic. We cannot speak about energy without speaking about foreign exchange. We cannot speak about foreign exchange without speaking about business. We cannot speak about business without speaking about jobs. We cannot speak about jobs without speaking about families. And we cannot speak about families without speaking about the cost of living, safety, education, healthcare, and the future we are building for their children. That is the approach of this government, Mr. Speaker. We will claim the opportunities before us, but we will not be reckless with the risks. We will support the energy sector, but we will not make energy the only plan. We will protect citizens today, and we will also build the economy for tomorrow, because development is not just one announcement on one sector, Mr. Speaker. Development is the whole country moving forward together. To achieve that, we must safeguard the financial buffers that protect our country when external shocks arise. That is why this government has managed the Heritage and Stabilization Fund responsibly, not as a resource to be depleted for short-term political spend, but as a strategic national safeguard that strengthens resilience, preserves stability, and protects future generations. I am proud to advise that as June 4, 2026, the fund stood at US $6.6 billion compared to $5.98 billion as at April 30, 2025, an increase of approximately $620 million in 1 year. Mr. Speaker, that is discipline. That is economic management. This is a government protecting the people today while also protecting the country's future. They withdrew from the future. We are rebuilding it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I get into some more detail, I want to recognize the presence in the public gallery of some civic-minded citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Speaker, and some young future leaders of Trinidad and Tobago. I'm not so sure which school it is, Mr. Speaker, but I want to recognize the presence of the... I'm sorry?
It's the Ramai Trace Hindu School, and we'll ask them to...
I want to salute the presence of the Ramai Trace Hindu School today in the public gallery of the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. Future leaders of this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's ironic that that school is present here today, because they denied these students a school for about 10 years, pure political spite by those on the opposite side. Mr. Speaker, as we come to this House to amend the Appropriation Act 2026, we do so with a clear understanding that when resources are limited, every dollar must be used carefully and every dollar must serve the people. We understand that responsible government is not only about careful budgeting, it is also about responsive and effective stewardship. Throughout the fiscal year, circumstances evolve, priorities emerge, and the pace of implementation can create legitimate requirements for adjustments to previously approved allocations. That is why our parliamentary system provides for supplementary appropriations to ensure that when additional resources are required to advance approved programs, strengthen public services, or meet obligations to citizens, the government can return to the Parliament and seek its approval. And that's what we're doing here today. This report, therefore, reflects a government that respects both fiscal responsibility and parliamentary oversight. Mr. Speaker, this supplementation is not the kind which the country had become accustomed to over the last decade under the PNM, where billions were approved, yet citizens were left wondering where the money gone and why their daily lives remained unchanged. This supplementation is legitimate. It is tied to programs being implemented, projects being advanced, and services being delivered. The people can see the work. They can feel the impact. They can measure the results. Mr. Speaker, we are here because the country is moving forward. We are here because the machinery of the government has accelerated. Projects are being executed and the nation's development agenda is gaining momentum. Schools are being repaired, infrastructure is being upgraded, institutions are being restored, public servants are being paid, obligations are being honored. We are supplementing because we are delivering, Mr. Speaker. They don't like to hear it, but promises made, promises kept. And Mr. Speaker, when the opposition calls this a fake budget, they reveal the lens through which they view governance. It tells something about them. They assume that budgets are merely documents to be announced and forgotten, because that is what the country had become accustomed to under their administration. They cannot comprehend a government that treats a budget as a plan to be implemented and a promise to be fulfilled. So my advice to them, Mr. Speaker, is to sit up and pay attention. This is how to manage the finances of this nation responsibly and transparently. You know, Mr. Speaker, from 2016 to 2025, the former Minister of Finance came to this House year after year for supplementation and variation, with total increases on the heads amounting to approximately $23.9 billion, including $20.9 billion in further issues from the Consolidated Fund. When he did it, it was normal. Sorry, when the member for Dago Martin Northeast did it, it was normal. I'm corrected. Today, the same member for Dago Martin Northeast will rush here to try to fool the population that the government is doing something abnormal. We're working witchcraft according to them. I call that out for what it is: absolute hypocrisy. But the country knows him, Mr. Speaker. The country knows him. The financial crisis that this country has been placed in must be bolted to his chest. He and the PNM, the member for Dago Martin Northeast and the PNM are directly responsible, Mr. Speaker. But through you, Mr. Speaker, I want to tell the population that we, this government, led by this Prime Minister, the Honorable Kamla Persad-Bissessar, we are fixing it, Mr. Speaker. We are fixing it. Mr. Speaker, this government's fiscal stewardship is best understood in direct comparison with what we inherited. When we assumed office, the overall fiscal deficit stood at $10.07 billion, or 5.8% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, do you know that today that deficit has been reduced to $7.01 billion, or 4% of GDP? That is a reduction of nearly 2 percentage points of GDP in a single year. Interest payments on loans that they took, the PNM took, interest payments which stood at $7.13 billion under the PNM have been brought down to $6.91 billion, freeing up resources, Mr. Speaker, for the people of Trinidad and Tobago rather than for creditors. But the figure I want this country and this House to focus on is called the primary balance. And maybe if San Fernando East could pay attention, he may learn something for once in his life. The primary balance is the difference between government's revenue and its non-interest expenditure. Simply put, it tells us whether the government is living within its means today. It compares what we earn with what we spend on running the country, such as salaries, healthcare, education, and public services, but it does not include interest payments on past debt. So, Mr. Speaker, if a government is spending more than it earns, even before paying interest on debt, it means then that we are adding to the problem. But if we are able to cover our spending from our own revenue, it means that we are beginning to put the country's finances under control. That is why the primary balance matters. It is the clearest indication of fiscal discipline and is the key condition for restoring stability in our public finances. Mr. Speaker, under the PNM, the primary deficit stood at $2.93 billion last year. Today, it stands at approximately $101 million, near balance. In just 1 year, Mr. Speaker, this government has reduced the primary deficit by more than $2.8 billion TT, bringing Trinidad and Tobago to the threshold of primary balance following consecutive years of primary deficits. Mr. Speaker, this is more than an accounting improvement. It's a foundation of a stronger and much more resilient economy. Mr. Speaker, I turn to revenue performance. While global energy prices have provided some support to the economy, this administration has avoided creating a false impression that temporary increases in energy prices can resolve long-standing structural challenges overnight. We recognize that sustainable recovery cannot depend solely on the energy sector. Accordingly, in the 2026 budget, we introduced a series of targeted revenue reforms and modernization initiatives designed, Mr. Speaker, to strengthen revenue collection and improve fiscal sustainability. Mr. Speaker, several of these measures are already delivering results. These include the commercial bank asset levy, electricity surcharge, and the landlord registration fee and business surcharge, which together had generated approximately $224 million since implementation in January 2026. At the same time, broader reform initiatives are underway. These include the modernization of the Inland Revenue and Customs and Excise divisions and their ICT systems, establishing the Real Estate Investment Trust, a trust that will democratize and monetize high-value properties, which will allow citizens to earn dividends from the public real estate. And we are also preparing for the launch of the NIF Bond 3 in September 2026, yet another opportunity for average citizens to invest and build personal wealth. Mr. Speaker, progress also continues on the transfer pricing regime, which will strengthen tax compliance, enhance foreign currency revenues, and support the stabilization of our foreign exchange position. Mr. Speaker, while some measures are already generating revenue, others are still in the implementation phase and will take some time to deliver their full impact. These initiatives require careful implementation, strong institutional coordination, and legislative support, and their full fiscal and economic benefits are expected to become increasingly evident during fiscal 2027 and onwards. Mr. Speaker, for the period October 1st, 2025 to April 30th, 2026, revenue stood at approximately $30.1 billion against a projection of $28.0 billion. Expenditure stood at approximately $31.8 billion against a projection of $34.5 billion, resulting in an overall fiscal deficit of approximately $1.7 billion. Oil prices have moved from approximately $62.09 US per barrel in quarter one to $77.64 US per barrel in quarter two, against a budgeted assumption of US 73.25, while natural gas averaged approximately $4.20 US per MMBTU, broadly in line with projections. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, this government seeks an additional $2,927,371,851 in supplementary funding. We come to this House today, Mr. Speaker, because progress is taking place. Institutions are functioning and citizens are benefiting from our programs and policies. Mr. Speaker, expenditure during the fiscal period to April 30th, 2026 was significantly influenced by long-standing liabilities, debt obligations, and structural weaknesses left behind by those on the other side. These include outstanding VAT bond obligations, delayed VAT refund payments owed to businesses, long-standing subsidy liabilities, and persistent financial and operational challenges within state enterprises. At the same time, expenditure reflects deliberate policy decisions taken by this government to protect citizens and stabilize the country. Mr. Speaker, if a government does not protect the vulnerable, then it has failed. Accordingly, between May 1st, 2025 and May 31st, 2026, this administration maintained uninterrupted social support to the elderly and vulnerable in the amount of $6.04 billion, Mr. Speaker. We are also strengthening policy delivery in these social programs. Effective June 1st, 2026, We expanded eligibility for social assistance programs, ensuring that more families can have access, Mr. Speaker. What this means is that many households previously considered ineligible may now qualify for assistance. Mr. Speaker, we did what the previous government said was impossible. We brought stability and respect back to industrial relations. Mr. Speaker, we settled and honored long-standing public sector labor negotiations with the Public Service Association by agreeing to a 10% salary increase for public servants as promised, and we delivered. And to ease the immediate cost of living, tens of thousands of public sector workers received an immediate $20,000, $14,000, and $10,000 cash advance on their retroactive back pay. To date, we have paid approximately $224.8 million across several sectors to the public service, Mr. Speaker. To shield citizens from significant increases in the international energy prices and maintain fuel price stability, approximately $395 million was expended on fuel subsidies during the period October 1st, 2025 to May 30th, 2026. Mr. Speaker, this is not a supplementation to account for missing results. It is a supplementation to support visible progress. The people of Trinidad and Tobago know the difference, Mr. Speaker, because they can see it, they can feel it, and they are benefited from it. And it is within that context that I now turn to the provision for supplementary funding, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today we seek this Parliament's approval for supplementary funding in the sum of $2,927,371,851, disaggregated as follows. $2,834,625,648 is for recurrent expenditure, and $92,746,203 is for the development program. Mr. Speaker, these funds are necessary to address urgent and critical recurrent and capital expenditure to September 30th, 2026. Mr. Speaker, I'm advised that some unions today are anxious to see if there's supplementation for their negotiations. I am reliably informed that tabulation and quantification, the quantification required, Mr. Speaker, should be completed over the next few weeks and perhaps months. And therefore, appropriate provisions will be made in the budget of fiscal 2027 to meet all obligations settled between now and budget 2027. So I want to tell nurses, teachers, and whoever else that are currently at the bargaining table or are awaiting finalization that relief is coming. Relief is coming. The documentations are being provided now, and in fiscal 2027, Mr. Speaker, the relevant appropriations will be made. Mr. Speaker, it is instructive to note that until we present a full appropriation bill at the end of this financial year, supplementation is provided under the existing heads of expenditure, and appropriate administrative arrangements are put in place to ensure that all government operations proceed seamlessly. The increase in the expenditure proposed is as follows. Head 01, President, $1 million to supplement payment for workers. Head 03, the Judiciary, $39.15 million to pay service providers, contract employment, outstanding contract gratuities, as well as the service alone taken out by the PNM. Industrial Court, $685 million to pay salaries and expenses related to the opening of the new law term. Head 05, Parliament, $3.2 million to fund consumables, short-term employment and gratuities from 2021 to 2024, which the PNM failed to honor during their term in office. Head 07, Statutory Authorities Service Commission, $285 million to finance short-term employment. Head 15, Tobago House of Assembly, $79 million to finance increased salaries and allowances in accordance with the SRC report and for members of the teaching service. Head 16, CAST, that's Central Administrative Services of Tobago, $466 million to fund short-term employment and subscription fees, Mr. Speaker, related to the severe weather alert platform. Head 17, personnel expenditure, $2.5 million to finance increased salaries and allowances, short-term employment, gratuity payments, rent, and subscription fees. Mr. Speaker, Head 23, Office of the Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs, $75 million more to facilitate payment of legal fees to local and foreign attorneys. Mr. Speaker, Head 26, Ministry of Education, $97.7 million for salaries and gratuities of contract officers, payments to PTSC for school maxi-taxi transport services, Mr. Speaker, as well as for meals to students, school supplies, the book grants, and as well for debt servicing. Mr. Speaker, Head 28, Ministry of Health, $499.9 million, Mr. Speaker, to address operational expenses, outstanding trade payables at the Eastern and Southwest Regional Health Authorities, and again, for loan servicing of loans taken out by the PNM, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Head 30, Ministry of Labour, Small and Micro Enterprise Development, an additional $4.96 million for salaries for contract workers and for operational expenses at the Cipriani College of Labour and Cooperative Studies. Mr. Speaker, Head 31, Ministry of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence, $43.6 million for payment for salaries and operational expenses associated with the provision of IT service delivery throughout the government service, as well as for servicing of PNM loans taken out for government campus fit-out. Mr. Speaker, Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation, $21.1 million to fund the recruitment of technical staff to support the Chief Traffic Engineer. Payment for outstanding bills under the Traffic Enforcement Center Unit and interest payment on another PNM fixed bond for motor vehicle loan, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Head 37, the Integrity Commission, the additional $1.25 million is to pay for contract officers. Under Head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities, $513.6 million is to fund street lighting and lighting of parks and grounds, to provide refunds to T&Tech for the rebate program, to increase the allocation to TT Post for payments to contract gratuities, operational expenditure for administrative staff attached to CPEP, and operational cost and debt servicing of PNM loans at WASA, Mr. Speaker. Head 40, the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, $454 million to settle subsidy liabilities owed to the National Petroleum Marketing Company Limited and the UNIPET, Mr. Speaker. Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, $179.2 million to fund employment at the Local Economic Development Unit, to pay contract gratuities, operational expenditure of Rural Development Company of Trinidad and Tobago, loan servicing of PNM term loans, and salaries, allowances, retirement benefits, etc. to workers, as well as materials and supplies to all 14 corporations, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Head 61, Ministry of Housing, $197.3 million to HEC to meet PNM loan repayments, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Head 64, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, $64.2 million to purchase much-needed uniforms, rent for properties, rental of vehicles, meals for officers working during Carnival, for prisoners at various holding units, repairs and maintenance of buildings, gratuity payments, and IT subscriptions and software maintenance. Head 65, Mr. Speaker, Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, $20.76 million to settle outstanding arrears left by PNM to CARICOM, and to meet the cost of the government's contribution to the UN peacekeeping operations. Head 67, Ministry of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, $1.6 million to finance increased salaries as a result of the CPO's revised remuneration arrangements. And it goes on, Mr. Speaker, it goes on. Head 69, Ministry of Works and Transport, $362.9 million to finance projects of the Drainage Division, principal and interest payments, the Tobago ferries, station keeping infrastructure to maintain a fixed position, and the necessary dredging for the semi-submersible barge. Mr. Speaker, Head 72, Ministry of Tertiary Education and Skills Training, $19.8 million to pay arrears of salaries owed to academic and senior administrative staff of the University Center and Global Campus UE, and to supplement allocation for contract officers attached to COSTAT based on the CPO's revised remuneration arrangements. Mr. Speaker, under 78, Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services, $68.4 million to finance revised salary allowances of monthly paid officers at the the St. Mary's Children's Home and the St. Jude's Home for Girls, and for outstanding bills, increased administrative and operational costs of the foster care and adoption units at the National Care Empowerment Center of the Children's Authority. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Defense, Head 84, $39.2 million is being allocated to finance filling of contract positions, upgrade of equipment at the National Coastal Surveillance Radar Center, hosting the 2026 Independence Day Parade, purchase of uniforms for members of the Defense Force, and for repairs and maintenance of the 4 Air Guard helicopters, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Mr. Speaker, Ministry of Culture and Community Development, $43.3 million to increase the allocations for General Administration, Community Development Division, and Best Village, as well as the service liabilities, other liabilities of the NCC. Mr. Speaker, under the development program, the Tobago House of Assembly will receive $15 million to provide for the expenditure expected to be associated with the reconstruction of the Scarborough Secondary School. Under the development program, the Ministry of Education will get $30 million more for the acquisition of laptops for Form 1 students for the academic year, 2026-2027. The Ministry of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence, Mr. Speaker, will be providing them with $25 million more to facilitate the payment of salaries and fees to CAF for establishment of a Tier 4 data center and to meet some costs associated with the construction and outfitting of the Tier 4 data center, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, under the development program, we'll be providing an additional $8.98 million to supplement the provision for the drainage and irrigation program. Mr. Speaker, under the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, a further $13.75 million is required to cover the cost of proposed repairs to the residence of the permanent representative of the permanent mission of the United Nations in New York. Mr. Speaker, I turn to the projected fiscal performance. The 2026 budget was predicated on an average oil price of $73.25 US per barrel and natural gas of $4.25 US per MMBTU. Our estimation for oil and gas prices to the end of fiscal 2026 is $85 US per barrel and $4.50 per MMBTU respectively. With this and other adjustments, we anticipate an increase in total revenue of $381.7 million, with an overall resultant deficit of $7 billion. Mr. Speaker, this supplementary expenditure will be financed through a combination of domestic and external borrowing, including engagements with multilateral development partners. This measured approach, Mr. Speaker, will ensure that we can continue delivering on our commitments to the people of Trinidad and Tobago while maintaining fiscal stability. Importantly, revenue measures introduced in October 2025 are also expected to yield their full impact during the latter part of this fiscal year and in future years, and will directly contribute to addressing the deficit. Mr. Speaker, these measures, coupled with ongoing reforms to strengthen revenue administration and improve compliance, will provide additional fiscal space and help reduce the deficit over time. Mr. Speaker, may I ask how much more time I have, please?
I think you have just around 4.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, Confidence, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Confidence is the most powerful currency in any economy. When citizens have confidence, they invest in their future. When businesses have confidence, they expand and create jobs. When investors have confidence, they bring capital, technology, and opportunity. Mr. Speaker, confidence in Trinidad and Tobago is being rebuilt both at home and abroad as this government continues to take responsible decisions to stabilize the economy, strengthen institutions, and create a more attractive environment for investment and growth. In just 1 year of hard work and tireless efforts by this UNC government, the success of our approach is already evident. In January of this year, international capital markets signaled renewed confidence in Trinidad and Tobago through the government's highly successful and heavily oversubscribed $1 billion international bond issuance. In February 2026, the Council of the European Union confirmed the removal of Trinidad and Tobago from the EU's list of non-cooperative jurisdictions, a list which this country was placed under the watch of the former PNM administration in 2017. Mr. Speaker, this removal from the EU blacklist strengthens Trinidad and Tobago's international reputation, improves investor confidence, and reduces reputational risks, and enhances our ability to engage more effectively with international financial institutions. In March 2026, at a meeting of the Board of Directors of CAF, Mr. Speaker, the institution reaffirmed its commitment to supporting Trinidad and Tobago's development agenda, and accordingly, discussions also included the establishment of a CAF regional office in Port of Spain by 2027, positioning Trinidad and Tobago as an important hub for regional integration and development. This follows a similar announcement in April this year by the World Bank, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to top it off, in June 2026, Trinidad and Tobago secured a seat at the United Nations Security Council. Mr. Speaker, this growing international confidence received another authoritative confirmation just 3 days ago. On June 12, 2026, Moody's, the international rating agencies, elevated Trinidad and Tobago's outlook from negative to stable, while affirming the country's Ba2 rating. This decision follows closely on IMF's own 2026 Article 4 assessment. Mr. Speaker, Moody's explicitly attributed this improvement to deliberate choices made by this government, proactive debt management, strengthening of the country's financial buffers, and strong institutional strengthening, Mr. Speaker. The IMF commended our courageous pension reform. It welcomed our removal from the EU's list of non-cooperative jurisdictions. Mr. Speaker, two of the world's most respected institutions, two independent assessments, one clear conclusion. After 1 year in office, this government's strategy is working. That sends a powerful message to our citizens, investors, and partners that Trinidad and Tobago is firmly back on a path of sustainability and renewed confidence. Mr. Speaker, confidence is returning, Mr. Speaker, because this government, led by the Honourable Member for Siparia, is delivering. Mr. Speaker, there's much more to be said, and my colleagues on this side will provide additional information as we go forward, Mr. Speaker, about the great work that this government is doing. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I thank you.
Honourable members, I will now propose a question for debate. Be it resolved that this House adopt the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the House of Representatives for the second session 2026-2027, 13th Parliament on consideration of the proposal for the supplementation and variation of appropriation for the fiscal year 2026. Member for Diego Martin North East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister spent very little time talking about the actual report and most of his time boasting about the great financial management of the new government. I would start with the last statement that the Minister made, that Moody's has elevated Trinidad and Tobago's outlook from negative to stable. What the Minister did not say is that when the UNC came into office, Trinidad and Tobago's outlook was already stable, and they sent it negative in December 2020 2025, Moody's revised Trinidad and Tobago's outlook from stable to negative. So that all that has happened is that we are back in the same place that we were in May of 2025. And why are we back in the same place? The minister said that the elevation, I don't understand what that means, because he sent us negative, we now come back stable. It's due to the great fiscal and financial management of the UNC government. That is simply not true. I have in my possession the rating action from Moody's, dated 12 June 2026. And it reads as follows. The change in outlook to stable from negative reflects improved near-term external prospects driven by higher projected oil and gas prices. That's all it is. America decided to attack Iran together with Israel. Oil prices went up. And as a result of oil prices going up and the uncertainty of that particular war, the prediction for enhanced revenues caused by the war has led Moody's to upgrade or revise, not even upgrade because the credit rating remains the same. Now, let's look at the situation with respect to what's happening in the world, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I did not say a word when the minister, I was quiet. As soon as I've started to speak, the usual suspects have started to mutter. Or purchase, Sama Barata. Mr. Speaker, could I ask your protection, please?
Well, uncharacteristically quiet. So let's accord him the same measure of quietude, please.
Mr. Speaker, that's the second time you say that in 2 days, you know. And soon it will be characteristically. So, Mr. Speaker, let's look at the situation in the world. Let's look at the globe in... Mr. Speaker, what was that? You just talked to them. I'm asking you again to control them.
It's rising to that level, come on. People have contributed in, yes, much louder, but please allow the member to continue in some quietude, please, please.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Let's look at what was happening in the world before the attack on Iran. What did the U.S. Energy Information Administration predict for the price of oil in 2025? The prediction at the end of 2025, quarter 4, this is the foremost forecasting agency in the world for oil and gas prices. They predicted that for 2025 and 2026, oil prices would be in the $60 range, Mr. Speaker. The $60 range. What are they saying now? Because the Strait of Hormuz is now blockaded, because tankers are not getting through, because 20% of the world's oil goes through that particular strait, oil prices have risen to $90, $95, and what the US EIA is telling us is that it expects for 2026 that oil will reach $95, Mr. Speaker. So it has nothing to do with the UNC. I'm glad for the country. I mean, I'm not glad for the people in the Middle East. I can't be. But I'm glad for the country that a war that broke out in the Middle East will help us to get increased revenues. But let's look at the numbers the minister quoted. He claims that the increase in revenue will be $381 million. I'm a little surprised at that. I suspect he's understating the numbers deliberately. But let's use his numbers, Mr. Speaker. The minister claims that the fiscal deficit will rise from the 3.8 billion that he announced in October, which all of us said was nonsense, impossible. He claims that the fiscal deficit will now rise from 3.8 billion to $7 billion, Mr. Speaker. We told him that in October of 2025. I noticed at the beginning the minister attempted to be a seer man and predicted what I would say in this debate, Mr. Speaker, that I will come today and say that, Mr. Speaker, now St. Augustine is joining in, will come today, that I will come today and say that a supplementation bill is abnormal. That's not what's abnormal, Mr. Speaker. What's abnormal is that a government cooks the books, projects a false deficit, knowing fully well that they had to come back later in the year and supplement the appropriation by billions of dollars. That is abnormal. That is abnormal. And the minister is now confessing that the deficit this year will be at least $7 billion. I suspect it will be more, Mr. Speaker. I suspect. Because the non-energy sector is simply not generating the revenue that it should. The non-energy sector, contrary to everything the minister said, the minister told us all sorts of things. He said that this government is laying the foundation for economic resilience. This government, we have reversed decades of mismanagement. That is not what the data is telling us. When you go and check the central bank reports, the economic data pack that is now being published every 3 months, when you go and check the review of the economy published in 2025, what are we seeing, Mr. Speaker? We are seeing this, that the index of retail sales fell year on year in fiscal 2025, a third straight negative quarter. Cement sales dropped to 92,000 tons by the end of 2025, the weakest in the series, confirming the construction slowdown. I am quoting from the central bank's own data packs of March 2026. This is what they are saying. Retail sales are down. Cement sales are down. Construction has slowed down, Mr. Speaker. And what you are seeing is a contraction in the non-energy sector, Mr. Speaker. You have a situation where the non-energy sector is contracting by as much as 10%, Mr. Speaker. So all this set of old talk. If that war did not occur in Iran, what will be the government telling us today? They'll probably be telling us there'll be a deficit of $20 billion in fiscal 2026. They'll probably be telling us that they can't manage. They'll probably be telling us they come to impose new taxes, Mr. Speaker. And you see, it's easy to talk, but when you go through the numbers, when you look at the Moody's report, you see that the worst performing sector of our economy, which was the best performing sector of our economy under the PNM, is the non-energy sector, Mr. Speaker. The worst performing sector of our economy is the non-energy sector. Credit and money are decelerating. I'm reading again from the central bank report. Private sector growth is slowing. It slowed from 8% to 5%. The local equity market, which is an indication of confidence in the economy, the stock exchange has dropped 12.5% in total value year on year under them, Mr. Speaker. Look at bank shares. Look at shares of conglomerates. Look at shares of manufacturing companies. They have all collapsed under this government over the last 12 months, Mr. Speaker. These are facts that I noticed the minister did not talk about that credit growth has slowed down, that non-energy sector has collapsed, that the stock exchange has collapsed, Mr. Speaker, and all of us who have shares, I don't know if you have any shares, Mr. Speaker, would have seen the loss in value of our portfolios over the last 12 months under this government. Look at foreign reserves. Foreign reserves have dropped to 4.7 billion towards the end of the year, Mr. Speaker. They had a little bump when they went on the international market and raised $1 billion US in a bond, Mr. Speaker, but they have a payment coming up in August where they will have to pay $400 million US. That will come out of our reserves, Mr. Speaker. It will depress our foreign reserves even more. Our reserves are now the lowest they have been for more than 15 years, Mr. Speaker. The import cover is now the lowest that it has been for more than 15 years, Mr. Speaker, under this administration. Under this administration. And let's look at what is happening with the Standing Finance Committee. What the minister said. This supplementation of appropriation is designed to boost productivity and to improve infrastructure and to maintain buildings like schools and so on, Mr. Speaker. That is not what is going on here. The supplementation of 2.9 billion, Mr. Speaker, 2 billion of that is for current transfers and subsidies. 570 million is transfers to statutory boards. And out of that $3 billion that we are talking about today, barely $400 million, Mr. Speaker, 20% is for goods and services and the development program. In fact, the development program is only being increased by $90 million. Out of $3 billion, the only way you can create economic stimulus, the only way you can deal with the terrible infrastructure that has found itself in this place over the last 12 months. I mean, potholes everywhere, bush everywhere, drains full of silt, rivers full of all sorts of things. Our deteriorating infrastructure can only be repaired through... Mr. Speaker, come on. I never said the minister was wicked. Look at what they say. Please control them, Mr. Speaker. Look, another one.
Continue. Members, let's get some quiet, please.
Mr. Speaker, out of that $3 billion, $92 million for development. Imagine that. 92 million. What percentage is 92 million of $3 billion, Mr. Speaker? I can tell you it's less than 5%. If you do the maths, 10% is 300 million, 5% is 150 million, so 92 million may be about 3%. 3 to 4% of this $3 billion for the development program, when they already are starving all of the P&M corporations of funds for the development program. And there's something curious in all of this. There's something very curious. During the budget, we pointed out that the Minister of Works and Infrastructure had not been allocated sufficient funds to even patch one pothole. We said that in October 2025. Yeah. And what do they do now? They give them they give the whole government $92 million in development. There's something going on in this government. I don't know if it's some kind of jealousy that the member is put to act as Prime Minister, so the honorable member is being sabotaged. I don't expect the member to say anything. I don't expect them to say anything. But that has to be what is going on, Mr. Speaker. That has to be what is going on. So, Mr. Speaker, let me take a look at some of the more Mr. Speaker, let me take a look at some of the more astonishing things in this supplementation and variation. One of the most astonishing things was the fact that the Minister of Finance came with a lot of gusto, a lot of energy in October and announced the creation of an employment fund in the amount of $475 million. And this employment fund was supposed to, in some way, counteract the devastation that this government has unleashed on over 30,000 workers in CPEP, URP, reforestation, statutory authorities, ministries, and departments. That unemployment fund of $475 million was supposed to deal with that, even though it was inadequate. What have we seen? A whole 9 months has elapsed, and the excuse for not mobilizing that 475 million is that it required legislation. I asked the minister if he knew that when he made the statement in October. He said yes. I said, so how come 9 months later the honorable minister has not been able to bring simple legislation to the parliament to deal with this? And the answer was the usual, deflection. We do things properly. So doing things properly is putting $475 million in the budget to help poor people, and then not spending it and not helping poor people. That is how you do things properly. I don't know what is wrong with this particular minister, because we already have a law in the country, the Unemployment Levy Act, Chapter 7503, which simply allocates a portion of petroleum revenues to an unemployment fund. And then that is what was used throughout the years for the unemployment relief program, or special works as it was called. That's an act that has been in existence since 1970. You're going to tell me that having the model of the Unemployment Levy Act before you, 9 months later, you can't use that particular legislation as a basis to create an employment fund? 9 months later, with the brilliant Attorney General that they have now on their side? And we are told in the committee meeting that it is not going to be operationalized in this fiscal. So it will be 12 months creating this, I have to call it a slush fund, and not operationalizing it, making a false promise to people that certainly has not been kept. There are so many promises. The minister repeated that mantra. Promises made, promises kept. Well, you promised to spend $475 million dealing with unemployed people, and you have not kept that promise. And the excuse given is puerile. We do things properly. So it's taken us a year and more. It's taken us a year and more to simply copy and cut and paste and refashion and repurpose the Unemployment Levy Act, which creates the unemployment fund. A year to do that, Mr. Speaker. It is clear the intention never was to use that 475 million to employ people. The intention was just to put it there as a palliative and pretend that we care about people and we're going to help them, Mr. Speaker. But what else is inside of this supplementation of appropriation and variation? The 5 largest recipients account for roughly 70% of the total. 514 million to public utilities, driven almost entirely by a 376 million top-up for WASA. Now, where is the modernization and efficiency and transformation of WASA under the tenure of this administration? It is nowhere. It is absolutely nowhere. Because if they were in fact modernizing WASA, why would they need $376 million on top of the original allocation, taking the appropriation for WASA for this year to almost $2 billion? Energy and energy industries, fuel subsidy, $454 million. Health, $500 million. And what's interesting here is that of that $500 million for health, $386 million is in loan, principal, and interest payments. And I'm looking at some of the responses that we got here. And it just shows that, you know, this government not serious. They're not serious at all. We had asked what certain particulars with respect to the Ministry of Health, and it's here in a response coming from the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health. And the question was asked, the dates the loan were initiated, the duration of the loan, and the frequency of payment of principal and interest. And what's the answer? The UDCOT loan for $100 million, US $99.6 million, Arima Hospital. What was that? The loan was initiated in 2018. The duration of the loan is 10 years. That means it goes to 2028. And the frequency of payment of principal and interest is semi-annual. And since that is a loan that was guaranteed, Mr. Speaker, And since we have a cross-default clause in all of our loan agreements, that if the government or a statutory authority or state enterprise defaults on one loan, it calls repayment of every single loan that the government has. So it was inevitable that this Udicot loan payment would have to be included in the 2026 appropriation. Another one, the Point Fortin Hospital. Again, the loan was initiated in 2021, refinanced in 2025. The duration was 4 years initially, then 5 years after refinancing, taking you to 2030. Therefore, that loan payment had to be in this year's appropriation. Sangre Grande Hospital, again, loan initiated in 2018, duration 10 years, takes you to 2028. So those loan payments had to be in this year's appropriation. Central Block, the loan was initiated in 2019, 11 years, taking it to 2030. Again, that had to be in this year's appropriation. And we pointed this out to the minister in October 2025. We told the Honorable Minister, that he was cooking the books because he was not providing mandatory debt service payments. Eastern Regional Health Authority answer bank loan, upsized in March 2020 for 11 years, that takes you to 2031. That loan payment had to be in this year's appropriation. And I have just called out a few. Right throughout this supplementation and variation of appropriation, you see a series of loan payments that must be made. Must be made. Is either you pay off the loan and you don't have the money for that, and you accept penalties for early repayment, or you put it into the budget. Mr. Speaker, one of the most egregious actions of this government was to, I don't know the correct word to use, I don't want to be unparliamentary, was to snatch money that had been allocated for the Ministry of Housing to deal with critical payments, money that had been allocated to MTS to deal with critical payments, money that had been allocated to WASA to deal with critical payments, money that had been allocated. There were a series of loans dealing with overdue billings, dealing with payments, dealing with the requirement to continue our development program in this country, totaling $1.3 billion. What did the Minister of Finance do? He snatched every single loan, every single one of those special purpose loans, which were designed to deal with outstanding payments and critical infrastructure needs throughout the whole of Trinidad and Tobago in virtually every sector of infrastructure and maintenance. He snatched every one and converted all of those loans, special purpose loans, targeted loans, to deal with critical needs of this country and used it to deal with his budgetary problem. Took the whole $1.3 billion and threw it in the consolidated fund to pay salaries, Mr. Speaker. A myopic move. And now you have the irony, the Minister of Finance having snatched the proceeds of all those loans that are sitting in bank accounts associated with all the various state enterprises and statutory authorities to pay long outstanding commitments. You now have to put into this supplementation the money to pay these loans for which there will be no benefit whatsoever. No benefit whatsoever. That money is now no longer available to be used for MTS, to be used for UDICOT, to be used for WASA, to be used for any of the state enterprises, for NIDCO and so on, that were involved, for the Land Settlement Agency and so on, that were involved in the development of critical infrastructure in this country. But you see, the minister wouldn't tell you that. He wouldn't tell you that. He wouldn't tell you that he found himself in trouble towards the end of 2025 and had to take all this money. That was the solution they found. All of these special purpose loans designed to deal with long outstanding commitments. And you know, the bills are still there. They're still unpaid. The $1.3 billion in money for contractors and suppliers and so on still has to be paid. So all So more unemployment, Mr. Speaker, more pressure on small businesses, more pressure on small contractors, because these entities simply have no money. They're not paying. They can't pay, because this is what that $1.3 billion was for, Mr. Speaker. And that is the worst feature of this supplementation, when you see what's going on there, where they knew that they had to pay these loan payments. They knew what the loans were for. They snatched the loans, and now they have to put in the payment. So you're paying money for nothing. MTS is making loan payments for nothing. WASA's making loan payments for nothing, because they never got the benefit of the proceeds of these loans. And that is management UNC style, Mr. Speaker. Management UNC style. What else is inside of here? How can the supplementations inside of here drive the economy, Mr. Speaker? How? How? There's nothing for the productive sector. Nothing inside of here for the productive sector. Nothing to stimulate business. Nothing to stimulate employment. Nothing to help entrepreneurs. Nothing to help small businesses. And these, instead of the supplementation containing these kind of measures, measures to initiate business, measures to stabilize business, measures to deal with the deficit in the non-energy sector of the economy, instead of the supplementation dealing with that, all the supplementation deals with is personal expenditure, Mr. Speaker. It is completely contrary to the statements made by the minister opposite. Completely contrary. And let me tell you something, Mr. Speaker. You, I am sure, listen to the world news as I do. And you will see repeated efforts by the United States, the President of the United States in particular, to bring an end to the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz and bring an end to the hostilities in Iran, Mr. Speaker. And it appears, Mr. Speaker, that they appear to be, I don't know, it seems to me now that the parties appear to be getting to the point where in the relatively near future, that war will come to an end. And you could sign, but you have to implement. So it appears in the very near future, the war is going to come to an end. What is going to happen, Mr. Speaker? We went from a glut of oil before the February 28th attack on Iran to a deficit of about 1 million barrels a day, I believe, is what it went from plus 2 billion barrels a day surplus to minus 1 million barrels of oil per day. And what is going to happen? As soon as those hostilities cease, the price of oil will just go right back down to where it was. As soon as production begins again, the price of natural gas will go right back there to where it was. And then the true weakness of the economic recipe of this hapless UNC government will be exposed, because no longer will there be any surplus revenues coming from the petroleum sector. No longer will that occur. And the structural weaknesses of the economy will then take over. The fact that they have destroyed our non-energy sector, Mr. Speaker. They have destroyed business confidence in this country. As I said before, one of the clearest signs of a destruction of confidence in the economy is the collapse of the local stock market. I mean, you have banks making profits hand over fist. You have Republic Bank posting billions of dollars in profits. You have all of these banks growing their revenues every year, and yet their share price is going down.
Minute again, unless you want to.
Of course. Additional time, Mr. Speaker. Of course, I want the additional time. So we have a situation where these companies are making money. These companies are doing well, but their share price is collapsing. Why? Because people have no confidence in this economy. We now have capital flight because people are not investing in the local economy, and they're finding ways and means to get their funds overseas where they could have more stable and potentially safer investments, Mr. Speaker. I heard the minister with his mantra trying to explain away why they decided to scrap the Revenue Authority legislation, that the PNM crippled the Board of Inland Revenue by not providing staff. And the minister and all of them on that side know very well that it is not any minister who has any responsibility to hire a single public servant. That is the responsibility of the Public Service Commission. And when they were in government before, they failed at filling vacancies across the board in all ministries. They failed miserably. And they are going to do no better now. What has changed, Mr. Speaker, in the bureaucracy, in terms of the laborious procedures, in terms of the delays, in terms of how slow these institutions are, in terms of being able to accelerate the employment of public officers? Nothing. So that this pie-in-the-sky fantasy that they have, that they can modernize the Board of Inland Revenue, they can somehow transform a public service department that is dependent on the Public Service Commission for promotions and appointments overnight with the wave of a wand. It's not going to happen. It's just old talk, Mr. Speaker. Just old talk. And you know, the minister spoke about the Heritage Fund. But there is a report that $410 million US was withdrawn from that fund in fiscal 2025. And they're being very quiet about who withdrew that money, Mr. Speaker. Even the Auditor General's report does not tell you which administration withdrew that US $410 million in fiscal 2025. I would really like to know. And I see the minister said here, the supplementation is legitimate. It's tied to projects and programs where people can see the work of this government. What arrant nonsense. I just pointed out that only 92 million out of 3 billion is for projects and programs. 4% or 3% of the supplementation is dealing with projects and programs. Schools are being repaired. How? All the money gone from MTS, the minister snatched the loan, the $200 or $300 million loan we had for MTS to repair schools. Take the money and it's gone. Where is MTS going to get money from? Where? I don't see any significant appropriation or allocation for MTS in the original budget, Mr. Speaker. How are you doing it? Infrastructure upgraded with what money? When they give the minister works a couple dollars, a few shillings to repair roads, repair landslips and clean drains on rivers and so on. This is all pie in the sky fantasy. And Mr. Speaker, what is interesting about this particular administration is that they feel people stupid. You know, you're telling people that you're doing such wonderful things. I heard the Minister of Public Utilities say he repaired how much? 30,000 leaks. Where are these 30,000 leaks? They must be all in Cuba South, because they're not in my constituency. And Mr. Speaker, those who drive on Saddle Road into Santa Cruz, you might know somebody who does that, Mr. Speaker. We'll see a new leak appearing on Saddle Road every single day. Every single day. And there's a particular leak by Lynch Drive that has been repaired 8 times since May 25 to now. And it's burst out again, Mr. Speaker. So where is this infrastructure being upgraded? The minister said all over the country, infrastructure is being upgraded. I see they fix it again for the 9th time. The 9th time. And they pave over it for the 9th time. And we'll see whether it will last or not. And they said to us that we cannot comprehend a government that treats a budget without a plan. Or we cannot comprehend a government, them, that treats a budget as a plan. What plan are you talking about? Let's look at the budgetary arrangements. What have they done? They've introduced new taxes. They have double fines. In some cases, they have triple fines. They have punished people with a plethora, an avalanche, a tsunami of oppressive measures, Mr. Speaker. That is the plan. That is the plan. When we were in government, Mr. Speaker, we had a number of measures to facilitate the growth and development of small business. We had a particular loan program for small businesses where the government would guarantee 80% of the loan and give them concessionary rates and so on. I hear they scrap that. That gone. So no longer is the Ministry of Finance supporting small businesses by way of a government guaranteed loan scheme. That done. That done. And Mr. Speaker, they're simply not paying them either. So how can all of these businesses survive? They already had the unexpected effect of COVID, Mr. Speaker. So many small businesses were struggling to survive after the attack on them from COVID. And the difference between us and them is that COVID came, and what did the PNM do? We supported everybody in this country. Supported everybody in this country. We supported all small businesses. We gave them assistance, Mr. Speaker. This government comes in, and apparently we can't comprehend their plan, because their plan is to punish everybody with additional taxes, additional fines, lack of payment, squeezing, retrenchment. Mr. Speaker, it is not, to me, it is no surprise that courts went out of business, you know. I'm not surprised, because when you retrench consumers, which is what it did, 30,000, 40,000 consumers were retrenched in 2025 by this administration. CPEP, URP, reforestation, state enterprises, statutory authorities, ministries, 30,000 to 40,000 consumers. And you're dealing with a particular group of people who have no disposable income after they pay their mandatory commitments for the month, after they pay the rent, after they pay the car loan, after they pay the hire purchase for the appliances and the furniture, and they buy food and they deal with their children and so on. They have very little disposable income left. But what they were doing, they were spending their money on consumer items, Mr. Speaker. When they get retrenched, what happened? They can't pay for their car anymore. They can't pay for their fridge and the stove anymore. So this is why so many small businesses have closed down over the last 12 months, because that is the government's plan. That's the government's plan. And I cannot comprehend a government that has a plan to extract money from people, to retrench people, to punish people, and then expect the economy to grow. And standards, sorry, not courts. I apologize, it's not courts. Standards. Standards. I mean, something that had been in business for so long, standards. Standards had been in business for so long. That is what Mr. Sabga started off his business with standards, before he got the opportunity to acquire Macaroni Allston. Standards. And you're going to tell me, after so many decades of an entity like that providing furniture and appliances to mostly poor people, that has shut down Gesso and gone? Mr. Speaker, that obviously is a decision that deals with the lack of confidence in the economy, Mr. Speaker. And even listening to the minister, I could tell what they're doing. They had planned to spend $34 billion by this time. They spent 31. They hold back $3 billion. What did the minister hold back that $3 billion for? What did he think would happen when you plan to spend $34 billion, but you spend 31? What did he think would happen when that $3 billion just disappeared and did not go into paying bills, into dealing with infrastructure, in dealing with all of the issues that we have in this country? And I heard the minister boast something about social programs. Let me see exactly what the minister said about social programs. I don't want to misquote him. He said that they have been able to ensure that all of the social programs were uninterrupted. Not true. We have had many complaints from pensioners that they're simply not getting their pension, their old age pension. They're not getting it. Totally untrue. Totally untrue. It is only under the PNM that every single public servant was paid on time. Everybody got a pension. Everybody got the public assistance. Only under the PNM. It is a feature of this administration that salaries are late. They're not paid at all. Pensions don't come. That is a feature of this administration. And you see, it's an extreme form of gaslighting, where you say what the opposite is. You say you're helping somebody when you're killing them, Mr. Speaker. That is what gaslighting is all about. Mr. Speaker. So, this supplementation will do nothing for Trinidad and Tobago. It will do nothing. They went and they agreed to settle with various trade unions. They incurred liabilities in the, it's past $6 billion now I'm counting in terms of back pay, $6 billion in back pay, and maybe $700 million a year. And you see all the talk they're talking there. All the talk they're talking. When you read the Moody's report, when you read the central bank data pack, what is happening with our public debt? The facts are there. Our debt is jumping from in the 70s, 75, 76% to in the 80s, 84, 85%. The international agencies are not stupid. They have recognized that under this administration, all the talk they talk about P&M borrowing, they have increased our debt to GDP ratio to 85%, an unheard of level in this country. 85% debt to GDP ratio. And in terms of debt service, all of the things that they are doing, do they really expect people to believe that you are reducing debt? You're reducing debt service when the debt only going up, the debt service only going up. The percentage of the budget that is spent on debt service is increasing every day. The percentage of the budget that is spent on salaries is increasing every day. How are we going to manage in this country, Mr. Speaker? You know, the last time we come in, we had to deal with a mess created by the last administration. I remember I came in as Minister of Finance, and the then Governor of the Central Bank told me that unless we go quick and borrow $1 billion and put it into the consolidated fund, he's going to turn off the tap. I said, what do you mean by turn off the tap? He said he will stop honoring government checks because there was only sufficient money in the government's account at the central bank to run the country for 2 days. That is what we faced on the last occasion, Mr. Speaker. They maxed out the overdraft. When they came in, the overdraft was in credit. Overdraft was in credit. The current account had $6 billion in surplus. They managed to take that from plus $6 billion to minus $9 billion. That is what we faced. And we're seeing it again. This unexpected windfall from that conflict in the Middle East is not going to last. Because as I said, and we heard, the deal has been signed. You know why? Because affecting the popularity of the administration in the United States. Because it's creating inflation. When prices go up like that, affordability, that's all the American public are interested in. They are interested in inflation. And they're seeing the cost of living in America just skyrocketing, and the administration is becoming unpopular. So they have to deal with that. And when they deal with that, and oil prices go back down, and the price of gasoline go back down, and inflation go back down, we in Trinidad and Tobago, because of this government's myopia, because of their inability to understand the structure of this economy, because of their failure to do anything to stimulate the business sector in this country, crapple smoke we pipe, Mr. Speaker. But we have done it before. We have rescued this country before, and we will rescue this country again when we return to government in the very near future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, the motion before the House this afternoon, it's after midday, seeks as the member for Diego Martin Northeast said, a variation in the amount of supplementation and variation in the amount of 3.7 billion. Now, the member was correct when he said that 2.8 billion was of that 3.7 billion was dedicated, allocated to the payment of salaries and associated expenses. It was only 900 billion of that amount that was allocated to other things. Now, Mr. Speaker, the government and the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister over the last year has demonstrated a clear emphasis and priority on people, ordinary people in this country. That's a point to which I will return shortly. The economy of Trinidad and Tobago has in fact made significant progress in emerging from the very dark place that those opposite led us to and left us in. That's not my opinion. It is the opinion of the experts, the IMF, and Moody's. Now, Mr. Speaker, now, I am not stopping as my friends opposite did. Every time they hear a little whisper on this side to say, like little girls, well, they're doing so. I'm accustomed to them, the little girls. It's all right. Okay? They could talk as much as they want. I stand in here and I have 2 microphones, right? So go ahead. So it is the opinion of the international institutions whose outlooks clearly indicate that the economy is on a positive trajectory. And I want to refer first to Moody's. Just a couple days ago, Moody's changed our rating outlook from negative to stable, while affirming the country's BA2 rating. Now, what my friend from Davendranath Northeast did not, well, let me say what he said first, before I say what he did not say. He said, well, he pointed out what they had done under their tenure. And he said, the downgrade took place under our tenure. Right? So that, but let's look at the facts. There was an election in April the 28th of 2025. The government was sworn in, most of the cabinet ministers were sworn in May of 2025. You know when Moody's did their due? In June of 2025. Now, which one of my colleagues on this side would say that that was Moody's, as efficient as they were able to have their assessment done, a year-long assessment done, in the days that my colleague was in office? It is their fault. And that downgrade is at his feet. And if he was telling the truth here today, I'm not going there. I don't want to go to the privileges committee. You know, I say already, I'm terrified of the privileges committee. That's your question. But the point is that after 1 year in office, and after looking at the work of the Minister of Finance, the work of the government, Moody's feels comfortable enough to change their outlook. Now, I want to quote from the release from my colleague, the Minister of Finance, who stated that the rating agency, that's Moody's, highlighted the country's improved external prospects and notably the proactive debt management strategy undertaken by this government. Now, what is to come is important because my colleague, in his usual thorough way, he puts all the facts on the table. So he said, including the international bond issuance that enabled a partial redemption of the US $1 billion. Now, a redemption and a loan is a repayment. Just for those of us who are frightened to do anything more than, okay? But, so, partial redemption of the US $1 billion bond, which they said improved the country's debt maturity profile. Now, you know who took out that loan in 2016? I'll give you fellas one guess. My colleague who had the gumption to stand here this morning, and criticize the Minister of Finance. They are the ones who took out that loan in 2016 that my Minister of Finance partially redeemed in 2026, and that Moody's commented favorably on. Now, they went further. They said that Trinidad and Tobago's financial buffers, including the Heritage and Stabilization Fund, which he tried to scandalize by talking about a withdrawal from the fund. I'll leave that where it is. This is Moody's talking now, not Diego Martin Northeast. I've almost forgot how the North, you'll hear a problem on that. So they said that the buffers remain substantial with combined cash and equivalent reserves approximating 32% of GDP, with an interest to revenue ratio remaining comfortably below 14%, in line with rating peers. Looking ahead, they said, the rating agency projected a meaningful boost to hydrocarbon production from late 2027. And that is what my colleague meant when he said, better days are coming. Now, it's clear that my colleagues opposite, who seek to deride the progress that we've made, do not understand what that means. But according to Moody's, a stable outlook indicates a low likelihood of a credit rating change over the medium term. Now, when you combine what Moody's has said with the IMF Article 4 consultation, now you're hearing us, I just pause in, I'm not making no fuss, you know. But I'm not making no fuss, but you're hearing some stuff coming from. Okay. I good with that because I have two microphones. We're not good young ladies over here. Okay? Now, what the IMF said was this, that the economy continues to recover toward pre-pandemic levels, supported by resilient non-energy sector activity, along with our removal from the EU blacklist some months ago. And all that we are doing, of course, with CFATIF has contributed to that. Now it is clear that this government, within just a year, has been able to steady the ship. We have placed Trinidad and Tobago's economy on a more sound footing, and when one considers all of the measures being implemented by the government through the Ministry of Finance, it is clear that we are moving the economy forward into a place of greater prosperity, greater reliance to shocks, greater resilience to shocks, and lower risk. Mr. Speaker, these are not indicators developed by our government. These are not our assessments. These are signals that are coming from the international institutions, which investors look to carefully when making their investment decisions. So those opposite can jump high, they can jump low, but they cannot dispute what these reputable international institutions are. Now, I say all of this within the context that the government is acting clinically and strategically in the interest of the economy and of long-term stability and sustainability. And this is evident in the supplementation and variation of appropriations that we put before the House. There's another matter that I want to address. Those opposite have been, and my friend from the Martin Northeast repeated this again this morning. Now, I used to teach at the university. I've said it several times.
Good lecture. Very good.
Thank you, member for Tabakit. Good student. But you know, when you talk to a student once, sometimes they have problems, you know, assimilating the knowledge. You talk to them twice, they might be getting towards it. Maybe by the third time, you speak to them and they don't understand. Well, I mean, a colleague on the other side who shall not be named. No, I might be looking at him. No, he's not looking at me. My colleague on the other side, who shall not be named, fell into that category. And Diego Martin Northeast, I'm afraid, is falling into the same category. Although confession is good for the soul, he was never my student, thank God. Now, those opposite have been running all over the place claiming that the government is taxing taxing citizens into a level of hardship. Now, they do that by sleight of hand, by equating a tax, and it's been said here several times, with a fine. Now, I just want to, my friend opposite, I'm sorry, the member for Diego Martin Northeast is quite keen to burnish his legal credentials. I want to send him to the Interpretation Act of Trinidad and Tobago. Now, it's in chapter 301, and it has something to say about fines. But I'll go from the top. So in 64, section 64, it says, where written law provides in whatever terms that a person is liable to a penalty if he commits a specified act, that act shall be deemed to have been constituted an offense by such written law. Where written law creates an offense, the written law shall be deemed to provide also that an attempt to commit that offense is an offense under the written law. Such an attempt is punishable with imprisonment for life. Now I'm leaving out bits and pieces in the case of a capital offense and so on. And in the case of any other offense, with the same penalty as if the offense had been committed. 66.2. A function under subsection 1 includes a power to impose what? Fines. A power of forfeiture, seizure, search, a power or discretion to cancel, suspend or refuse any license, permit, or other authorization. Now, a fine, Mr. Speaker, is a monetary penalty imposed by a court or an authorized entity in respect of wrongdoing. That's what a fine is. It is a penalty for committing a wrong. If someone breaks the law, and there are administrative fines now, they may be subject to a fine or worse. Furthermore, as the Minister of Finance stated last week, all of the offenses in respect of which fines have been levied, well, they are offenses which have existed before and were created by guess who? My friends on the other side. Now, there's a difference, and this is part of my lecture. There's a difference between a fine and a tax. A tax is implemented across the board. Everyone to whom the tax applies has a duty to pay the tax on penalty of breaking the law. The payment of tax is in fact a function of obedience to the law. So it is the opposite of what my friends say. And that is the last time I am going to speak on this. I think it is clear from the expressions that I see on all of the faces of my colleagues on this side. We understand what a tax is. We understand what a fine is. And if my friends on the other side do not understand the difference between the two, their moral compass is seriously distorted. But you know what? It's by no means confusing that they cannot comprehend the difference between those two terms. Because it's clear that at a minimum, they do not understand the difference between they and their supporters do not understand the difference between breaking the law and abiding by the law. They can't differentiate between persons who do one as opposed to those who do the other. But that level of ignorance is no excuse to continue to mislead the population, to incite fear, anger, and the types of tension that a particular member opposite has sought to do in the most loathsome and truly repugnant ways. Mr. Speaker, I remain consistent in the position that whether it be the offenses listed in the finance bill or any other form of legislation being discussed in this House or the other place, those who break the law will be held to account. And for the fourth time in 4 days, I will say this. Whoever you are, wherever you live, whatever your links, your inside links to banks or government ministers or prime ministers, you will obey the law. And if you do not obey the law, you will suffer the consequences. Now, when the member for, I think it was Degumartin Northeast, and I'm shaking again, under the guise of what he calls proportionality, made the following statement in this House just last week, and I'm quoting here from the Hansard. When fines are unaffordable for the poor, Mr. Speaker, they are unfair. A fine of $2,000 for speeding for a wealthy man, he could pay it. But $2,000 for speeding for a poor man, well, he cannot pay it. Now, two things strike me about that. The first is the sudden empathy that those on the other side have for citizens who were mocked by members opposite with respect to increases in the price of gas. Do you remember what they said? And it was, and I will name it.
Very Minister.
It's the very Minister of Finance.
That one.
That one, as the Minister of Finance has said, who went and said, I increased the price once, nothing happened. Twice, nothing happened. Third time, they didn't riot yet. So as law-abiding persons, what we're supposed to do when we object to something is to riot. That is their culture. Yes. It is the, and more than that, if you all are reading the newspapers correctly, it is not their culture alone, you know. Because the same headline in the newspaper that said that they were about to rumble said that, I don't know who 6 is, but 6 and 7 were joining together with them to rumble too.
What a thing.
Now, the second thing that upset me about it was this, that underlying that statement, there's a dangerous thesis that we should have different rules for different people. That is their culture. Different rules for different people. It is not the culture of us on this side. There's one law, you break the law, you face the consequences, whoever you are. Now, we know that recklessness takes place on our roadways every day, and the number of horrific accidents that result in fatalities is heartrending. We advise that the higher the fine, the greater the deterrent to reckless driving, and the safer the roads of our nation. So, Mr. Speaker, we cannot come here and make convenient arguments to suit the narrative that we do not have a problem or we do not have a serious problem with maintaining order on the nation's roads. We make no apology for that. And, Mr. Speaker, I do not wish to give the member for Degumartin Northeast too much of my time this afternoon, but I really need to speak on one more thing. He spoke of the fines to PH drivers. And this is what he said, and I quote, there are some poor people again, right? Retrenched as CPEP workers. And I'm just using that as an example. This is a quote. Who were using their PH cars and they got 7 fines. $12,000, they had to park up their cars. Do you believe that, Mr. Collins? From the same people who talk about they ain't riot yet. But again, the argument, the convenient argument is that we should go easy on PH drivers. And the bigger picture is this. It shows that there are numerous instances of abductions, rape, murder of passengers, primarily girls and women, who have sought transportation from PH drivers. Just last week, the country was truly horrified. We were all devastated at the murder of young Mercedes Lane when she was placed in a PH taxi, according to media reports. We on this side are bringing that situation under and those on that side shed crocodile tears for those people. Now, going back to the Minister of Finance, a veteran member of Parliament, a representative of the people, and he is part of the cabal that says that a fine for PH drivers is harsh and unfair. Mr. Speaker, as I've said before, we will be no part of that. We will not bend the law as they have done time and time again, as they have found it convenient. So try as they may, Mr. Speaker, to mislead the population and to create divisions and unwarranted discontent, they will not succeed.
Not at all.
We on this side of the house, we're okay. Threaten me, mock my Prime Minister. I want to say to you, stop wasting your cash because I don't care. We on this side of the house, we abide by the truth, we stand on principle, and we will not be deterred. We are here to guide the country, the economy, and the citizenry into a more prosperous, more secure, more harmonious country, to take them out of places of hate, violence, and discrimination that those opposite have encouraged for the past decade.
You have 30 seconds again, but your 15 minutes will take you to 12:48. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I'll close with one anecdote. During the Standing Finance Committee, there was a rather unfortunate utterance. An opposition member of Parliament had the gall, the shamelessness, to attempt to justify the farcical ceremony at the Port of Spain Hospital Central Block. Now, I want to ask a question, because the underlying assumption was that the hospital was open. But I want to ask a question. How can you open a hospital with no medical equipment, none, not even a thermometer?
What?
And I know what I'm speaking about, and the Minister of Health, who is sitting very close to my colleagues at the back, he knows what he's talking about. How can you open a hospital with no thermometer? Just now, I ain't done yet. No beds. No beds. no medicine. So, for those of us who don't know too much about this thing, I used to teach you, I do teach medicine. A thermometer is different from medicine, but no medicine in the hospital. Now, how you could do that is beyond me. But again, they claimed that the construction at Central Block had been completed. And you know what? 3/4 of the cabinet turned up to the ceremony. 3/4. Now, the statement that the hospital was open or whatever, I say today, was objectively and unequivocally false. And I'll say that because of this. Do I have the facts? The member opposite, I wouldn't name anybody, does not have the competence to accurately describe what the party was seeking to celebrate. To be clear, those of us who practice law know, that there's a well-understood legal distinction between a certificate of practical completion and what they said, incorrectly and unfortunately, as the completion of construction for a project. What the certificate of practical project completion means is that the end of construction is somewhere in sight. It is somewhere in sight. It isn't there yet, but it's somewhere in sight. Now, do you know that construction works persisted for months and months after that farcical ceremony? That is a fact. Minister Bodo is moving mountains to bring that hospital still on stream after the ceremony.
Come and eat and drink and
Now, Mr. Speaker, that hospital required 10,000 pieces of medical equipment to be anywhere close to being in use. And I say 10,000 pieces, and that is conservative. It required 10,000 pieces. Now, throughout the entire hospital, do you know how many of those 10,000 pieces were in the hospital when they were eating cheese paste? I found out. Cheese paste sandwiches and sipping champagne? None. Zero. Zilch. None. None of those pieces were there. So you have 3/4 of the cabinet drinking cabinet, eating cheese paste sandwiches. They cut in a ribbon, and there's nothing. Now,
spending money on food and wine and drink.
Exactly that. The minister reminds me that the money that was spent, close to $1 million. Do you know, I see the Minister of Health nodding. Do you know what that money was spent on? Cheese paste, champagne, and whatever else. Maybe the ribbon.
Nothing for health.
Mr. Speaker, if you went to that opening ceremony and you felt a little fluish, there was no Panadol thing. if you wanted to check your temperature, the minister would know. He's laughing, but this is no laughing matter. There was no thermometer. If you felt a little fluish and you say, well, look, I want to see if maybe the dust or some, if I have a little temperature. There was no temperature in the hospital. There was no thermometer in the hospital to check. And this is worse, and I have to ask my colleagues some indulgence here. The plumbing works had not been completed at that point in time. So, now, I apologize in advance. If you wanted to use the bathroom on the 12th floor, because it was pressurized, they made sure to put pressure in the place. But if you wanted to use the bathroom, let's be real, the toilet on the 12th floor. Colleagues, on the 11th floor, there would automatically have been a disaster. And there was.
And they opened it? Oh my gosh, there was?
And there was. Now, I just want to highlight that is the type of behavior that they engaged in when they were in government. And they have the gumption to come here this morning to talk about the Minister of Finance and Moody's, when they know very well that they took the loan that the minister repaid, has partially repaid. That is the mindset of those opposite. Now, I don't have the stomach, literally, to talk anything more about that hospital. So I just want to wind up and to say, Mr. Speaker, we on this side are prepared to capitalize on the favorable position that has now been laid, the foundations which have now been laid by the government and the minister, to take advantage of external conditions and as recommended in the IMF article for consultation. We are not perfect, to address underlying macroeconomic vulnerabilities through prudent fiscal and monetary policies, and persevere in diversifying the economy and strengthening its resilience to shocks. Those are the things that we are prepared to do. What we are not prepared to do is to listen to Diego Martin Northeast tell us this morning about what we should do after his record of a litany of a decade of Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the
I recognize the member for Port of Spain North, but I propose to take the lunch break at 1, and it would eat into your time. So I propose to take the lunch break now. We will come back at 2, because I suspect we're going to have a long day. So I propose to take an hour and 17 minutes or 16 minutes for lunch. So we will come back at 2. We suspend now, and we can return here at 2 p.m. Also resume at 2. time. For the Spain North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are here this afternoon, having started a few hours ago, to deal with this government's typically known as a mid-year review, and to go through in debate and in detail the measures that Trinidad and Tobago are facing in terms of the fiscal measures and in terms of what exactly it is the government is looking to do before the next budget. And Mr. Speaker, one of the most, as admitted by the member for Faizabad and the Minister of Finance during his presentation, one of the most important areas for Trinidad and Tobago when it comes to revenue is the area of our energy sector, and in particular, the benefits that for many, many decades in oil, over a century, that the population of Trinidad and Tobago have derived fiscal benefits and many other tangible benefits from the natural resources of our God-given oil and gas. And that is the area that I intend to spend my presentation and my time in this debate on. However, unfortunately, the responsibility falls to me as the elected Member of Parliament for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, to respond very, very briefly to the flaccid, weak contribution that was made by the previous speaker, and to, in a few points, point out how there were attempts that are easily debunked to mislead the population. A lot of time was spent by the previous speaker trying to impress I don't know whom. Certainly no one on this side, certainly no one who practices law, on the definition and the interpretation of fines, and the criticism of previous speakers and speakers in the opposition who have made the point in the public domain that the barrage of fines and the increase in fines that the population has been subjected to since Christmas Eve and Christmas Day of 2025 to now, including last week in the Finance Bill, now the Finance Act, and that the use of the word taxes. And it is quite hilarious to have listened to the previous speaker, spending so much time utilizing the Interpretation Act, etc. Because the population needs only look to his leader, the member for Siparia, and to take note of the irony and the hypocrisy that when the member for Siparia was the opposition leader in April of 2024, it is well known, and I quote, the member of Siparia said, "Traffic fines are just another form of tax." Yes. So maybe, just maybe, the previous speaker, unelected as he is, should spend some time speaking to his leader and providing her with that guidance, because there is certainly absolutely no guidance he can provide to us on this side. And I quote, "Kamla, traffic fines just another form of tax." Opposition leader Kamla Persad-Bissessar, addressing a United National Congress cottage meeting in Princestown on April 22nd, and this is in 2024, a Newsday article of Tuesday, the 23rd of April, 2024, Persad-Bissessar chastised government for imposing heavy traffic fines on the driving public. She contended that this was not about road safety, but another form of taxation by the government. goes on to say, instead of instilling a sense of responsibility, she said it has bred fear and resentment fueled by a lack of transparency. These are very informative words chosen by self-appointed senior counsel, and it would be... I withdraw that. These are very serious words. I withdraw it.
Yeah, right.
These are very serious words utilized by the member for Siparia, and I dare say, at this stage, she would take good note to listen to her own advice, because this is exactly reflective of what the society today and the population are feeling. Because you see, Mr. Speaker, the population today are dealing with a real sense of fear. Unfortunately, that has now creeped into this hallowed hall and this chamber. They are also dealing with and feeling resentment, all fueled by a lack of transparency, but more importantly, by the type of policies that are being driven by those on the other side. Not only fiscal policies that are affecting every single citizen of Trinidad and Tobago in a negative manner, apart from a few of their friends, but more so, I heard the previous speaker refer to the small man, whom he has never represented and he will never represent. The small man that I will get to now, because another part of the speech and contribution was government has focused on people, small people. The use of the word small people in itself is a clear indication of the thought process by those on the other side. These are some of the most vulnerable people in our society. These are the citizens that, quite contrary to any language utilized by those on the other side of caring, the actions have been the complete opposite. And the population will know, in particular those whom we represent, the pain that they're feeling now. The terminated CPEP workers, the terminated reforestation workers, the terminated URP workers, the contract workers in state enterprises, statutory authorities, state companies that are not having their contracts renewed. The parents who now are worrying about how they're going to be sending their children to school, the new school uniforms, the new school books in the new school term after the August vacation. I dare say these are the small people that they allegedly care about who are suffering. And this increase of fines and decrease of penalties, and the Prime Minister deals with it by saying, well, if you break the law, that is what you have to deal with. And I put on record once again that there is no one out of these 13 representatives in the opposition who supports any breach of the laws of Trinidad and Tobago. In an attempt to sound knowledgeable, the reference to a $1 billion loan that was taken out in 2016, and saying, well, the US $1 billion loan that we just as a government had to go on a road show to get was to refinance that. Let me remind the population why that $1 billion loan was taken out in 2016. In the first government of 2010 to 2015 of the member for Siparia, on her way out of office, she burdened and saddled the taxpayers of this country with a bill, along with many, many, many other areas of indebtedness, including one that comes to mind, the damming vessels. Because for 5 years, they did nothing about securing the borders from 2010 to 15, cancel the OPVs, but come just before the election, buy a Chinese trawler, as well as commit us to damming vessels that there was no financing in place for. Moody's. The previous speaker discussed Moody's, and all of a sudden that Moody's has changed a negative outlook to a stable outlook. We're happy that they think Trinidad and Tobago now has a stable outlook. The question is, though, where is the most important source of our revenue and our foreign exchange in Trinidad and Tobago? Where does it come from? It comes from National Gas Company of Trinidad and Tobago, one of the only state enterprises that actually earns revenue and requires, to date, no subvention by the government. And I remind the population at this stage of what happened in 2010 to 2015, because it is happening once again with the NGC, the National Gas Company, and revenue. In 2010 to 2015, $14 to $16 billion in cash left the National Gas Company to be blown, spent recklessly. Not a single project in the energy sector to show for it with the utilization of that $16 billion. Today, a year later, a year being in office, we have heard right here in this parliament in answer to our questions, the exact same thing is taking place, and cash is being taken out of the whole National Gas Company group. NGC, PPGPL, Labidco, not Labidco, the other company, NEC. And this is where the revenue is coming, that the Minister of Finance has the difficulty to deal with. And again, the irony of listening to the Minister of Finance and the suggestion, well, we've reduced the debt, the public debt, by $2 billion. And then a few sentences later on, even after the energy windfalls of the crisis in the Middle East, he says we can expect to be dealing with a $7 billion deficit at the end of this fiscal. Do not be fooled by those on the other side, Trinidad and Tobago. You made that mistake twice before, and now the country is suffering as a result of it. So Moody's, let's get back to Moody's and the change of the outlook from negative to stable. This population would do well to recall with respect to the NGC. Only a few weeks ago, we woke up to the news from the same Moody's that they were withdrawing from their arrangements with the National Gas Company. So is it that Moody's is good enough for the sovereign, but not good enough for National Gas Company? And the question still remains, why did you cut ties with Moody's? Because Moody's and Standard & Poor's are the two most recognized global rating agencies. And you are going to be hearing the stories, Trinidad and Tobago, as we were hearing over the weekend, of what is taking place at our National Gas Company and the potential disasters waiting to happen. And I plead with the member for Oropuch East, who is the titular head of the National Gas Company. Listen to some of the employees who are crying out for your intervention. And worse yet, the regulator. Because right now, money has been cut on the maintenance of the pipelines, and the 56-inch pipeline is under threat. Employees at NGC are sending SOS signals that there has been a freeze on expenditure for maintenance, which is very, very dangerous in our energy sector. And I know the member for Oropuch East will go and inquire into this. And I hope for this country's sake, he will get the support to override the incompetent chairman at the National Gas Company, who is destroying the NGC by the minute. But this, and this is my last contribution dealing with the previous speaker, some ridiculous statements were made, and I quote, "If my friends on the other side do not understand the difference between the two, their moral compass is compromised." Quote, "They do not understand the difference between breaking the law and abiding by the law." Unquote. And that is where it is his leader. That was the end, the conclusion of the primary school dissertation on fines. And that is where it would do him well. I'll send the article across for him to read what his new leader tells him. But the population, he then went on to say, and I quote, "Different rules for different people. That is a culture, that is not ours. And it is at this stage, our blood on this side ran cold, because this is a person who holds a very important constitutional office. Unfortunately for Trinidad and Tobago, not for the first time. And the highest court in the land of Trinidad and Tobago, as Mr. Speaker would know, is the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council." And I said, what do they mean by different rules for different people? That is their culture and that is not ours. I'd like to remind the population, including those on the other side, of a very dark, dark, dark period of our previous Attorney General, where the same Judicial Committee of the Privy Council has now put into black and white exactly that, after considering some very serious matters that happened in this country of Trinidad and Tobago between the period of 2002 to 2010. And none other than the Office of the Attorney General immortalized. That is the legacy that the Privy Council has said the most disparaging things for interference by that former Attorney General. And I quote, so the population can understand what they're dealing with. And was the news young people saying, mouth open and Tory jump out? Tory. Thank you, member for Couva North. Many roles of the ex-Attorney General under scrutiny. Denise Wren from Daily Express, July 11, 2022. The role of former Attorney General John Jeremie has been under scrutiny in a number of high-profile criminal matters before the courts in the past and one at present.
48.1. There are two issues here. First, this forms no part of the provisions of the motion that is before us. And secondly, the member is aware that if he has a difficulty with anyone in the government, there's an instrument to use if you cast aspersions on persons' character or the conduct of their duty, whether it is today or before. 48.1. Yeah, but my concern is not so much 48.1. My concern is 87.3. For 88.2, on the debate on the motion that the report of the Standing Finance Committee be adopted, members may raise points as to specific heads of expenditure in the report, but may not raise any matters of general principle. And that's my concern. My ruling is that it offends 88.2. That's my ruling. Listen, you are not left remediless. My ruling is that it doesn't form part of this debate. And listen, despite the protestations emanating from St. Anne's East from a sedentary position, if you want to take a position or point of order, stand and do so. But don't hurl the dissension from a sedentary position. Okay?
Excuse me, Mr. Speaker, I'm not hurling anything. I'm simply speaking to my...
All right, let's not let this get out of control, and I don't want to take up the members' time. But 88.2 is very clear, and members know that. Port-au-Prince North that is a matter you know you can raise by a different way. All right? So let's move
Mr.
on.
Speaker, I have heard clearly what you have said. The context was that I was referring directly in response to issues raised by that member.
Point, without going into
I
the-
will move on
Thank
because
you.
it is clear to the population and they will go and find it for themselves. The simple point is the irony and the hypocrisy and the lack of authority from that member and the lack of the moral compass when he is immortalized in a Privy Council decision. The last point, and again it came at the end of a dissertation, now to kindergarten students, talking about, oh, well, in contract law and in building law and construction law, blah. The Port of Spain Central Block, which I have no intention of wasting any more of my time in dealing with inside here, but as a member of Parliament for Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West, I will deal with it outside there, is that in March 2025, there was practical completion, and that is what that opening was. Very similar to 2015 with the Couva Hospital, which was not completed. So now moving on to the revenue and what we're here to deal with. Mr. Speaker, the oil and gas is the main earner of our foreign exchange in this country, as just confirmed by the member for Faizabad. And it is an area that requires a significant amount of competence and ability, which unfortunately for us in Trinidad and Tobago seems no longer to be present. And this incompetent mismanagement of the energy sector, unfortunately, is affecting us and will continue to affect Trinidad and Tobago for many decades to come. The first thing I'd like to say is, in addition to what the member for Diego Martin Northeast was saying a short while ago about the Strait of Hormuz and what is happening in the energy sector globally and the prices, the member for Faizabad at least was forthright to say that whilst on one hand we have earned a windfall of sorts from the global oil prices and our gas prices, coming along with that has been additional and increased prices of stuff like fuel, shipping, etc. Well, once again, it is a useful point, Mr. Speaker, to put down that out of the revenues earned, and I heard the minister do a little recalibration of the prices that he will utilize, I believe that's what he said, for the rest of the year on both oil and gas. Immediately today, the prices of oil have already started a descent. And from enjoying prices of over $100 a barrel of oil a few days and weeks ago, we're now down to the $80 range. And with the gas, as I say, fortunately, we are no longer tied to Henry Hub. And the population, we will keep repeating it because it is important that you understand it. Because there will be attempts to fool you when it comes to it. The price that we're earning now as a result of the restructuring of Atlantic LNG and that basket indices is 3 times what would have been earned if the PNM administration did not do what it did in 2019 to 2023 in restructuring Atlantic LNG and getting the new basket price of gas. And that is where a significant amount of our income is going. As the Minister of Finance touched on foreign exchange and tied it to the energy sector, we again place on record our serious concerns that whilst the government has utilized, fortunately, the new terms that were negotiated, which included additional cargoes of LNG for Trinidad and Tobago, they have begun a record decimation and destruction of Point Lisas. Nutrien has shut down, other plants are now threatening to shut down. That is going to take decades to fix, if it can be fixed at all. And what the population would do well to recall, Mr. Speaker, is during the period of 2010 to 2015, the mismanagement that took place there as well, and the negotiation of a singular contract for CGCL that continues to this date to be costing the taxpayers and the future generations of Trinidad and Tobago billions of dollars in losses through the National Gas Company. We are seeing, in the space of a few short months, just over a year, worse taking place in our energy sector in Trinidad and Tobago. The Member of Parliament for Oropouche East, in the Standing Finance Committee, in his run-up and his introduction for the Ministry of Energy's allocation and subvention that we're here looking at today, made mention of a couple matters that have recently taken place that are going to affect Trinidad and Tobago. And in his characteristic spin, which I understand he has to attempt, he tried to take some credit for the government with respect to these initiatives. As I responded on that occasion, and as I now will go into some detail, unfortunately, it is not going to be as beneficial as it could be, if it happens, for the people of Trinidad and Tobago, as it should be. And this is dealing with, I'll deal on the first instance, with cross-border gas. Yes, please.
So that will take you to 245.
I've finished the 30.
No, no. Your 15 will
just
take
along.
you to 245. So I'm
Thank
just giving
you
you
very
ample
much.
notice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it greatly. It is important we have a very brief conversation on the initiatives that the Member of Parliament for Oropouche East referred to in the Standing Finance Committee, where he informed the national population about something that took place last week in Caracas with respect to Loran. Loran is the Venezuelan side of a cross-border field called Loran Manatee. Manatee is the side in Trinidad that holds 2.3 TCF of gas. The first point is Trinidad and Tobago, even at its present reduced production and reduced consumption of gas, utilizes about 1 TCF. A TCF is a trillion cubic feet of gas. We utilize about 1 trillion cubic feet of gas a year. So that is the pinpoint. That's the measuring point. Every time you hear a TCF of gas, understand what that means for Trinidad and Tobago. Our first priority in a government that cares about the people, and I don't know if it will change, and if it changes, we are going to be in some serious problems with respect to the allocation of gas for Trinidad and Tobago, is keeping on the lights. It has always been every administration's policy to utilize and prioritize the gas for electricity. 99% of our electricity is powered by the use of natural gas. So the allocation of gas becomes critical. The second point in understanding allocation of gas is, do you send it to LNG, where the two major multinationals, BP and Shell, have 45% each of Atlantic LNG, or do you send it to Point Lisas and CGC, Point Lisas for all of the ammonia, methanol, urea, UAN plants, or do you send it to Point Fortin as well, CGCL, a methanol producer? Prices of LNG will go up, prices of methanol, ammonia may go down, but it is a cycle. When the prices of LNG go down, methanol and ammonia may go up, and so it goes. Trinidad and Tobago, from the days of Professor Ken Julian, Dr. Eric Williams, come forward, took very important decisions that benefited Trinidad and Tobago in establishing Point Lisas and attracting that foreign investment for these petrochemical plants. If there is no gas for them, They shut down, they pack up their plant, and they may take their plant elsewhere. Some plants will close as a result of becoming old, inefficient, and it does not make sense to spend the money to bring them up to standard. But right now, with the closure of Nutrient, world-class facilities that they've been spending hundreds of millions of US dollars to keep going, it is a serious red flag for us in Trinidad and Tobago. We heard so much attacks and criticism in that period of 2015 to 2025 about cross-border gas. So back to Loran Manatee. The Loran side is 7.3 TCF of gas. We have been cautioning since April of last year, May of last year, that Trinidad and Tobago is not sitting where the decisions are made with respect to price and allocation of gas when it comes to the cross-border gas. Because right now, there is absolutely no field that is known domestically to start to fill the oncoming hole that we face. Thank God we got Manatee done, but that is only 2.3 TCF of gas. And when you hear that there's going to be an increased utilization of that gas through Manatee Plus, which we already had begun discussing, because we always hoped that the gas would come from Loran, understand that that is only going to carry us for a couple more years. We heard that Shell last week in Caracas signed an agreement for 1.7 TCF of gas from Loran. That is a small amount of what Loran is at 7.2. It is possible to put down floating LNG platforms on those amounts of gas, the remaining 5 plus 6 TCF of gas, and to take it, and it never benefits Trinidad and Tobago. By not sitting at the table in Caracas and leaving it up to multinational oil and gas companies, we are at a serious disadvantage. The next question that arises is, what is the cost of gas to NGC? Does NGC have any allocation of that gas? You see, the minister was very careful. He was being truthful. The license and the agreement is to Shell versus a P&M administration that was extremely cautious, managed all of the negotiations, all of the relationships, and ensured that these multinational oil and gas companies could only come there at our invitation and introduction. And that way, we assured and we ensured that Trinidad and Tobago would have sufficient allocations of gas for electricity and for the petchem. The multinational oil and gas companies, BP and Shell, their preference will always be to take the gas directly to LNG. And by not being there negotiating, you are nowhere in the allocation conversation, nor are you in the pricing conversation. But it gets worse than that, and now is an appropriate time to remind the population. May 4th, 2025, none other than the Honorable Prime Minister, the member for Siparia, after just swearing in the cabinet and discussing this important area of gas because it will earn the revenue to keep Trinidad and Tobago going. An article written by none other than Anna Ramdas, May 4, 2025, Trinidad Express, Kamla eyes Grenada gas deal. And it goes on to say, quoting the member for Siparia, because of course, everyone is looking on to see what is going to happen with the gas from Venezuela. Quote, I have a surprise for you. I intend to send my Minister of Energy, Dr. Roodal Moonilal, to Grenada, because I'm being told that Grenada offshore has more gas and oil than the Dragon deal, unquote, she said. So shall we explore that? She asked, receiving applause and cheers from those amongst her. Because up to now, they don't understand what any of this means. Persad-Bissessar said, Moonilal has always also been mandated to explore the offer being made by Guyana to bring gas to Trinidad and Tobago, adding that there can also be a partnership with Suriname. And now, to add insult to injury to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, Dragon deal, very dead. quote, "The dragon gas is dead. We would be foolish not to look at other places as well. And in fact, we should have started that search long ago. We should not have put everything into the dragon gas. That is dead," unquote, she said. Thank God the PNM administration didn't put all its eggs in that basket. That is why they have Manatee, that is why they have Mento, they have SIP, and they have the other projects coming up down the pipeline, as we discussed last week in the finance bill debate. Going on, another article, PNM, government explore gas deals in Grenada, Guyana, Suriname, Richard Khan, Saturday the 3rd of May. Additionally, she said, this is the Honourable Member for Siparia, she said she has mandated a Minister of Energy Industries, Dr. Roodal Moonilal, to seek out new source of oil and gas for the country. Quote, "We have one of the oldest oil industries in the world. So we have that competitive advantage which we can use to advantage to market to our CARICOM neighbors right here and of course further afield. But my Minister of Energy has been mandated from day one. Let us explore the offer being made by Guyana to bring gas to Trinidad and Tobago. Let us explore as well what we can do with Suriname, which is also energy producing. Again, we can partner with them." She added, "But I have a surprise for you. I intend to send my Minister of Energy to Grenada because I'm being told Grenada offshore has more gas and oil than the Dragon field. So we shall explore that. Let us explore so that we can live and work together here in the CARICOM." What happened with CARICOM? So where all this speech on me went, now you're almost not persona non grata as well in CARICOM, depending on who you're talking to. We immediately came out, being the responsible opposition that we are, and said, hey, be very, very careful. Do not just go like that and say cross-border gas is done. Don't put your eggs in the basket of the Guyana, the Suriname, the Grenada, because they not only have their own initiatives and their own priorities, but there is no proven gas, for example, in Grenada. Notice we've heard nothing since. Same thing with Guyana. Guyana is pressing ahead with their gas to bring it to shore. Trinidad and Tobago, the plants that we may run from Point Lisas, God forbid those operators pick it up and go across the pond to Guyana for more favorable terms because of the behavior of two people who are usurping the power of the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries at NGC. I assume, because I can't see him being so irresponsible. What was even funnier, and I remind the population, was then in October, returning from Washington, D.C., we had the member for Siparia, and I quote, the 2nd of October 2025, a Newsday article, PM prepared to lead dragon talks with Venezuela. You all remember that? The Prime Minister said she's also prepared to lead negotiations and, if need be, travel to Venezuela to resurrect the project. Prime Minister went on to say, being quoted, she said, either Foreign and CARICOM Affairs Minister Sean Sobers on Energy or Energy Minister Mr. Dr. Roodal Moonilal could lead TNT's energy talks with Venezuela, but Persad-Bissessar added, quote, of course you also have me, unquote. She said she had only just returned home and would like time to breathe before deciding if she flies to Caracas to lead talks about Dragon. October last year, that's a lot of breathing. 9 months later, a lot has changed. But the importance of the gas has not changed, and that is our concern on this side. In my final 4 minutes, Mr. Speaker, some news came to us over the weekend that we're very concerned about, and this is going to affect the domestic fuel supply in Trinidad and Tobago and puts it in direct jeopardy. There is a company called Paria Fuel Trading Company Limited, which is a state-owned petroleum logistics and trading firm that was established in 2018. It is, Mr. Speaker, the sole supplier of refined petroleum products to the local market and also a major distributor across the Caribbean region. The question we have today for the government is, have they signed a deal with Trafigura for the sale of Paria or Paria's assets, which are the pipelines and the tank farm that are there? If that happens, Trinidad and Tobago, and a government loses control of the assets in Paria, that will be a disaster for Trinidad and Tobago. And we are being told that such a deal has either been signed or is in the process of being signed. That will destroy our energy security and our domestic fuel supply security completely. So that is the question there. The last point I make in my final few moments, and this is coming out of the fees for the Office of the Attorney General, directly out of that. As we heard in the Standing Finance Committee, a conversation about who is being paid for fees, and there's an auditing of fees. Auditing of fees should always take place. So if there's a proper auditing of fees in the legal departments before they are paid, that is good for the taxpayers. But what we have been hearing is that out of the Office of the Attorney General, attorneys who are retained by the state are being dismissed and not being allowed to argue cases in court. This morning, Trinidad and Tobago woke up to see the result of one of those, with a former Attorney General who we asked, this is to do with the demonetization of the $100 bills. We asked, what is the relationship between the plaintiff and Anand Ram Logan and his client, correct? Is it his deceased mother-in-law, as well as the person who took place, is that now his brother-in-law? And the case that we have finally gotten a decision for, because we saw in the newspapers the suggestion, Mr. Speaker, that there were 2 senior counsel retained by the state directly related to the legal fees out of the Office of the Attorney General, Gilbert Peterson and Michael Quamina. The decision that now exists for the compromise of this action shows that for the defendant, the Attorney General, it was Monica Spitt, instructed by Brent James. And you hear the former speaker who spoke on the other side saying with glee in his voice, he fired them, Trinidad and Tobago, your matters are being compromised and sabotaged by the Office of the Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Honourable Chiefs. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, to join this debate on a very crucial and historic matter, the midterm review, so to speak, commonly called the midterm review, a point in which all administrations in every session of Parliament would meet to consider supplementation and or variation of monies pursuant to the passage of the national budget and pursuant to necessity and imperatives arising from various transactions and the work of various departments over the 6 months or so. This is called typically the mid-year review. And let me begin by saying that this is very common. It happens every year. Every administration, I believe from Eric Williams come down the road, would have midterm review. And it allows departments and the Ministry of Finance, ministers and so on, to look at their needs, before the conclusion of the fiscal year, to see what has happened, what may be unlikely to happen, and to adjust. So when ministers opposite, particularly former ministers and Prime Minister, feign ignorance, as if we are coming here today because we couldn't budget properly, or we didn't put enough money for A or B or C, they know they are talking foolishness. They know that. When you budget in September,
the Minister of Finance and his team would work with the Prime Minister and her team on priorities. What are the priorities? Where we are going to expend monies. We know beforehand that ministries will not get all the money that they require. They cannot, by definition. And as we go along, we will trim and cut and paste, as they say. We will adjust to ensure that we complete the work of the fiscal year. So I've heard my friends opposite screaming and crying and bawling and mourning about budgeting and so on, when they have participated in this for decades. The member for Davendranath Northeast came here decades and participated in this, and now crying. They don't know what they're doing, and they couldn't budget properly, and you didn't put enough money for whether it's for a light pole or a standpipe. So just dismiss that. This is quite normal. All the governments will engage in this, and today there are serious policy issues that we reflect upon. Business continues, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member before me had a lot to say in 30 minutes or so on the energy sector, where he spent some of his time. Having failed in national security before, was then placed in energy, I think at the expiration of a former minister, may his soul rest in peace. And also failed significantly there. And I'll get to that now. Yeah. And served, I think, less than the length of a test match as Prime Minister. And failed. Mr. Speaker, I want to just deal with a few issues that the member raised before going to the substantive issue. In fact, no one would believe that the matter before us today has to do with the fuel subsidy. $454 million we are asking for today as a supplementation to meet and treat with the fuel subsidy. But nobody would know that if they had listened to Padarath North, St. Anne's West. They would have known about swimming in the Gulf of Paria and Dragon and Loran and Manatee and coconut and ginger and the whole menu. So, because I had made a promise in my little statement on Friday, which took all of about 3 minutes, and I said that if you raise questions, I will respond today. Promise made, promise kept. So we have the answers. But I have to speak to this matter. On Friday last, I did, at the direction of the Honorable Prime Minister, I did announce with understanding fanfare that Shell had entered into an arrangement with Venezuela and the benefits to Trinidad and Tobago. The member said it then and he said it today again. He said they are boasting about this, but this is a drop, what? A drop in the bucket. It's nothing substantial. Mr. Speaker, we are dealing with the commitment of the Venezuelan government to send to export 100% in phase 1 of 1.7 trillion cubic feet of natural gas from Loran to Manatee to Beachfield. Beachfield is owned by NGC and operated by Shell. That is what we are talking about. What is called the recoverable in Loran is more or less 5.8 trillion cubic feet. That's the recoverable. So do you know 1.7 divided over 5.8 is 30%? So 30% of that reservoir is committed in the first case to Trinidad and Tobago. The member said that's a drop in the bucket. It's a huge bucket and a huge drop to have that. When the former minister was there for 10 years, his government, and he was there for a few years, not one molecule of cross-border gas came to Trinidad and Tobago, none. On this historic moment, Mr. Speaker, this is the first time ever cross-border gas will ever enter Trinidad and Tobago infrastructure in our history. And it called the UNC. It caused the member of Siparia and the United National Congress to preside over this. And don't think we don't know about it. We now drop from Mars, and we first time we hear about Loran and Manatee. When we were in office before, it was that same NGC working with the Minister in Energy of our partnership administration that set the groundwork. That was the very first time some of us ever heard about Loran Manatee. under the then NGC, which I think at that time was chaired by the governor of the central bank, now the Honorable Larry Hawaii. And that is when we started. So we knew about it. But in the 10 years, not one molecule of gas. And I want to just remind persons, many of you watch movies and so on, throughout Europe, many of you know gas passes over many countries. So it's called cross-border gas because it passes over the country and go on. Many of those countries where pipelines run from, Russia coming back, I imagine, to Western Europe and Alaska and wherever, countries don't process the gas just run over the land. This is a case where, quote-unquote, foreign gas, cross-border gas, will not only pass to Trinidad and Tobago, but will be transmitted and processed and used for development. It's not crossing Trinidad and Tobago to get to the sea. It is being processed and used. That carries another type of economic management, economic scenario, very technical commercial arrangements. And the former minister wants to encourage me to give details as to what we're getting and what we're not getting and how much this will cost and so on. The former minister will know that there are issues involving cross-border taxes and cross-border fees that gas involved. But when they were there, not one molecule of gas came from anywhere. Cross-border. So here we are in an advantageous position, saying it's a drop in the bucket. It is 30% of the entire recoverable field of Loran. And when you add the 2.3 or 4 trillion from Manatee, you see exactly where we are going. As the former minister said, we use not a trillion, about 865 billion cubic feet of natural gas for the year. That's how much we use. I have the breakdown here just for the record. We use in power generation 100 billion. We use in LNG 460 billion. In total, with downstream petrochemicals and everything, it would be about 865 billion. The member is saying, you know, he want to throw sand in with rice now. He want to throw sand in with rice. So he said, well, they don't need to come to shore. They could put a floating LNG plant in the sea and take it. I wonder if he understands that a floating LNG plant is not Balize House. That's not Balize House, and you call 3-4 fellas and put some boulders and some brick together, take some money behind the scene, undercover, under the table. A floating LNG production site is extremely expensive. Extremely expensive. Countries are unlikely to go that direction when there are there are infrastructure institutions and countries and massive infrastructure in our case in place already. They're unlikely to do that. Even if they do that, that will take a good few years and so on to get going. But you want to come with doom and gloom. And where would the gas go? Where would the gas go? Mr. Speaker, given the vision of the member for Siparia and this UNC administration, given that vision of going now full scale into artificial intelligence, data centers and so on, that is a big user of natural gas. We will have to power that campaign into artificial intelligence and the related agencies and factories and plants and infrastructure with natural gas. So we need more and more. Talk about Dragon. When we came into office, it was no secret. We never do anything by secret or silence. But I suspect I'm probably the first, if not the second after Tabakit, to have traveled in the new government. Because the Prime Minister directed us early, within weeks, I think, of going to Washington and see what we can do with the Dragon gas. It was dead when they left. We went and we resuscitated. We went to the State Department, Energy Department, we resuscitate that Dragon gas project, dead on arrival. When we arrived, it was dead. And then we went there, we had meetings. Again, I never publicized that I'm going. I have pictures, you know. I just take pictures too, you know. No, it's in numbers. I just take plenty of pictures too, by the way. But I want to tell the member for Portsmouth North St. Albans West, I talk and I will announce when I have an achievement. I don't take pictures with people just to show I meet this one, I meet that one, I meet the other one. I mean, I have plenty of pictures. No, I'm not into this TikTok business. So I told the Prime Minister, and we came back, I told the Prime Minister in a report, we made good progress with several key institutions and persons, and we were working with our partners. That's the next myth they're perpetuating, that somehow the multinationals have taken control, and they are doing that, and we are outside, and we are not working. When we went to Washington, immediately upon coming in office, we went alongside our partners. The government of Trinidad and Tobago was represented by myself and I think one other person. Two, I think, yeah. And we conducted our business. It was not a surprise that when the Prime Minister went to the United Nations and had a very high-level meeting that took her back to Washington, we secured a new license for Dragon. At that time, we did not have an idea what will happen in January, the first week of January. We had no clue. We were not planning that, so we couldn't plan with that in mind. Our plan was just to get the Dragon, get a license, and so that we can explore and produce. And Dragon, as you know, is not a cross-border field. It is a complete across-the-border field, purely in Venezuelan maritime space. And we were able to get our license. So we resuscitated the Dragon. The Prime Minister secured that license. And then, of course, in the aftermath of the early part of January, what happened there? We have now a clear line of sight as to the development of Dragon. So you have Dragon, you have Loran, and we have not, and I could come to all the other projects, but in the 10 years that they were there, this country went downhill. We declined in gas production. We declined in oil production. When in 2024, oil production was 50,800 barrels per day. In 2025, it was 53,000 barrels of oil per day. We are contributing more, and we are on the right path, and we have the data to show it. And, you know, the Moody's report came up earlier today. I just want to quote a piece of it, you know, where they are saying, I'm quoting the Moody's report, "We, however, expect a meaningful boost to oil and gas production from late 2027 following final investment decisions taken on several large upstream projects, which would lift production for several years. Natural gas output is expected to increase as new fields come on stream, including Manatee, Ginger, Aphrodite, which combined would lift production towards 3 to 3.5 billion cubic feet per day, which most people would tell you is what is required, 3.5 billion cubic feet per day. Crude oil production is also expected to recover gradually, reversing part of the decade-long decline." Oh, Moody said that? This is Moody, not Moonilal. This is Moody, it is not Moonilal. I give you that again. Crude oil production is also expected to recover gradually, reversing part of the decade-long decline. How much is a decade? 10 years. 10 years. 2026 today? 2016. Well, who served? Who served? Which administration? Which government? Huh? Tell me. They, the PNM, in one or two incarnations and so on, travel the whole world. Travel the whole world. They were looking for selfie in every boardroom on the planet. And the Conga line. And frequent flyer miles. And Valentine's dinner. They were all over the planet and got nothing done. It continues. This anticipated production ramp-up will structurally elevate export receipts, support trend growth, and help rebuild foreign exchange reserves, strengthening the credit profile of Trinidad and Tobago. This is Moody's rating, dated 12 June 2026, I'm reading from, so we have a clear idea what we're talking about there. The member talk about Grenada and so on. The Prime Minister has mandated us to work to return Trinidad as the energy hub of the Caribbean. And yes, we have been engaged with the government of Grenada. We have been engaged. We have offered support to some of the challenges that they face. We have been engaged with the government of Guyana. We are engaged with the government of Suriname, all to look at working together, joint ventures, support, and so on. And today, we have a situation where at our door, they are beating down our door with investors, with energy companies. You recall in 1 week we had the ExxonMobil agreement. By the end of the week, Loran and Shell came in. That's 1 week. We don't know what will happen next week. But 1 week we had these important achievements in the sector. So, Mr. Speaker, to come here and talk about, all is falling down and this will not happen and that will not happen and everybody packing up and go. When they were in office, how much plants closed down? Metanex, is it? Yes. Titan, where they call it? People have the list somewhere around. Yeah. The steel mill, correct? And probably the biggest of all, the refinery. To this day, they left the refinery with us paying a monthly bill of $700,000 and not getting 1 cent per month. And we pay $700,000 per month to maintain. And I think some people were still working, quote unquote, in the refinery. But refining nothing. But working in the refinery because there's some job, I believe, there to do as well. So those were the few points that the former minister excites himself with. But there are other issues to raise. There are other issues to raise. You see, Mr. Speaker, they talk a lot about gas, but they forget oil. And they forget that Trinidad and Tobago still has enormous potential with oil recovery. There was a time when people said that oil is finished and we have no more oil, the oil declined, the oil disappeared, forget that. Today, with Mr. Manning, I think, had said that too. Today, with modern technology, with state-of-the-art technology, new practices, new types of firms with different type of structure and size and accent and so on to do different things, different emphasis, we are now reaching a point where there are companies that specialize in what is called mature fields, that they can go into fields that you believe have been exhausted, and they can find thousands and thousands and thousands of barrels of oil and bring it to market. And that is a big development for southeast coast of Trinidad and Tobago. And the former administration never acknowledged that. You know why? Because it was out of spite and malice. That is why. Because when the partnership was in government, we had placed some emphasis on that. And they did make some very important preliminary findings. And the Prime Minister at that time, member for Siparia, highlighted the potential of this area for development. When they came in power, they ignored that completely because they felt if we go there and we find anything, the credit will go to the member for Siparia. And they abandoned ship. Today, we are working with international partners, Mr. Speaker, to seek investment on land and near shore on the southeast coast to see what we can do to recover almost, typically, over 1 billion barrels of oil that may be available. And as you know, oil is a quick sell. Gas, you need to bring it and process it and use it for, downstream LNG and things. But oil is something you pick up and you go, and you immediately collect your receipt. So oil is the quick sell, and therefore there is a concentration now that we will go back, return to the oil sector to look for the investment. The companies, the firms that are technically capable would have some financial resources to exhaust developments in that area. So, Mr. Speaker, I also wanted to tell you that the sector, because I have to undo this type of positioning of the member opposite, the sector has been making and continue to make a very positive impact on national government revenues. Royalty receipts increased by 23% between the first and second quarters of 2026. Government profit shares from our production sharing contracts exceeded the budget expectations by 35%. Rising gas prices, stronger LNG pricing, and improving petrochemical markets are further expected to enhance the final revenue position coming out of the country. So we have stronger production forecasts. We have multiple new upstream projects. We have increasing investment. We have a favorable commodity price environment and the revival of cross-border gas development. All of this collectively point to a period of renewed growth. The development is expected to strengthen our sector. And what is wrong with that for members opposite? What could be wrong with that? They are moaning and groaning and grinding that this country is well on the way to returning as a leading energy hub producer and economic center point for the energy of the Caribbean in a new energy landscape in the Caribbean, as we all know. Mr. Speaker, I don't think after hearing the member opposite that he was really interested in the answers from the Standing Finance Committee. But I do have a few points to make on this, which I thought would be useful, Mr. Speaker, to make. This, of course, before us, deals with the subsidy. And they did ask, oh, before I get to that, because he wasn't interested in it, so I'll hold that. I heard the member made some abominable, unbelievable. Was the adjective there? Some abominable, unbelievable, incredible, remarkable accusation that this government is selling out the assets or attempting to sell out the Trafiguga. Trafiguga? I can't pronounce the word, so let me begin with that. And I want to say clearly for the record, if the member of Siparia and myself are not aware of that, it cannot be happening. It cannot be happening. You cannot dream these things and come. It cannot be happening. And I want to tell you, if you have the evidence of that, because we may have evidence of a PNM operative involved with that company in a scam purchasing fuel. You know, and I know, that Paria had cause to remove certain employees for improper conduct as it relates to that very company that was involved during the PNM administration. That very company. So I know about that. But if you have evidence of any kind like that, please bring forth. He has none. He is just trying to make public mischief. They are trying to make public mischief. That to talk about selling out assets and selling out this and selling out that. These things are not for sale that way. And any process to deal with assets and so on, we have laws that govern that. We have laws that govern that. You cannot, what do you think it is? You pick up the train station and sell it? You take the truck and sell it away? But you see, that is how they approach things. That is how they approach things. The member talk about our defense and the boats, and we bought damning vessels. And we left them with 12 vessels. Do you know, after 3 years, I think one was working? And then they want to know how the drugs come, how the gun come. They never maintain for operation 11 vessels purchased by the United National Congress government. Never. They took 2 helicopters that we bought for aerial surveillance to support the police and army. You know what they do? They put it on that tarpaulin. And in the middle of the night, they throw it on a truck, send it to Point Lisas, and send it back to New York. And paid what we believe to be over $44 million for a company to take back the helicopter that you could have used to support police. Everyone notable today is drones, of course. But before drone became a big thing, you needed chopper, eye in the sky support and so on for the police. That is their track record of national security. And today they want to tell us about how much we didn't do this and we didn't do that and so on. And that was the subject, I believe, of another matter. Mr. Speaker, as you know, the subsidy is remitted to the wholesale marketing companies, NP and Unipet. The wholesale marketing companies would usually remit monies owed to Paria once subsidy payments are received. It is very instructive, Mr. Speaker, to note as well that the members were asking about the subsidy and so on. As if, again, this is the first time this is happening. This is a normal thing. The government is always going to be owing the subsidy to NP and Unipet. Unipet and NP will be owing Paria, and it happens all the years. And you will not get the exact amount you want. I was told, and I have it in my hand, over the years there have been challenges faced by the former government in covering subsidy payments. Would you believe in fiscal 2018, the outstanding subsidy liability was 1.4 billion, 2018. Hear what? And no money was allocated in the budget for subsidy. 2018. Never pay. In fact, I had the table here. The table makes a nice look as well. You know, it actually has a table here with all the years of this business. And it says in the table, I have it here. Government outstanding subsidy liability from 2015 to 16 and come down to 25 and so on. And in 2018, 1.4 billion. And look at this, budgetary allocation for shortfall in subsidy, 0. All the years we have had, by the way, all the years we have had. And this year, of course, budgetary allocation for shortfall, 500 million for this year. But you will continue owing because the subsidy has a relationship to the price of oil. We all know that as well. When the price of oil went up, the subsidy would increase. And for years, they've been charging. This is the same government that in September last year took that bold decision, the Member of Parliament for Siparia and Prime Minister, to lower the cost of super gasoline by $1 to benefit everyone in the country. And I'll tell Lavantel West, the reduction in super gasoline, Lavantel West was for everyone. It wasn't for one group, one sector. It wasn't for one color car. Okay? And they raised it.
5 times.
And when he would raise it, I think the Attorney General pointed out earlier, the member for Digomartin Northeast would raise the price of gas, then go on a chair that was 3 times bigger than him in the Hyatt. And he would say, he. I raised it once, nothing happened. I raised it twice, nothing happened. I raised it 3 times. They riot yet. That was their attitude. Yeah. Then he comes today to tell us how to conduct the budget and what we're doing right and what we're doing wrong. They raise the price of gas, we reduce the price of gas. We reduce it. We estimate, Mr. Speaker, that by reducing the price of gas by $1, we place $400 million back into the pockets of all users, citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Everyone, regardless of race, color, creed, Lavantel West, they got that benefit of $1 less. So when we hear from opposite this nonsense about this and that and so on, they must understand government policy is for all. It is not for any one group. And you cannot make government policy for one group like that as well. They might have a legal issue there too. So, Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, the Paria, they were asking how much is owed to Paria fuel and so on. And we have indicated that for fiscal 2026, up to April, we have the subsidy on fuel, liquid fuels to be paid to the two. You take it right.
I'll take you to 330.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The amount to be remitted to Paria is $548 million Trinidad and Tobago dollars. Divided between $397 million to NP and $151 million to Unipet. The estimated subsidy liability for the remaining of 2026, May to September 2026, is expected at $651 million. Mr. Speaker, as I said, these are matters that occur every year. Government will budget, will try our best to provide NP and Unipet, in this case the two wholesalers, with ample funds to remit to Paria. But no government over the years will meet the entire fund in one fiscal. Some will carry over. We were paying last year on this fuel subsidy for the subsidy in 2024. We were paying for 2024 subsidy. So we were paying for when they were in office because they didn't pay. And in 2018, we just find out they never even budget. So that was the scene that we were dealing with. The other questions they asked, let me see. The member didn't repeat it today because he was tied up with Lauren. The petroleum production levy payment made by the oil and gas companies pursuant to Section 9 of the Production and Levy Subsidy Act, the act about that, the draft estimates and so on. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to turn in the few minutes left to make a couple more points pursuant to our outstanding record so far, Mr. Speaker. Very few people would believe that it's just 14 months or so that we have been in office. Very few people. Some people believe in 14 months we should correct what it took 10 years of their government to mash up. That in 10 months we could fix 10 years of their destruction. And they would like to convince people as well. Huh? I mean, to hear members opposite come here every week, and there are 3 motions on the adjournment. One on pothole number 1, one on pothole number 2, one on pothole number 3. Every week. 10 years in office, and today asking us to be fixing pothole by the second junction of the first trace by Lampole 64.
They ignored for 10 years.
Yeah. Today that's what they're coming to ask. I mean, it's shameful. It's just shameful, man. So, Mr. Speaker, the revitalization of the energy sector is linked, of course, to the revitalization program being undertaken by the Ministry of Works, driven by the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure. And therefore, we have great interest in the work of the revitalization program as it relates to the Debe Industrial Park, as it relates to the expansion phase 2 of Port Galeota, as it relates to the further developments in the energy sector, and so on, that we are working now in collaboration with revitalization to see how best we can deal with that. Our sector is entering a period of strong momentum with increasing investment in production, renewed cooperation on cross-border resources. Mr. Speaker, I want to repeat in case the member, he wants to carry this argument that we are not traveling to Venezuela. So, Mr. Speaker, there are side agreements to be signed involving Lauren, of which the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries must sign and agree. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to participate in some discussions over some of the agreements. He may want another trip to do a selfie. You see, he may want another trip to do or to trade, apply his trade, which he's doing now all over the world. He goes to energy conference. He goes to more energy conference than me. And then when he goes there, they put on the tag integrators or something chamber because he's plying the trade. Huh? Yeah. Yeah, they're loafing, touting, idling all over the world. In fact, the member for Portishead North St. Anne's West is an international idler. And plying his trade and want to tell you that when he comes back here, if something good happens, so if he goes Addis Ababa and something good happened the week after, well, it's because I was in Addis Ababa. That's what he's trying to do. So, Madam Speaker, I want to indicate, Mr. Speaker, that we have to engage with the government of Venezuela on a few of the smaller side agreements concerning that Lauren development. And it is foreseeable that to engage with them, you have to go and see them. You have to visit. And in due course, whether it is myself, whether it's a member for Tabakit, and of course, the Prime Minister herself, the Member of Parliament for Siparia, may well find their way, but we will go there when we have concrete business to do, not just to loaf, not to be idle. When we have business to get done. When the next time you see us there photograph in Venezuela, you might see something in our hands to indicate that we have produced something. We have done something there. We have concluded, we have signed, and something has happened. We are not going to all talk. The member is fond of saying that they build the foundation, they build the foundation. I reminded them, Siparia, a lot of man just put on foundation and can't finish the house. They never get in here because they can't finish the house. In this government, we lay the foundation and we build the house. Barataria Sawa, we lay the foundation, we build the house. And we're building a house for that. So, Mr. Speaker, the other smaller issue, just to put into the picture as well as we are this, we spoke at length about this. We also have the Mannequin Coquina field. The Mannequin portion representing 66% of the reserves allocated to Trinidad and Tobago. All our parties are working together to reach a final investment decision. NGC recently signed a new gas contract with EOG Resources on May 1, 2026, reinforcing efforts to secure reliability for the upstream supply for domestic gas, for the domestic gas value chain. And Mr. Speaker, the member opposite made this point. During 2014, 2010, 2015, yes, it is the resources of NGC that has to be used for the benefit of the country. That's why NGC is there. It's for the benefit of the country. So if resources are used from energy, from NGC for the country, that is what it is there for. They are talking as if something is wrong by taking the benefits of NGC or NEC and using it for the benefit of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. We did that between 2010 and 2015. There's no apology for that. Today we just reported on, and they did the same thing, but they built nothing. Mr. Speaker, today we were telling you that NGC delivered the strongest financial performance, we believe, in 11 years with a profit after tax of $3.2 billion. $3.2 billion, while they made a loss before. Mr. Speaker, we have been working with all the companies in that group, for example, to curtail excessive spending, to get a more lean company. Because there is no, everybody know, I think everybody should know, the former administration in every incarnation, they bloat these state enterprises. They do all type of things to ensure that they spend excessively in contracts, in pseudo-cultural activities, not real things, and they throw away money like that. And, you know, some of these energy companies in the state sector, when energy conferences come up all over the world, I discovered it. I had a word with the Honorable Prime Minister. Under the watch of the former minister, they would go to an energy conference and carry an entire circus. They would charter a Caribbean airline plane. What? Charter a Caribbean airline plane, pack up 150 people, go to an energy conference, put up booths like, you know, what Moruga table, I'm going to call it again there? Before Carnival, you have a whole village just run. Flavor, yeah. The energy companies has put up this flavor styling booths all over. By accident, I saw one because I didn't know they were going to be there. I said, tell me something, what are you all doing here? At the end of this week, what do you hope to achieve by being here? I told the Prime Minister, after the Prime Minister, we don't need that. There are some energy conferences where 2 or 3 people can go on specific targeted business. We don't need to carry the whole caravan. If the private sector wants to go, they can go. It's their money. But the government ought not to be spending in one company, for example, $191,000 to take a team to go there. We cut that out immediately. Yeah, and charter a Caribbean airline flight. When I asked them, I said, but why you charter a Caribbean airline flight? They said, well, the plane don't fly every day. So we charter the flight. The days of that done. We are not into that. We target those meetings where it is important to go because something is likely to happen. An investment partner is likely to be found. A joint venture partnership is likely to develop. We will go to that. But if you take on this job as energy minister here, you never stay in Trinidad. One day I'll appear here and you won't recognize me. Yes, they go all over. But there's nothing to benefit, really. There's nothing to benefit. You're just there and carry the whole bandwagon, everybody. You're captain to cook go. And we ended that to the extent that today we have targeted what we want to do. So that waste is done. And with that responsibility, Mr. Speaker, we have the other, I mean, we have been talking about not one, but almost 11 various projects that are on stream online. We want to take this opportunity to congratulate some of our partners, including Parenco, Touchstone, Summit Energy, and others for pioneering work that they are doing in their field. We also want to include in our remarks the strategic priorities that those companies are engaged in, and we are happy to provide, quite recently, new fiscal incentives for mature, marginal fields where previously they would not get that type of preference or incentive framework to really conduct business for 300 billion or less in gas. Mr. Speaker, the refinery, we have said before, we're going to say it again, that is coming along in terms of what we are doing, where we are going, and very soon we will have something before us, certainly in the government and in the parliament, to address this matter. We are very happy with the work that has been coming along with the discussions with various entities throughout the world. Recently, you saw Oxy here. I'm happy to announce as well that coming out of their visit here and talking to the Prime Minister, I think a few weeks ago, they have now expressed interest in the development of the Southwest Marine area. And those discussions will continue. In a few days, we will meet two new players who we have never found before, Total Energies and Petronas. They are two global giants in this field, and in a few days we will meet to have some discussions as well as to their role. So that we are dealing with reputable global companies. No Nikon will come here and con us. No No Jindal will come here and seek to hide behind the curtain in the diplomatic center and jump out. There will be no hanky-panky. There will be no hanky-panky in dealing with international companies and so on. The name of those companies, Total Energies, Petronas, and so on, are global. You don't have to do due diligence on companies like that. You just Google them. And those are the players we are interested in sharing with. We have several more deep water blocks. I know I have, how much, 2 minutes? One. Mr. Speaker, the future of this energy sector is bright, but it's also deep. You can't have width without depth. So, Mr. Speaker, the future is deep. It is in the deep water. And there are several blocks, again, that we are looking at for exploration and production. As I said before, this is not a time for floaties. No. This is a time for the big bit. Yes. It's not a time for small pin. It's the time for the big bit. It's the time for the big drill. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Leader of the House. Members, I had been informed earlier that the Honourable Prime Minister had intended to make a statement. We will now revert to that. We'll suspend the debate on this motion and we'll revert to Prime Minister's statement. Leader of the House.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to invoke Standing Order 122.1 for the Honourable Prime Minister to make an explosive statement and take it to its conclusion. Thank you.
All right. Now, usually there is agreement that this statement be until the end, until the completion, so that the standing order, with I think it's 24 with the 10-minute time limit, does not apply. But I think I need to put it to the vote of the House. So the question is that the Honourable Prime Minister be allowed to speak to the completion of her debate, of her statement. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Any against say no? No. All right. I think we would agree the ayes have it. The Honourable Prime Minister would be allowed. Revision? Sure. All right, hang on. Division is taken on. It doesn't give me a discretion to deny the division. I just wanted to check to see whether it applies to every question put, and it does. There's no distinction that it doesn't apply. Right, I see Mr. Lucio. We're ready to need some assistance. for Ms. Bagaloo.
Mr. Padarath?
Yes.
Mrs. Persad-Bissessar?
Yes.
Mr. Tancoo?
Yes.
No.
Ms. John?
Yes.
Dr. Moonilal?
Yes.
Mr. Ali?
Yes.
Mr. Hosein?
Aye.
Ms. Ameen?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Mr. Mirage?
Yes.
Ms. Mohit?
Yes.
Mr. Sturge?
Yes.
Dr. Bodo?
Yes.
Dr. Daulat?
Yes.
Dr. Ali?
Yes.
Mr. Morris?
Yes.
Ms. Benjamin?
Yes.
Mr. Sobers?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Dr. Sicharan?
Yes.
Mr. Kiza?
Yes.
Mr. Elder?
Yes.
Mrs. Sam?
Yes.
Mr. Narayan Singh?
Yes.
Dr. Rupnarayan?
Yes.
Dr. Hosein?
Most definitely yes.
Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
Mr. Sampson?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzales?
No.
Mr. Dr. Robinson?
No.
Mr. Imbert?
No.
Dr. Kasbidali?
No.
Mr. Young, SC?
No.
Mr. Scotland, SC?
No.
Mr. Dominic?
No.
Mr. Manon?
No.
Mr. Marcel?
No.
Mr. Devine?
No.
Mr. Bulstrode?
No.
Mr. Romain?
Absolutely not.
Mr. Speaker, the result of the division is as follows. 28 members voted in favor for, 12 members voted against, no members abstained.
Members, the results of the division is as follows. 28 members voted in favor of the division of the question, but 12 members voted against. There were no abstentions. The motion is carried. Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you may recall my government's public commitment to the people of our country that no one must be above the law. No one must be above the law. Today, I want to disclose a very troubling instance of alarming misconduct which implicates a member of this House, but not in his capacity as a member of Parliament, but in his private capacity, acting privately. TNTech recently instructed its lawyers to file a claim against Flavorite Foods Limited to recover outstanding arrears on unpaid electricity bills in the sum of $2,392,220.11. That's about $2.4 million. Upon examination, Mr. Speaker, it was discovered that the claim was statute barred. These arrears are on unpaid electricity bills by Flavorite had accumulated over a 5-year period between April 2017 and January 2022. The history of the matter is telling and instructive, as TNTech unbelievably continued to supply electricity to Flavorite Foods, even though Flavorite was not paying their bills and had repeatedly breached payment plans. Flavorite had two accounts with TNTech. Account number 21427-21427 and account number 21427-694634. Both accounts, Mr. Speaker, fell into arrears. They paid to pay their electricity bills on these two accounts, and the outstanding arrears started to grow. As of 6 April 2019, Flavorite owed $572,000, and TNTech finally disconnected Flavorite. Miraculously, without 1 red cent being paid to clear the arrears, Flavorite was suddenly reconnected on the very same day. Wow. Very same day. Not 1 cent paid. Someone gave an instruction that this customer, who had been disconnected because it had not been paying his light bill for 5 years and owed TNTech this amount of money, be immediately reconnected. Do you know who is the owner of Flavorite, Mr. Speaker? The chairman of that company was one Andre Montai, former treasurer and major financier of the PNM. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that Mr. Montal is famous or infamous, some may say, for his role in the Kiko fiasco, which cost thousands of citizens their life savings and cost taxpayers a rescue mission of over $32 billion. Not million, $32 billion. Mr. Montal merrily continued to receive electricity without paying his bills, with no action taken against him. His secret PNM godfather or godfathers and friends protected him. During the period from 24th April 2017 to 23rd July 2019, TNTech entered several payment plans with Flavorite to liquidate their arrears. Flavorite breached every single payment plan. And yet, no action was taken against Mr. Montal and his company. Compare that and contrast it to the ordinary citizen of this land, that when you don't pay your bill, you go in darkness. They cut you off. You have no godfathers, they cut you. They breach every payment plan. No action taken. Second, disconnection. TNTech finally acted on disconnected Flavorite for good in January 2022. Okay? By now, from 2017 to January 22, all those 5 years they have been owing. By now, Flavorite owed TNTech, as I said before, $2,392,220.11, about $2.4 million. 9 months later, when none of the promised payments materialized, TNTech instructed lawyers to file a claim. TNTech instructs lawyers to file a claim. So in November 2022, TNTech instructed a firm, which was accustomed to getting legal work from TNTech, to file a claim to recover the outstanding sum, as I said, which had grown to almost $2.4 million. The lawyers were instructed in this matter were from chambers known as Virtus Chambers, and they were none other than Mr. Keith Scotland and Ms. Keisha Kidd Hannibal of Virtus Chambers. On 9 December 2022, Mr. Scotland filed a claim in the High Court against Flavorite, claiming the same sum, about $2.4 million, plus interest and legal costs. In the statement of case, this is what TNTech claimed through their lawyer. The defendant failed and or neglected and or refused to render any payments to the claimant whatsoever on the outstanding balances due and owing to the claimant for both account 1 and account 2, on which interest continued to accrue. Further, the defendant, that is Flavorite, continued to have the use and benefit of an electrical connection on both account 1 and account 2 to his premises, and failed and or neglected and or refused to make any further payments to the periodic bills that arose therefrom. For the period November 19, 2019 to December 2020, the defendant made no payments whatsoever. During the period August 21 to present, the claimant to no avail engaged with the defendant on several occasions in order to have monies due and owing to the claimant being TNTech, by the defendant have those monies liquidated. The defendant to date has neither acknowledged receipt of the claimant's pre-action letter, nor has it made any efforts whatsoever to liquidate its debt to the claimant. So here it is, case filed. Another 11 months pass without any further word. However, TNTEC's legal department continuously tried to get a status update from Virtuous Chambers, the lawyers acting in the matter. Eventually, on October 20, 2023, a meeting was held, and Mr. Scotland Jr. from the firm, Ms. Keisha Kidd Hannibal, indicated that Flavorite's lawyer had contacted them and sought an extension of time to file a defense to the claim. No explanation was given as to why Virtuous Chambers did not apply for judgment in default of defense after 11 months had lapsed, and the identity of the lawyers who requested the extension was not revealed. Permit me, Mr. Speaker, to highlight that Flavorite could only file a defense. As a good lawyer yourself, any lawyer with their salt knows that you could only file a defense after you had entered a memorandum of appearance within 8 days of the claim being served. No appearance, we are advised from all our searches, was ever filed on behalf of Flavorite. None. And of course then, no defense was filed either. Yet incredibly, Mr. Speaker, no judgment in default was taken up by TNTEC's then lawyers, Virtuous Chambers, and Mr. Scotland from the Chambers indicated that in the light of the delay, he had taken a decision to simply refile the claim. So guess what? Second claim filed. State's default judgment filed. Be that as it may, approximately 9 months later, 10 September 23, Mr. Scotland refiled the same claim, seeking payment of about $2.4 million plus interest and costs. TNTEC again pursued with the Chambers, Virtuous Chambers, for a status update on the matter. 17 January 2024, Mr. Scotland's Chambers emailed TNTEC and stated an application for default judgment was filed, and his law clerk was following up on the same. TNTEC continued to inquire about the status of the application for default judgment against Flavorite. Mr. Scotland Jr. Keisha Kidd Hannibal eventually replied by email dated 12 June 2024, and I quote, "I am out of office at the arbitration. However, if I recall correctly, at our clerk's last request, we were informed that the default application was before the registrar for consideration." End of quote. A few months later, Mr. Speaker, in response to growing concerns by TNTEC, by email dated September 4, 2024, Mr. Scotland's Chambers stated, and I quote, "We do apologize for delaying this matter. We continue to make checks on the registry for this and other default applications. But to date, there has been no movement on the orders. We will continue to follow up with the office on the Commission's behalf." TNTEC kept pressing for a status update. Email dated 20 September 24, Virtuous Chambers, Mr. Scotland Chambers stated, and I quote, "Further to your inquiry regarding the status of default judgment application against Flavorite, there has been no movement in the registry on the file." In the registry, take note. I continue to quote, "This is a challenge we're experiencing with other applications for default judgment. We are currently in the process of liaising with the JSO for the team to which the initial file was docketed to see if the JSO can assist with any positive movement in the process to ensure timely progress." So now we are saying it's the registry's fault. This is what all these are saying to you. Hey, not me, it wasn't me. This is the registry. Where does it stop there? Thereafter, following a conversation between TNTEC's legal officer, Ms. Candice Price, Mr. Scotland's Chambers indicated that they advised that the application for default judgment be refiled. Ms. Price recorded the status in an internal email to TNTEC's legal department, 9th October 2024. Now remember, this is things that arose from 2019 down to 2024. Ms. Price recorded the status in an internal email to TNTEC's department, legal, 9th October 24. She stated, "Ms. Kidd Hannibal spoke with Mr. Scotland again regarding this matter, and his suggestion is to withdraw and refile the application in an attempt to propel it forward. This was a third refiling now. Third time, you can't get it once right, you can't get it right twice, you want to refile again. This is what happened. Again, recorded 9th October 2024, Ms. Price recorded the following. Council explained there will be no detrimental effects to the Commission's applications or positions in doing this, since there are no restrictions to same contained in the CPR. Continues. According to Council, no defense has been filed by Flavorite. Ms. Kid Hannibal explained initially that when she communicates with the JSO to Justice C. Persad, she is usually informed that there is nothing that can be done at the judge's level, since the application has to be dealt with by the registrar. However, if there are enforcement issues, this will be treated with subsequently by the judge. End of quote. Following this, the Chambers of Mr. Scotland confirmed 13 November 2024 that the application for default judgment was withdrawn and refiled. I quote from the Chambers. This email confirms that as instructed and have withdrawn and refiled, we have and continue to make checks with the registry and will continue to do so until we have a positive response. Mr. Speaker, it gets murkier and murkier. In response to queries from TNTEC, Mrs. Scotland's Chambers confirmed that the application for default judgment was filed. Application for default judgment was filed how many months thereafter? It is important to understand what is taking place here. The Chambers of Mr. Scotland was giving the impression that they had filed an application for default judgment, but the court was delaying or refusing to sign the default judgment order. That the court was delaying or refusing to sign the default judgment order. Mr. Speaker, as yourself and me and many others are legal practitioners, I can tell this Parliament that the registrar would normally sign a default judgment application within 2 to 3 weeks. At max, maybe 4 weeks, within 2 to 3 weeks. Once the conditions are met, that default judgment will be signed. After my government assumed office, Mr. Speaker, you recall, in addition to other boards, we appointed a new board at TNTEC. And TNTEC was then instructed to file a fresh claim against Flavorite to get back this almost $3 million in debt owed by Montaz Flavorite. TNTEC was, however, advised it was too late to do so, as the matter was now statute barred. Mr. Speaker, for the ordinary listener, what does it mean? That we cannot file the claim. The time has gone. It is statute barred. So this $3 million in debt owed by Flavorite, taxpayers' money, just jump up outside there, gone. But too late, statute barred. Mr. Speaker, what emerged thereafter will shock the conscience of this Parliament and every right-thinking citizen. The court files for both the first and second claims were searched. We searched. There were 2 claims filed for this money. We searched the files. Our lawyers at TNTEC searched the files to find out why the default applications were not signed by the court. Why were they not signed? So much time had elapsed. And then we got this very shocking revelation from the registrar of the Supreme Court. Shocking revelation. The lawyers found no application for default judgment against Flavorite on the file. No application for default judgment against Flavorite on file.
Not quite today.
As such, 23rd April 2026, our lawyers emailed the registrar of the Supreme Court to seek clarification. So, Mr. Speaker, who is speaking the truth? Is it the registrar of the court? Or is it lawyers that were instructed and hired and being paid by the government, by TNTEC? Who is telling us? So we said, listen, lawyers, find out whether any application for default judgment had been filed by Mr. Scotland's firm in any of the 2 claims that had been filed by him on behalf of TNTEC. Mr. Speaker, by email dated 23rd April 2026, Madam Registrar Antonia Pear responded, and I will read the contents of that email. I quote, receipt of your email is acknowledged. Kindly note, no applications for judgment default. No applications. No applications for default judgment, whether appearance or defense, have been filed in any of the 2 cases. Numbers given again. The registrar double checks and reconfirms the position of the judiciary. This is a very serious thing for a lawyer to tell an untruth and deliberately mislead a client. It's a very, very serious allegation.
We're only mouth now.
And given the seriousness of the matter, the lawyers again wrote to the Registrar General again. They wrote again because we couldn't believe it. They could not believe it. The person who is an officer of the court would engage in something that was not the truth, it was an untruth. So we wrote again, our lawyers wrote again to the registrar and disclosed a copy of the emails from Mrs. Scotland's chambers, where he had indicated in no uncertain terms that he had filed and refiled not one but 2 applications for default judgment and blamed the registrar for the delay in signing the default judgment. Mr. Speaker, Registrar Dion Philip responded, email dated 8 June 2026 at 9:20 a.m. Mr. Philip stated, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, receipt of your email dated May 27, 26 is acknowledged and contents noted. I advise that thorough checks were made of our records and no request for judgment in default were filed in any of the matters. Any of the matters. Please note, I continue the quotation from the email received, that in CV 2023-03702, there is a signed dismissal notice pursuant to Rule 8.13.4 of the CPR. And the dismissal notice was attached. Further, I'm quoting, should you require any further information, please do not hesitate to contact the undersigned. Mr. Speaker, you may well know that when one reads the CPR Rule 8.13.4, it states that where a claim was filed but not served within 6 months, it shall be automatically struck off. Automatically struck off. So then what this means is it appears that the claim was not even served on the defendant. Moving along, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that Mr. Scotland may have, and I'm giving the benefit of the doubt, deliberately and willfully misled T&Tech client. The question that arises is, did Mr. Scotland fraudulently misrepresent that he had filed 2 applications for judgment in default of events against Mr. Montal's company, Flavorite, and created the impression that it was the court's registrar who was at fault by delaying the signing of a default judgment? Mr. Speaker, from the correspondence, nothing could be further from the truth, because Mr. Scotland never filed any application for default judgment against P&M friend and financier Mr. Montal's company, Flavorite. Having regard to all of this, Mr. Speaker, this is what I intend to do. I wish to announce I've instructed the Minister of Public Utilities, the Honourable Barry Padarath, to ask T&Tech to institute legal proceedings against Mr. Scotland to institute legal proceedings against Mr. Scotland and his chambers for fraudulent misrepresentation, professional negligence, and breach of contract. I have also directed that consideration be given to making a formal complaint to the Disciplinary Committee of the Law Association for breach of the Code of Conduct pursuant to the Legal Profession Act. Further, Mr. Speaker, I have also directed that this matter be reported to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service Fraud Squad and also to the ACIB, Anti-Corruption Bureau, for investigation and to determine whether criminal charges should be laid for conspiracy to defraud T&Tech, misfeasance, and corruption. Mr. Speaker, the story doesn't stop there. in trying to get to the root and the basis of this that occurred, we discovered something else. Then TNTEC has a secret list. It's called a protected list. A protected list. When this matter came to our attention, we were not satisfied with the explanation as to how this could have happened. It revealed that Mr. Montal's company had been placed on the secret list. Elite secret protected list. That protected list, I'm advised, meant that TNTEC must not, should not disconnect persons who were lucky enough to be on that list, even though they did not pay their bills. That was what the secret protected list was. Let me call some of those names, Mr. Speaker. That protected list, so the public can judge for itself. Keith Rowling, Sharon Rowling, Marvin Gonzales, Penelope Beckles, Foster Cummins, Donna Cox, Renuka Sagram Singh, Nayan Gatsby Dolly, Kazim Hussain, Terence Dayal Singh, Shamfa Kujo, Simon de Nobriga, Fitzgerald Hines, Alison West, Rohan Sinanan, Hassel Bacchus, and here this one and the others will take me too long. Listen to this. People's National Movement Tobago Council.
Shame.
People's National Movement Tobago Council.
That's a party headquarters.
When I read it, I thought, hey, maybe this is a THA. No. This is the PNM Tobago Council on a protective list, not to cut the bills, not to cut electricity, even though they had not paid their bills. Mr. Speaker, I'm advised that contractors who engage in financing and building Ballyj House, they are also on that protective list. They were also on this list. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said, we intend to get to the bottom of this with the investigations, and we take it from there. I thank you very much, sir.
No question being indicated pursuant to 24, I think 3 or 4. I had intended to take the tea break a little later, but I have an issue which I need to resolve. So I will propose to take the tea break now and we'll return at 4:45. Thank you very much. Resume debate on the business of the House that we were engaged in prior to the Honourable Prime Minister's statement. San Fernando East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After that 30-minute distraction, let's get back to the economy of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this Standing Finance Committee may be one of the most lackluster I have ever seen. It is clear that many of government ministers came to this Standing Finance Committee completely unprepared. They were not ready to answer any questions. They didn't seem to know what was going on. It made a lot of it quite lackluster. In fact, I'll go as far to say the only person who seemed really prepared was the member for Mayaro. outside of that, you had ministers, Minister of Finance, Minister of Energy, who couldn't even answer basic questions that were being posed to them. Mr. Speaker, I remind government that we're not here for our own sport and entertainment. We are here to inform the people of this country how their tax dollars are being spent. And that I find to be a very serious exercise, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I begin with the Honorable Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I used to have a literature teacher, and he always used to say, be careful about talking out of turn. It was clear that when the Attorney General was speaking, that he knew absolutely nothing about finance or the economy of Trinidad and Tobago. As the young people say, from now on he should stay in his section, Mr. Speaker. We spoke about the $1 billion bond that the Ministry of Finance had issued and said that much of it had been retired. Mr. Attorney General, the bond was first issued by the previous PNM government, $1 billion at 4.5 coupon. What happened is that it was refinanced by this Minister of Finance. Refinanced. It was not closed out or retired or whatever it is you thought it was, at an even higher coupon rate of 6.5%, Mr. Speaker. That means that instead of closing off the bond, so taxpayers of this country will no longer have to make payments, what the Minister of Finance did was simply take out another $1 billion bond to replace the old $1 billion bond at a much higher rate than the previous one. And that's a recurring theme. I say this Minister of Finance, we call the original budget document fake and fraudulent, and we have been proven to be right. Because much of the figures in that document makes absolutely zero sense at all. The mere fact that they have to come back here this close to the end of the fiscal year September 30th, and ask for almost $3 billion tells you exactly what it is has been going on. The Minister of Finance has been deliberately under budgeting, or he is extremely bad at forecasting. We think it's a bit of both, to be honest. Minister of Energy, question here, was asked about the fuel subsidy. He was asked, the $1 decrease in super fuel added how much to the fuel subsidy of Trinidad and Tobago? He said he would answer the question today. He stood on his legs for 45 minutes, still no answer. That's the kind of question that is basic in this chamber, and that any reasonable Minister of Energy would have the answer to at the tip of his fingers. Today, I want to give him credit. Today is the first day that he actually gave some credible data that we could work with. So I compliment him for that. The Minister of Finance, on the other hand, was asked about the Employment Fund, Mr. Speaker. The Employment Fund plays a major role in this mid-year review. It's a fund that was established by this Minister of Finance that we could only say at this point has been a total and complete disaster, Mr. Speaker. A fund of nearly $500 million. $500 million designed to create employment in this country. How many jobs has that fund created to date? This close to the end of the fiscal year, the answer is absolutely none. Zero. So we had almost $500 million parked on the sideline of this economy, a fund that could have been used to put all the CPEP, all the URP, and all the reforestry workers to work in this country doing absolutely nothing, Mr. Speaker. This Minister of Finance has been a yeoman service in terms of trying to bend light and to gaslight the people of this country into seeing things that are not there. And unfortunately, I think his colleagues have been drinking the Kool-Aid, because some of them seem to think that this economy is fine, and I promise you it is not. Let me start off with the Moody's report. As the former Minister of Finance said earlier, this report, where they improve the outlook they improve the outlook to stable, simply says and simply reflects the fact that there are extremely healthy oil and gas prices internationally based on what is going on between the US and Iran. Mr. Speaker, it has nothing to do with anything that was done by this government. Zero. But they're here trying to take full credit for it. The Moody's report is temporary and it is a short-term view What is happening between the US and Iran could end tomorrow. And where would that leave our economy? Let me tell you what the IMF had to say about the very same economy. The IMF, on the other hand, described the Trinidad and Tobago economy as sluggish, energy dependent. Deficits persist, debt rising. A persistent foreign exchange crisis. Inflation, major issue. Energy sector, structural decline. These are the IMF's words. Risk. Outlook is subject to significant uncertainty, including due to the impact of the war in the Middle East, delays in new energy projects or disruptions to production from mature fields could weigh on growth, while faster implementation of reforms under the revitalization blueprint and sustained investment could support a stronger recovery. That's the IMF. To this, the Minister of Finance responded. Finance Minister Dave Tancoo welcomed the consultation, describing it as a clear signal of renewed international confidence in the country's economic direction, just over 1 year after the current administration took office, highlighting low inflation, a sustained current account surplus, and a well-capitalized banking sector and adequate international reserves. Mr. Speaker, when I heard this description of our economy by our Minister of Finance, one thought came to mind. This gentleman should be immediately drug tested. Immediately. No one reading the IMF report could have such a glowing view of the economy of Trinidad and Tobago. You just have to go out there and meet with people of this country. This Minister of Finance is taxing our people into poverty, Mr. Speaker. He is taxing small and medium enterprises in this country into almost non-existence. As we heard earlier, we spoke about Standards. Standards is a business that survived recessions. It survived countless different administrations, hurricanes. It survived recessions. It survived the pandemic, COVID. It couldn't survive 1 year under this Minister of Finance. They took one look at him and said, well, that's it for us. Wrap up time. So many of the businesses in the entertainment industry closed overnight as soon as the last budget was read. He shut down entire industries with one stroke of his pen. And he's coming here to say blue skies ahead. For whom? I would like to know, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me start with a summary of the report that came from the committee. Firstly, they're asking for supplementation of almost $3 billion. And as I said earlier, it goes through till September 30th, 2026. That's what, 3 months away to the end of the fiscal year. The money breaks down into 4 categories. Goods and services, $343 million. Current transfers and subsidies, $1.92 billion. Transfers to statutory bodies, $570 million. Development program, just $92.7 million. That is all. Almost $3 billion. Supplementation, and the development program is $92.7 million, Mr. Speaker. Not much at all for our local government entities. The 5 largest individual requests: Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Public Utilities, Ministry of Works, and the Ministry of Education. The Ministry of Health, $499.9 million, 77% of which is loan repayments and not for health care. 77% of the almost $500 million going to the healthcare system is not to improve service, not to ensure that people can see a doctor when they need to see one. It is for the repayment of loans, Mr. Speaker. So what the minister was saying here during his initial speech, I have no idea what he's talking about. He said it is meant to improve services and for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Just looking at the numbers says that is totally untrue. Ministry of Energy, $454 million, entirely fuel subsidies to NPMC and Unipet. Again, the fuel subsidy. Ask the minister, how much did the $1 reduction in super fuel add to the overall subsidy for fuel in Trinidad and Tobago? How it works, Mr. Speaker, is that we subsidize fuel in this country. Unlike in the United States, when the price of oil goes up, the price at the pump also goes up. Here, the energy price stays, the fuel price, stays stable because the government is also paying a subsidy on that price. To do that, this minister has been raising taxes and duties all over town to pay for the very same subsidy. So, as I said earlier, before, they give with one hand and take with the other, Mr. Speaker. That is what this minister has been doing. It's all smoke and mirrors, Mr. Speaker, all smoke and mirrors. Mr. Speaker, Ministry of Public Utilities, with $513.6 million, $375.8 million going to the black hole that is WASA, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we interviewed the Minister of Public Utilities. Not one word about reform. How is WASA being repaired? Came into office, and 1 year later, there is no one in this country who can say that they are happy with the water supply they've been getting under this administration. No one anywhere. I can tell you that the people of Pleasantville certainly have been waiting for this minister's system since April of last year, and no assistance is coming. Also from the member of Labrie, who is saying that the community water improvement program was supposed to help the lives of others, of people all around this country who needed water. Not a cent given to the community water improvement program. Nothing. Moving on, Mr. Speaker. Ministry of Works. The Ministry of Works, which is now becoming known as the Ministry of Patching, not Paving, Mr. Speaker. Because every time we speak with this minister and we ask how many roads have you paved, all we get is we patch this, we patch that, we patch here, we patch there, we patch everywhere. And we have to spend half an hour explaining the difference between patching and paving. No paving has taken place under this Minister of Works. But this is the same minister who on the election platform said, we're going to pave every road in Trinidad and Tobago. Her words, not mine. Today, nothing. And nothing here in this supplementation that is going to assist in paving roads in this country. 77% of the entire supplementation is also for the repayment of loans. Not to improving infrastructure, not to paving roads, not for improving the lives of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Again, 77% of $362.9 million for loans. This Minister of Finance is running this country on borrowed money. And he's trying to hide it from the people of this country, Mr. Speaker. He is borrowing and spending. Not improving any revenues at all from anywhere. Borrowing and spending. Ministry of Education. $127.8 million for salaries, school meals, laptops, and loan repayments. Moving on. Additionally, roughly $1.1 billion, nearly 40% of the entire supplementation appears to be loan principal and interest payments, embedded within various ministries, budgets obscuring the true debt. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance never stood here and told us exactly how much debt this country is in at this point in time. We have to figure it out. We have to report. We have to go to the central bank. This country has a debt to GDP ratio of almost 85%. 85% under this minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm being disturbed by the Minister of Finance, please. Please assist me.
Let's allow the member some quiet time so you could concentrate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When he was up here bending light, I didn't say a word. Not a single word. For the variation of appropriation, $737,522,918. This item seeks to reallocate $737.5 million from identified savings within the existing 2026 budget. Mr. Speaker, what is concerning about this is the two major sources of funding for the variation. $475 million is freed up from the employment fund, the mythical employment fund. Mr. Speaker, we cannot see or hear anything about this fund. All we know is that this Minister of Finance seems to have a fascination with funds all of a sudden. So he says he's going to establish this fund, which he couldn't. A simple basic question. How many jobs was the employment fund supposed to create? That's a reasonable question. Today, we're still waiting for an answer. Unprepared, not ready for the committee, and spoke today and said nothing about that, even though this fund had nearly $500 million sitting on the sideline of our economy. Nothing from that. Next, the rest of the variation, 262.5 million, comes from savings gathered by the refinancing of a NIDCO loan. Mr. Speaker, when they say refinancing of a NIDCO loan, they had set aside money, almost $300 million, to repay this NIDCO loan, and decided instead to kick the can down the road, Mr. Speaker. And let me explain to the listening public how this works. Let's say they took out a loan for $300 million. Instead of repaying this loan at the end of the term, because semi-annually you'll be making coupon payments, and at the end of the term, you would pay the full amount of $300 million. Instead of taking money and repaying this loan, the Minister of Finance takes out another loan for $300 million to repay the old loan, and then continues paying coupon semi-annual payments into the foreseeable future, hoping that one day, possibly when he's long out of office, which may be soon, that someone else has to pay the piper. That's what this minister is doing. That's the trick he is playing. He's under budgeting and running this country on debt, which is dangerous and says that this economy is strained. Mr. Speaker, 5 largest variations. The Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, $275 million. Well, speaking to the Minister of Homeland Security, was trying to get blood from a turnip, so I will move on. Ministry of Education, $166.4 million. Ministry of Rural Development, $122 million. Ministry of Works, $47.4 million. Ministry of Transport, $24.9 million. And other notable items included the coverage of the NIS contribution increase, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last year, the NIS contribution was at 13.2%. This Minister of Finance, without any consultation with anyone in this country, increased it to 16.2%. What do you think the plan is for next year, Mr. Speaker? To increase NIS contribution to 19.2%, Mr. Speaker. Almost 20% of your salary going straight to the NIS at the end of every month. Somehow he forgot to mention that. Imagine that. And I keep asking our good friend, Ms. Felicia at the PSA, how she feels about this, and the increase in retirement age to age 65. I cannot get a response. No response from the Minister of Finance, no response from Ms. Felicia. Both have sold out the people of this country, Mr. Speaker. Both. Mr. Speaker, let me move on to some other concerns that we have with this appropriation. Mr. Speaker, the sheer size of it, $3 billion with just 3 months left in the fiscal year. It's 27 heads of expenditure. And as I said, it's either the minister is extremely poor at budgeting and planning, or he's intentionally under budgeting. We believe it's a bit of both. It is what the minister is doing. He's playing accounting tricks to try to give the appearance that this economy is in a far better position than it is. He didn't want to show the actual size of the deficit during the last budget debate, so he under-budgeted. And now he's coming to ask for $3 billion additional dollars. Had to scrap the now defunct employment fund to remove $500 million just to make ends meet, and the rest is debt payments. That's the trick this minister is playing. Next, we have the Ministry of Energy, $454 million fuel subsidies, no breakdown provided. And much of it was to settle previous arrears. Minister of Energy stood here. We finally got some data, but not very much about the fuel subsidy, Mr. Speaker. No road to reform roadmap or subsidy rationalization plan accompanies this request. Next, Ministry of Health, $386 million for loan principal and interest. Of the $499.9 million requested for health, a staggering $386 million, again, 77%, is for loan principal and interest repayments, not healthcare delivery. The Ministry of Health is borrowing it to fund operations, and the debt service is consuming the majority of the supplemental allocation. Citizens see only $113 million going towards actual health services. That's the RHAs, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I regularly meet with the people of San Fernando East, and I met a young lady this week in one of my meetings who is an RHA employee, and she was hurt that none of the negotiations for back pay and salary increases were being offered to the RHA employees, Mr. Speaker. None at all, and none of it was included in this supplementation document. And she is saying that her RHA colleagues were so upset that they very soon are going to start working to rule. They are essential workers, but they said that they are going to work to rule with this government because they feel underappreciated. These are the same people, Mr. Speaker, that we had to depend on the front lines of this country during a global pandemic. Because they did not support this government in the previous election, they have been treated with scant regard by this vindictive UNC government, Mr. Speaker. That is what we've been getting. And quite frankly, they've had enough of it, and I cannot blame them. Moving on. Ministry of Public Utilities, WASA, 375. Well, WASA has been a fiscal black hole. Public utilities goes directly to WASA with virtually no explanation beyond supplement and provision to the end of fiscal 2026. What exactly is the funding going to be used for? The Minister of Public Utilities comes into office, tears up the reform plan, it fires the entire management of WASA, including a very experienced CEO that took months to find and installed his friends, family, and financiers in senior positions, installs all of his social media people at WASA, and the people are still crying out for water all over Trinidad. And with a supplementation of nearly $500 million, over $300 million going to WASA, there is still no plan or explanation as to how this organization is going to be run going into the future to reduce costs and expenses to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, that is totally and completely unacceptable. Moving on. Mr. Speaker, the Tobago House of Assembly, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, during this debate, we finally heard from our good friend from Tobago East, who told us exactly what we all already knew, that the good members of the TPP and UNC have been sitting in a tree for a very long time, Mr. Speaker. I want to say K-I-S-S-I-N-G, but I'll leave that out. But, Mr. Speaker, the good friend from Tobago East finally revealed exactly what it is we always knew, that the TPP and the UNC were exactly the same party. What a revelation. Thank you so much for that, Tobago East. I'm sure you got many a phone call on that one, because we have been asking the entire time, and for the entire time they've been in office, they have sworn up and down that there is no relationship between the TPP and the UNC. Tobago East said, hold my bear. And he told us the truth. Greatly appreciated. Tobago East. Moving on to the THA. The THA received $79 million recurrent for teacher salary arrears under the 2025 MOU, plus $15 million capital for the Scarborough Secondary School reconstruction, totaling $94 million. The initial allocation for the Scarborough Secondary School reconstruction was $2 million. Now they're coming back here, past the mid-year point, asking for $15 million. Either poor budgeting or under allocation. Ministry of Works, or the Ministry of Patching, not Paving. $280 million in loan repayments. $362.9 million for works and infrastructure. $280.2 million, 77% is for loan principal and interest, not infrastructure delivery. The ministry is debt servicing, not building. Galleon's Passage, APT James, HSC Boko Reef vessels require $34.1 million operational costs. These vessels have been a source of significant controversy. We had the Minister here of Works, asked questions, got no answers about these vessels, Mr. Speaker. No information whatsoever. Just like when we ask about paving, all we get in is patching. Nothing. Okay? From this minister. Moving on. Mr. Speaker, Police Service, state of emergency, covert rentals, head 64. The Police Service requests $5 million for vehicle rentals, including outstanding payments for the rental of vehicles for fiscal 2025. Vehicles used in covert operations during the present state of emergency. The Minister of Homeland Security did not want to give too much information on that regard. That I can actually appreciate and understand. Mr. Speaker, outstanding payments from 2025, spending beyond budget. Moving on to the variation of appropriation, $737,522,918. Funding source, $475 million from an unoperationalized employment fund, Mr. Speaker. I gave an overview of that. Parliament appropriated $475 million for an employment fund that has no enabling legislation, meaning the money was budgeted for a program that legally cannot operate. How is that supposed to work, Mr. Speaker? How is that supposed to work? And as we've asked earlier, why is it that after all this time, this Minister of Finance could not find some professional to operationalize this fund? Is it that he knew from the very beginning that he would need the funds in this fund to finance the operations of this government and country? Because it does not make any sense that the Minister of Finance would place $500 million in this fund and then without any legislation whatsoever. Mr. Speaker, workers and unemployed citizens who were supposed to benefit from this fund, no one did. We move on, Mr. Speaker, to the rest of the variation coming from the $262 million from a refinanced NIDCO loan. The second source of savings is $262.5 million from a NIDCO loan that was refinanced rather than repaid, freeing up the original repayment allocation. TNT is borrowing to fund current government operations. The variation is essentially financed by extending existing debt and not by genuine savings. The NIDCO loan refinancing was approved by Cabinet in October of 2025, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the reasons why they raised the debt limit. This refinancing was approved almost 8 months ago, yet the national community is only finding out about it now. This is a loan of $262.5 million of taxpayers' money. They decided to refinance it instead of repay it 8 months ago. Why is the Minister of Finance hiding this information from the public of Trinidad and Tobago? 8 months before we found out. Mr. Speaker, refinancing a maturing loan rather than repaying it increases the long-term... Sorry?
You have your minute, 1 minute, well, less than a minute now, unless you want the extra time.
Yes, please. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so this government, as we said during the original budget contribution, what they presented the people of this country was both fake and fraudulent. There was not a number in there that made any sense, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they come here to try to play semantics, talking about a tax is not a fine, it's not a fee, and whatever. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, the bottom line is that the people of this country will have less disposable income in their pockets. And that is what matters, Mr. Speaker. Not the semantics, not the definition, not the Attorney General giving the legal definition of a fine. I mean, come on. I think completely missed the point. The people of this country are being, Mr. Speaker, I'm being disturbed by a murmuring, Mr. Speaker. Please assist me.
Member, continue, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government, after giving with one hand decided to take, and it has destroyed this economy. What we have is a self-inflicted recession, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me remind the gentleman, Mr. Speaker, of the various taxes that he inflicted on the people in this country. One, the levy on assets of commercial banks and insurance companies, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, he had a fixed cost on assets to every bank and financial institution in Trinidad and Tobago. And then they had to force Republic Bank not to raise their costs against the people of this country. As you all knew, the banking system is extremely important, Mr. Speaker. Many of the stockholders, many of our insurance funds are tied to the banking system. The investment in the stock market has completely collapsed over the past year because of the policies of this government. Mr. Speaker, the landlord business search as well. We had Barataria jumping into the fray now, trying to explain how this is not a property tax.
Mr. Speaker,
that was part
Mr.
of
Speaker, please, I rise on Standing Order 48.1. The matters that the member is raising were in relation to the finance bill that has already been passed. This is a media review. This is something different that we're dealing with right now, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker.
I think,
Mr. Speaker, this was discussed.
No, it wasn't, you see, and I think members have to be, you have to be mindful that in summary appropriations bill, the need to stick within the confines of the amended, the variations and supplementations appear two places in the standing order. It's in Standing Order 87.2 and very much so repeated again in Standing Order 88.2. So let's stick to that.
Thank you,
the
Mr.
narrow
Speaker.
confines. I think you all know that that's the tradition. You stick to the narrow confines. No, I did. That's not entirely fair. That's not entirely fair. Come on. Let's just stick to the confines of 80 and respect the purport, breadth, and application of 87.2 and 88.2, please.
Finally. Mr. Speaker, we had several major concerns, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the systematic pattern of arrears settlement across at least 8 different heads: Parliament, Judiciary, Personnel Department, Education, Police, Tertiary Education, AG, Children's Authority. The supplementation is being used to pay debts for prior years, going back to 2014, Mr. Speaker, not for the improvement of the lives of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Speaker. The government is routinely spending beyond its means, Mr. Speaker. Next, we have debt servicing disguised as ministry operations. The Minister of Finance is saying that money is being spent to improve the lives of the benefited people of this country, when the vast majority of this media review funding supplementation is being used to repay loans. And we still haven't gotten a full picture as to what the debt profile of this country looks like. We've asked the Minister of Finance. He promised to supply the information. We're still waiting. We're still waiting, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, no performance or accountability framework. Across all 27 heads of expenditure in the supplementation, not a single deliverable, not a single output target or accountability measure is specified, especially in the case of public utilities. Absolutely nothing, Mr. Speaker, as to exactly what is being done and what is the direction of the various ministries. As I said, they came to this Standing Finance Committee completely unprepared, Mr. Speaker. The people of this country are none the wiser as to what direction this government is taking or where various ministries are going, Mr. Speaker. No key performance indicators, no audit requirements, no reporting back to Parliament on how funds were used, no consequences for ministries that return next year for the same supplementation needs, no management, no control, nothing. And we have the Attorney General standing here, embarrassing himself, talking about finance and economics, Mr. Speaker, instead. The people of this country, you already embarrassed yourself, relax, right? Relax. You see, they hear this Attorney General speak about economics, and to talk about the retirement of a bond was maybe one of the more painful experiences in life, Mr. Speaker. It was pathetic, as is he. The Mr. Speaker, summary of key questions.
Speaker, may I turn your attention to Standing Order 48.4 and 48.6, please?
Come on. San Fernando East, I mean, why did you have to use that as a personal application? I mean, you made your point.
Mr. Speaker, did you not hear him? Did you not hear him?
You did preface what you had to say by referencing a literature teacher. So you know, you've done literature, you know what you did. Come on. Take away the personal invective against the Honorable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw. Right. So, Mr. Speaker, that is our overall issue. Instead of actually generating any kinds of revenues for this country, all this government did was play a shell game. They moved money from here, move it from there. They moved money from one fund. Instead of paying off debt, they decided to refinance that debt and kick the can down the road that the people of this country will have to be paying, and generations in the future will have to pay and find funding to do it, Mr. Speaker. As we said from the very beginning, where will the money come from, Mr. Speaker? Where is it coming from? They have said nothing about the revenue side of governance or the economy of this country. And from day one, Mr. Speaker, the minute they cancelled the TTRA, we knew that this government shot themselves in the foot. They had legal money from big businesses in this country by closing a $10 billion tax gap, and instead the Minister of Finance decided to starve poor people in this country and to close small businesses across Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, everything in this budget says that this economy is in a very difficult place. The IMF says it. Moody's said so temporarily because of high international energy prices. We had a brief reprieve, Mr. Speaker. That's what they said. They also spoke about long-term structural issues, Mr. Speaker. And I warn the people of this country and this Minister of Finance. We spoke to him about the Laffer curve earlier. Simply taxing this country more and more will not naturally increase government revenues. You are contracting this economy, and you are putting poor people in this country on the breadline. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
For Cuba North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I can't shout. I hope this is allowed. Mr. Speaker, I really want to thank you for the opportunity to address this House. I mean, generally, well, you know, I'm a no-nonsense person, and that is a fact. I wouldn't have anything to say about this member for San Fernando East. No, but no, he called it good name, disparaged the good name of the Minister of Finance, and the very honorable. Well, patching is more than you were doing. What you were doing in Ministry of Finance? You tell me what you were doing. Let me tell you something. If the former Prime Minister made 100 decisions, I disagree of 99 of them, but he was right not to put you in his cabinet. I've never seen someone more bitter and disgusting in my whole life. And I'm not to be bitter about. He called the honorable member's name in a disparaging manner. He called, yeah, now you know. Now you know what it feels like. Yeah? He called the honorable leader of the PSA's name, very honorable young lady, in a disparaging light. He said that if when it is sellout had a face. Yes. You understand? But I'm saying if sellout had a face, it would be his face. You understand? Because his father, a very eminent politician and former Prime Minister of this country, said about a man, when he was talking about him, he said, Mr. Speaker, I look at this person, I see hate, yes. I see acrimony. You understand? And yet he will take a job from that man. Who is more of a sellout? Who is more of a sellout? Who is more of a sellout? Yes. I said it because I knew him, right? I knew him. Who is more of a sellout? You understand? You are a sellout. Shameful. Shameful. You understand? Shameful. That is what a sellout looks like. His whole family. You understand? Without any pride.
Mr. Speaker, 48-6.
Yes, 48-6.
Point of order. Mr. Speaker, point of order, 48-6. This member, this is why she stole his revitalization program, because she was the one working on it. 48-6.
All right. Cuba North. All right. Just as you insisted on some silence in proceeding. Yes. Cuba North. Let's proceed in some silence now. Thank you.
Yes. You said, you know I was in this house and somebody put me out. And you know what I did? I went to Lekito. I mean, and this
Mr. Speaker, 48-1, was this part of the Standing Finance Committee? I'm just asking.
And that's the problem. North, I think you've made the point. I think we've made that point sufficiently, and I think that's a fair, just, and proportionate response.
Yes. Sorry.
No.
Are you offering the mic again?
Mr. Speaker, does have to withdraw the statement? Does have to withdraw?
San Fernando East. Listen.
Yes, withdraw. You want me to withdraw now? You're insulting.
Cuba North. All right. I don't think you want me to repeat all of what you said and the description.
Mr. Speaker, I could repeat your ruling on what I said.
Which you have a seat. Let's not allow this to degenerate into that. All right? The member is making the point. She's responding to you. I think she has made her point, and I'm sure the member is going to move to another point.
Yeah. Let's repeat once.
I love it, Apache, and I'm doing something. What did you do? I want to know, what did you do? What did you do? You said one thing that you did. A sellout. That's what you look like. Sellout. That's what you look like. Yeah. Sellout. Yes. Yeah. Friend. Oh, but why sit down now?
San Fernando East. Come on. When you were speaking, you demanded relative silence. I gave it to you. No. The member is not shouting at you. She's addressing the House. No. Well, members have different styles. The Honorable Attorney General turns it all. No, come on. That's not true. The members have different styles. The Honorable Attorney General turns to all directions when he speaks. The rules say you must face me, but I'm not overly fastidious with that because all members do that. Doesn't mean to say the member is shouting at you. You demanded, hold on. You demanded silence. I asked them to give it to you. They did. So please allow the member to make her points in silence. I gave you the silence. You asked for it and I gave it to you. So I extend the same courtesy to them.
Sir. You see, I get very excited when I'm talking about Tobago and Lekito Jumbies. And we have another saying in Tobago, do so, a like so. Do so, a like so. There's a gentleman who disparages everybody for no reason. Say the worst things for no reason.
The 48-1, are we still talking about me?
48, yes.
Can we talk about the Ministry of Works for a change?
Member, continue, please.
With the greatest respect, I'm a woman of a certain age. I'm in good condition, but it's up and down. I can't take it, you know. You understand? Okay. So, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, do so and like so. You understand? That is what we say in Tobago. Now, I recall from 2010 to 2015 or thereabouts, when Moody rated Trinidad and Tobago, it was generally, I think, an A grade, as it were, right? And I think the Minister of Finance was excellent, right? I only found one flaw with his presentation, and I told him so. Because what happened is that the member for Digo-Martin Northeast took advantage of that little flaw, meaning he did not put the BAAA rating into context. That, listen, when you're in a hole, you have to stop digging, you know. You understand? And what we are doing is trying to dig out of a deep hole that we found ourselves in. That is what it is. You understand? So when he said we are now B, triple A, or whatever, it is stable. It is better than where we were before, the rating that the previous government had gotten on their own accord and now trying to throw it on the member and on this current government. But I recall between 2010 and particularly in 2015, we were A rating, and that point wasn't made. And I think the member for Digomartin Northeast ran straight through that. So, Mr. Speaker, I am very, very proud of the work of the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure, which incidentally is an oxymoron, you know. Because as a ministry, as Dr. Moore will say, show up on the compound, and a Ministry of Works, but it had nothing to work with. You know, with respect to, it had no tools, it had no equipment, and folks had to be encouraged to say, well, look, this really are the best practices. Lovely people, but these are the best practices. Because the same way they're fighting, and there's nothing wrong in fighting for CPEP and the ghost gang and thing. You know, there are some ministers who were ghost gangs. People didn't know ministers had to show up for work. Yeah. And that when they come to work, they had to work. So basically, all this is a new experience where people come to work. And when I go in there to patch or not, at least I go in and do something. I'm going to do something. Right? And I'm proud of that. So the work of the ministry is felt across the length and breadth of the country. Right? I mean, they all come here wringing their hands about who received enough money and who received enough money. But at the end of the day, if it is, I recall very early in the tenure of the then Minister of Finance, he was talking about fumes. That was beyond fumes. I don't know what beyond fumes is. The only thing is that Minister of Finance is much too decent to really report what he found, and maybe all of that is the context. You haven't put the context. So everybody feels because you're smiling and you're calm and so on, that everything was hunky-dory, and we are not being dug out of a very deep hole. Right? So over the past period, the ministry has advanced a deliberate and structured national works program based on what we have. All right? We can't ask for more than there is available. We have to work with what we have, and you know what? Everybody across this country, whether PNM or UNC, Jew or Gentile, Catholic or Baptist, saying they are seeing backhoes all over the place, desilting. When before, you know what backhoe used to be? Perched on top of a riverbank. Mm-hmm. That is why as soon as it rained, it flooded, because no work was being done. You understand? All them, the backhoes were very performative. They just had to pose up, and I remember last year they actually burned down one. Yeah. They take picture with that, right? But now they are actually doing work all across the length and breadth of Trinidad and Tobago. So, Mr. Speaker, in drainage, more than 187 watercourse and flood mitigation projects have been completed nationwide, with a further 140 being rolled out this very week across the length and breadth. We don't discriminate. I remember the member for, again, Digomartin Northeast, he made a statement. I'm trying to find it right now because I want to make a further point about the way they conduct themselves. Okay. And he said, Mr. Speaker, if you will allow me just to read. He said, and there is something curious in all of this. During the budget, we pointed out, I'm quoting, that the Minister of Works and Infrastructure, because I don't know why they love me so, you know, has not been allocated sufficient funds to even patch one pothole. We said that in October 2025, and He said there is something going on in this government. I don't know if it is some kind of jealousy that they, the member, that is me, Jearlean, is put to act as Prime Minister. I want to tell the honourable member is being sabotaged, that in this UNC government, it doesn't matter if you're black or white, you know. All right? It may be in that government, or when they were in government, somebody who looked like me could not. Yes. So don't take your values and put it on us. Maybe that is what it is. But in the UNC, all you do know, the Prime Minister tell you, work hard and put God in front and walk behind. And that is all we just do. Hard and put God in front and walk behind. All right, so this week we will start another 140 projects already identified and scheduled under phase 2 of the program. And they will start today and will be rolled out all of this week. These interventions, Mr. Speaker, span critical flood-prone areas across both urban and rural communities, with priority given to known flooding hotspots. Because that was something we had a concern about, because, I mean, when somebody's house is flooded, it is painful, it is hard. Generally, it's the most vulnerable amongst us. So we paid attention to that. The road infrastructure, Within that, you know the condition of the roads. That didn't arrive on the 28th of April when we showed up on the compound. That was there, everybody was seeing it. Your car just falling down, nobody cared. This country was just allowed to sink into blood and garbage, right? And now with the money that we have, in terms of spreading it further, and we have a short-term solution. I mean, next year, God's willing, when there is more, we will be able to do more. But at this time, based on the report they have given me, we have done over 3,406 roadway defects across Trinity. We have addressed all of those. Some are small patches, some are big patches, and I mean to say, I wouldn't listen to the member for San Fernando East, because I will do the same that I'm doing for any constituency or community. I will do it with joy for San Fernando, the people of San Fernando East, for the people of San Fernando East. And maybe you're still here. So, Mr. Speaker, these figures represent real impact. They represent improved access to schools, safer travel for workers, reduced flood exposure for families, and strengthened resilience in the face of increasingly unpredictable weather pattern. We are fully aware, Mr. Speaker, that citizens do not measure infrastructure by numbers, reports on spreadsheets, but by lived experience. I mean, when a little rain is falling, down the street from where I work, London Street, it is flooded. I have to look out the window to see when it will go down. Richmond Street, the same thing. All of Independence Square and South Key, it's all flooded. And there must be a reason for that. Part of it, of course, is aging infrastructure. Part of it is the garbage that is thrown into our water courses. But a part of it also is the lack of consciousness in terms of getting these areas cleaned well in advance. So at least you'll give people a fighting chance. I'm not saying we're going to alleviate or we will eradicate all of it, but at the very least, the water will have somewhere to go, right? When it rains and it pours, there wouldn't be. As a matter of fact, I think when the Indian Arrival Day, it rained all day in Penal, exactly, and that Penal Rock Road is known for flooding. And I'm going down and I'm looking and I say, my God, if it flooded here today, I only hear the end of it from the Honourable Prime Minister. There was no flood. Right? You didn't even see ponding on the road. You notice that? Water was going into drains. You understand? Because all across the length and breadth of Trinidad and Tobago, we have been doing a lot of work. So, Mr. Speaker, it is within this context that I would like to account for the work of the ministry, not to report on what has been done, but to speak plainly about where we started, what we faced, and where we are headed. So, we received $8,865,000 for personal expenditure, salaries, and cost of living. Mr. Speaker, that represents back pay and increasing salaries for public servants. All right? And that is based on the intervention of the Honourable, the PG, of the President General of the PSC. Right? We received $24 million between highways and drainage. 10 million of that goes into the highways. And again, the highways were just a mess. Filthy, the barriers filthy, cracked. Everything grimy, everything mashed up. That didn't happen on the 28th of April. That happened over time, and nobody was paying attention. Now in the ministry, you don't even have a power washer. You don't have a power washer? I just borrowed 2 from the Port Authority. They called me and asked me where to send it. You're borrowing, you're renting, whatever it is. You understand? Not a power washer to power wash the roadways and the pavements and so on. Right, but bit by bit, you are going to see the difference. It has started, and it will accumulate over time. So this, of the 24 million, 10 million is ready to pay for contracted services that had already been worked. Right, these are old bills. It's not enough, but at least you're trying to treat with those back bills. Mr. Speaker, the condition of our roads. The immediate conversation in every household in this country has been about the condition of our existing roads. We did not inherit a minor inconvenience. We inherited decades of deferred maintenance. There is nothing called maintenance. Right? There are utility excavations left unrestored and aged infrastructure. That has been allowed to deteriorate for far too long. And the impact of this is really on the people, and it has gotten them to a point beyond frustration. To address this, the ministry adopted a hybrid approach, balancing urgent spot patching to provide immediate relief to road users with sustained long-term rehabilitation to address root causes and restore main road networks to an acceptable standard. And this is where what the member for San Fernando East finds so offensive. What have we done? Our national spot patching, you see how thin skinny is? He like to give boycott take. Yeah? That's a revelation. You know, right? What have we done? Our national spot patching program covers the entire country. Today, the ministry has completed over 11,324 square meters of patching nationwide, deploying 3,927 tons of hot mix asphalt across priority corridors and high traffic routes. We have assisted regional corporations, every single regional corporation, the 14 regional corporations. We have not discriminated. Every single one of them, we have assisted in providing milled and hot mix asphalt to allow for the temporary reinstatement of roadways, the roadways which have deteriorated, of course, over the years. So, Mr. Speaker, over 3,406 roadway defects across Trinidad were addressed. This included the repairs of over 3,007 potholes and the restoration of roadway services. So, since the rollout of the program, patching has commenced across the country. You have something against patching. Yeah. With the collaboration of the government corporation in Cedras, Princestown, Tabakit, Siparia, Couva, North, Laventille, Mayaro, Lebre, Shogwana, Sarima, Toko, Sangre Grande, Komuto, just across the length and breadth of Trinidad and Tobago, and even along the priority bus route, one of the most traversed routes, corridors in the country. Completed spot patching works include the Caroni to Presal Fire, we didn't do in front of your house, that's all right. Along the Sir Solomon Hochoy Highway, the Raya Butler Highway, northbound and southbound, Caroni Savannah Road, Guayamere Road, Couva Main Road, and the connector road in Shoguanas. Mr. Speaker, we have known that the utilities have not been collaborating. But today we have a very, very collaborative relationship with the Water and Sewage Authority in terms of when they fix utility lines. And listen, I heard again the member for Diego Martin Northeast talking about some piece of road along the saddle that has been repaired about 6 or 7 times. Like the length of time these things underground there and nobody's paying attention to them. You know. At least you have somebody going out, not 1 time, not 2 times, not 3 times, not 4 times, not 5, 6 times, he said with his own mouth just now. All right, because you have a very responsive CEO in the Water and Sewage Authority. That is what is happening there. All right, even this morning, they were there. So as they fix, they restore, right? And they restore collaboratively with the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure. So completed repair works in coordination with Wassan Houseman, Stumpuna Road, Siparia Point 14, Port of Spain, Saddle Road, Maraval, the Western Main Road between Glencoe and Carenage, etc. Additionally, we have strengthened our collaboration for defect identification and scheduling of road restoration works across the country. Mr. Speaker, within the fiscal year, the ministry has also completed over 87 road infrastructure projects spanning roadways, maintenance, slope stabilization, and bridge upgrades, as well as geotechnical investigation nationwide. This is a ministry that is working. I'm not sitting down here and getting frustrated like these people. Right? We are working morning, noon, and night. We work, we show up, and we work. So completed bridge and culvert road works. That is, give them performance. That performance, you understand? SS Erin Road Bridge, Sambuku Extension Road Bridge, Maraval Access Road Upgrade, culvert rehabilitation along the priority bus route at 5 Rivers. I was getting some of these, the finalization of these works, but I will leave out the date, but these are all within the term here. Dunderhill Road, culvert rehabilitation, Railway Road, Eastern Main Road, and Hindustan Trace Corridor, culvert rehabilitation. And you can't do enough for this member for Buruga Tableland. Every day she's sending you a new letter. You understand? Because our people show up. They are observant, they are alert, and they work in the interest of the people. Reconstruction of cylinder crossing at Southern Main Road, 16.5 kilometer mark enterprise. Replacement of culvert crossing at Comoro Road, 15.5 kilometer mark. Reconstruction of failed culvert at Western Main Road, Carenage. Incidentally, this piece of work was done internally by the Ministry of Works team, because that's the other thing, everything you ask them, and they tell you, local contractor. I said, no, you have to do it internally, because in that cohort, you have about 4,000 daily paid workers and a 7,000 headcount overall at the ministry. So it's a ministry with a lot of employees, and what one has to do, it's all about leadership and putting people to work, motivate them to work. And the members of staff of that ministry, they are really up to the challenge. Continuing construction of culvert at the intersection of Southern Main Road and Grants Road. Mr. Speaker, completed road rehabilitation works at the Churchill-Louvet Highway westbound, Commuter Road, Blanchisseuse Road, sectional road rehabilitation along Kanjal Road Phase 2, sectional road rehabilitation Caroni Savannah, Southern Main Road, Caroni Roundabout. Completed slope stabilization, Mr. Speaker. You're probably wondering when we're sleeping. Commuter Main Road, so Solomon Hochoy Highway, Langua Road, right? Penal Rock Road, Upper Moraldo Street, Manahamri Road, Naparima Miara Road, Papuri Road, Maruga Road, multiple sites, repair to landslip on Mandiga Road, 1.2 kilometer mark, emergency repairs to landslip around Memorial Road, 6.1 kilometer mark, slope stabilization road along the Lady Young Road, and even this morning we were discussing returning to Lady Young Road because you have a lot of these landslides and so on, and whether we can put some gabion basket. We need to do some urgent geotechnical surveys there because I'm very concerned about that Lady Young Road as a whole. Outside of these works, the ministry has a number of ongoing projects, again across the length and breadth of the country, including the installation of guardrails along the North-South Highway, road restoration, bridge restoration, and drainage and concrete work. Mr. Speaker, I'm talking only about where we got the money. We got, I think, about $12.5 million for the National Recruitment Drive. And within this context, approval was granted for the engagement of 1,801 casual workers across the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure. These are actual workers on the payroll. And I insist that there is no task work, it is no ghost work, it just have work. All right, and people must come to work and account. The work is measured, and we have been getting a very good outcome with these men and women operating at over 60 sites across the country, delivering results in core program areas such as the restoration and maintenance of road and drainage infrastructure, vegetation control and beautification of highways, roundabouts and overpasses, the clearing of water courses to support flood mitigation. This workforce has significantly increased the ministry's operational capacity and enabled us to undertake a greater volume of maintenance and rehabilitation works across the country. Other transfers, Mr. Speaker, the National Recruitment Drive teams have been deployed at the Grand Bazaar interchange, at the Piarco intersection, Uriah Bus Butler Highway, Churchill-Louvet Highway. You're just seeing waves of workers and action, and cumulatively, you are beginning to see things are improving aesthetically across the country because all of this feeds into order. Right? I remember very early in my tenure when I spoke about the garbage along a particular highway, I was told, Minister, if we clean it, they will dirty it. And this was in July. No, they told me that. Not once, but twice. And I said, well, you know what? We'll clean it again. We'll clean it again. That is what we do at the ministry. That is what we do as members of a United National Congress government. We don't back. We are not afraid of anything, right? We continue to push ahead, all right, until with a vision, with focus, and with resolve. And they could say what they want. I don't care about what they say, right? They could say what they want. I know that we are progressing, and the people are seeing it, the people they know it, and the people know that they are doing better. And it doesn't matter what story they spread, they lie down and sleep, because they feel that they'll come out of opposition tomorrow. They're always telling you to put something, no, please. Relax. Relax. This is not an easy road. We've been on that road. The road is easy, right? And I could tell you the United National Congress is not an easy party. The big bad UNC. We're not easy, right? So it ain't gonna be easy, right? It's been a long time coming, and this change came, and we are not going to let go of this change because we are not going to allow our children to just be dying all over the place. People are just dying, shot, killed. Right? When I came into the ministry, it had no scanners at the Port of Spain port and none in Plipdeco port. Who caused that? Don't want to sit down. Don't think. All right? All of these things feed into crime. It left the port open and vulnerable for anything and anyone to just pass through. So I'm just saying, this NRD teams, very good, focused people, have been deployed at the Grand Bazaar interchange. The underpass, you clean it today, they dirty it tonight. You clean it today, they dirty it tonight. So we have put no dumping. We've put about 4 no dumping signs. You know what? They're dumping right on the signs. And that is the attitude we have to change in this country. At that, there's a little what called lay-by down just off the Hilton on the base of the Lady Young. There's a big disposal bin, right? Well, we got it cleared today. We didn't ask the Mayor of Port of Spain, you know. The Ministry of Works cleared it out. I showed the member for Persad-Bissessar one. We cleared it out, right? Because our duty, as far as I'm concerned, is to bring order and cleanliness to this country, right? So this NRD team, they are the Grand Bazaar interchange, Piarco intersection, Uriah Butler Highway, Churchill Roosevelt Highway, Diego Martin Highway, Beetham Highway, Sir Solomon Ochoa Highway, and Mr. Speaker, even when they rake up, they weed up the grass and so on, and the debris in the drains, I pass, I see it, I then have to say, well, when are they going to pick it up? Because there must be best practices. You have to say within 24 hours or 48 hours. Most times they don't have a truck. There's no equipment in the there's no equipment to work in the Ministry of Works. So you have to wait until somebody lend you something, you know, lend you a truck or as the case might be. But we are working with what we have. So we try to pick up the garbage over the Lady Young, in Mova, Lebre, Cedra, Siparia, Naparima, Miara Road, in Rio Claro, Tableland Road, Golconda, Connector Road, Maritime Roundabout, and across drainage sites nationwide. Our teams on the ground have completed grass cutting at 7.8 million square meters of grass cut across the country. Edging of pavement, yes. I mean, they have the trolls saying, but Jearlean walking around. But friend, I proudly, you understand? I walk around and I manage and I come out all hours of the day and night in the interest of my country. And I walk everywhere because we have to, sorry. What happened, sir?
1 more minute. Of regular time.
No, I need plenty more. I have a lot to say.
Well, in the spirit of the competition, one more minute of regular time.
I now start, Mr. Speaker. I now start. We are doing a lot of work at the Ministry of Works, you know. And never mind people who want to disparage patching. There are many people who want the patching. You understand? A lot of people want the patching. So, as I said, edging of pavements, 553,000 meters of pavement edging completed, debris removal. Well, they're telling me it's 15.6 thousand, well, it's 15,622, they say linear meters of debris and garbage removed from roads across the country. I don't know if this is even so. I mean, we just moved out truckloads of garbage all across the country. We don't leave anything. We clean it up, right? As we work. We don't even leave, as I said, we don't just patch, we clean the garbage also. The principle underpinning this program is genuine accountability, show up, perform, and deliver. Those who do stand a real chance, maybe of transition into more sustainable employment within the ministry, but these are real jobs for real people doing real work. And that is what the government promised, and that is what the government is delivering. Mr. Speaker, drainage. 14 million supplemental funding. So flooding is nothing new to this country. In fact, with just about 2 minutes of rainfall, as I said before, Port of Spain goes underwater. And those with eyes to see will see. The first thing is to admit that it's happening. So I don't pretend and sit down and talk about, I mean, used to see Port of Spain underwater, people want to act from Noah, and all you're hearing my predecessor saying is what? El Nino, El Nina, all kind of nonsense. They have no control over the rain. We know that. You have no control over the rain, but you have to do something. Right, so in 2 minutes, literally, I'm looking at Port of Spain floating away. What do you do? What have we done? We are not saying we have eradicated it, but we are saying we are working very hard. So Rising Road, South Key, Broadway, Independence Square, Edward Street, Henry Street, Richmond Street, Dundonald Street, Haripita Avenue, George Street, Sackville Street, you know, they're all underwater season after season, year after year. And that is what we inherited, but it's now ours to fix. Right now, as we speak, we are undertaking the silting around the City Gate area. Teams are cleaning manholes along South Key, Broadway and Beetham Highway in the vicinity of the lighthouse. Richmond Street floods, Mr. Speaker, from Queen Street to Independence Square, primarily because of inadequate drainage. Right? The city has outgrown the size of the drainage underground, and that is a more long-term plan, of course. The drains start from one size and then it reduces in size, so it cannot take the water away efficiently. So in 2 weeks' time, the Ministry of Work will start the silting from Duke Street extension straight to Sea-Lots to clear 10 underground drainage outfalls, which will mitigate against flooding along Rising Road and environs. While the work required for drainage is ongoing across the country, with this supplemental funding, the Ministry will undertake the following additional projects. Cunupia River, Southern Main Road, should go, Southern Main Road. Rehabilitation works along that Cunupia River in the vicinity of the number 263 Southern Main Road. Tahadil Road, Pier Road, Charlieville, Shogunas West, removal of failed section and construction of 2 reinforced concrete retaining walls. Mandillan River, Hermitage Road, Union Village. Again, works will be going on there very shortly. Malik River, during the Standing Finance Committee, the member had asked about that. Yes, sir. Rehabilitation works mean I follow that river. I don't know if you're working your constituency, but I look at it all the time, right? So the works along the Malik River at 2nd Street, Barataria, this involved the construction of reinforced concrete L section, etc. Plus, right around, adjacent to the Maritime Plaza, there is the silting work going on around that area. Straight around, or up the Beetham Highway, come around there, and down the priority bus route. I see it because as you clean it, garbage appears. Where it comes from, I don't know, but what do? I don't just watch it. I complain and I tell Ministry of Works, go back there and take that garbage out again, because if the rain comes, we'll have a backup. There'll be flood. So you see, we don't discriminate, right? We work everywhere. We don't, you know. So one of the most important shifts in how this ministry is approaching drainage is that we have moved from waiting for the floods to happen and responding to identifying where they happen, understanding why, and intervening in advance. Mr. Speaker, I didn't say we solve flooding, because that's where they go and say. We didn't say that. We are saying we are proactive, and we are working very hard to try to get ahead a lot of the known areas flashpoint. We know the areas that flood. That knowledge has been accumulated over decades of flood reports, community complaints, and field data. What was missing historically was a strategic response that matched the intelligence we already had. So we have now mapped the hotspots and flood zones in areas such as Bamboo Settlement number 1, Bamboo Settlement number 2, Bamboo Settlement number 3. I've seen the member for Arangwas in boats floating gently down the stream in Bamboo. No, I have been there in big high truck with water right up literally to the top of the tires. You know, people underwater in these areas. So when you could do something, you really get to it fairly quickly, because folks are really under a lot of pressure in these places. So, Brickfield, Carpetshire, Macaroni, Cunupia, Felicity, Frederick Settlement, Gasparillo, Guayari, Harmony Hall, Kelly Village, Lapai, Manzanilla, Marabella, Monkey Tongue, Maruga, Orpoon, South Orpooch, Otwa River, Penal, Plummitan, St. Augustine, South St. Helena, San Juan, Valsain, and Waterloo. All these are some of the hotspots. And, of course, some of the farming areas are negatively impacted. In Bamboo number 1, the ministry has upgraded the pump house, including the procurement of new pumps. In addition, the silting works have commenced on the Bamboo number 1 collector drain. So all these are very specific details about what we are doing, what we have been doing in all of these silting programs, you know, whether it's in north, south, east, or west. In Movan, Barataria, stabilization work on the Malik River are complete, and the silting of the Vemcut drain, Serval main drain, collector drain, south of Beetham Highway, and downstream bywater, as well as improvement works to the parallel drain along the eastbound lane of the Beetham Highway are all ongoing. In the communities between Priority Bus Route and the Churchill Roosevelt Highway, covering Success Village and Beetham Estate, the silting is underway along the Priority Bus Route parallel drain in Laventille. The Malik River, that's at the Maritime Roundabout, from the bus route to the highway, has been cleared. So go and see. Right? If you're happy, tell us. When we post these things on social media, we tell the public, if you don't see us in your neighborhood, in your community, and you're feeling a little nervous, just let us know, and we show up. You understand? Because we understand the pressure you're under. You're under as a representative, you're under as a homeowner, and so on. So these communities sometimes, you know, these communities have probably never been first on the list. Under this administration, they are first on the list. They are priority communities. The Digo Martin River, Bonds Road Ravine. This morning I was going through with the team, and they say, oh God, Bonds Road Ravine, this is a very important ravine. St. Anne's River, Maraval River, and associated silt traps are on the active maintenance schedule. Overtopping along Digo Martin Main Road is a known and mapped problem. Clearing works are it cannot be an area for us. This is Trinidad and Tobago. You understand? It cannot be an area. We just do the work, right? right, in Central, active works are underway on the Bulbul River. I don't know if that's a river. Okay. Oh, yeah, they really say a Claxonby. The Caparo and Mamaral rivers, Konupia River, the Caroni River at Kelly Village, and the Tagariga River corridor serving the St. Augustine area and bamboo settlements. In the south, phase 1 has seen major watercourses cleaned, with phases 2 and 3 taking the total up to 21 watercourses, which are still being executed. So we are really working very hard. Major works also undertaken on the Alice Creek, Capdeville River, Coromata River, Blackwater River, Nagasa Channel. I don't think this house knew it had so many rivers in this country. You understand? But we are in every one of these areas, doing what we can and trying our best to mitigate against all kinds of problems. So we have upgrade of equipment. Speaker, how much time I have left?
6 minutes.
Oh, I have 6 minutes, man. All right.
Give them some more.
So, Speaker, what I don't even understand. I'm not distracted. I will not stand in this parliament, Mr. Speaker, as I said before, and tell anyone that we have permanently solved flooding in any community. What I will say is this: we have reduced the risk. We have increased the capacity of the waterways, and we have pumps working, we have drains cleared, and we have people on standby. Right? Once the rain set up, the WhatsApp is activated. What are you doing here? What are you doing there? What are the risks associated? I mean, it's very people intensive now, but we are hoping that over time it can become a more sophisticated system. What is happening now? We work with what we have. So clearing a drain does not make the news, but a family that did not flood this season, they know the difference. Yes. Right? That is who we are working for. That is who we are working for. Right? I want to take this moment to reiterate that as a country, we have to take stock of our own actions. A significant contributor to flood-related disasters in Trinidad and Tobago, it's us, our habits, and our choices. Our culture, or the culture we have embraced. As a people, we require a civilizational recalibration, a fundamental shift in how we as citizens understand our relationship with the environment and associated risk. So, Mr. Speaker, all of these transfers and subsidies between NIPDEC and NITCO, all for loans that would have been taken in the past, 377.4 million. Part of this funding will be used for our loan obligations. The facilities relate, though that money relates to facilities from both NIPDEC and NITCO, and they have allowed the ministry to finance strategic road improvements nationwide. So I don't want to take up time. These are just whatever, these loans thing. Then you have, of course, the Port Authority, would have gotten $16 million, and that, of course, is for the various boats on the sea bridge. Mr. Speaker, and then a significant portion of the money was for a piece of equipment by the name of AMT Goliath, $34.5 million. What happened here is that Carry Dock is known as a dry dock, and they made about 65 million to 100 million US a year, maybe about 20 million US dollars per year, because they charge in US dollars. But they allowed the dock to sink to the bottom of the sea.
Sabotage it.
Right? And what happened? Some Turks came, they dove down. Well, in Tobago, we don't say dove down, we say dive down. They dive down. And they floated away to Turkey. And now it's working just fine. Yep. Mr. Speaker, yes, they paid $1 for it. For the avoidance of doubt, they paid $1 US for it. Right? So they paid a big set of money for it. Right? What has happened then? I mean, we are talking about jobs. The jobs in that part of the peninsula before that dry dock went out of business, they had about over 500 jobs, 565 jobs, in welding, fabrication, blasting, painting, machinery, equipment maintenance, yard cleaning, ship maintenance, specialist work, good work, high-paying jobs. Now they have about 165 employees, and they have moved from 100 million or thereabout to about 1.5 million. As a matter of fact, I have to go to the cabinet to ask for some kind of subsidy. So the AMT Goliath came to Trinidad. Nobody did any due diligence. That contract is worth maybe $120 million. But nobody saw fit to go to Europe to even watch it and see it. Right? They stayed in Trinidad and they bring down our floating. Mr. Speaker, almost finished. How many minutes do I have, sir?
I think you have just 2 minutes again.
Okay, let me use it wisely. So they, this dry dock, as I said, so they brought it down without seeing it. And when it came, they realized that the dry dock going so. Right? It's not stabilized, so they can't get anything on top of it. You understand? So for 1 year, we paying $8 million every 3 months for this thing. And you have to get, I have to go and shop in the cabinet to ask for something called spot poles. So I had to learn the language of the dry dock. So I had to go and ask for $35 million. Now, because they bring this thing, that floating like that, no boat can go on top of it because we will not get any insurance. Those boats won't get any insurance, right? And we are dry docking island. So now we have no dry dock. So, Mr. Speaker, on that note, I want to thank you very much for the privilege. Thank you, sir.
Aruka Lopino.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for recognizing me. I found that the contribution of my friend from Couva North was quite entertaining, Mr. Speaker. Quite entertaining, very, exciting and excitable. And I wish he had 5 more minutes, Mr. Speaker, especially the last point that she made with respect to the carry dock and how it was floating and how it was moving, etc. But when I listened to my Couva North, Mr. Speaker, and I think of the reality of life in Trinidad and Tobago, especially in my constituency, because listening to the contribution of my colleague, you would believe that we are living in Dubai. We have the best roads. We clean all the drains. We have cleaned all the rivers, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if she takes a helicopter to go home, Mr. Speaker, because, Mr. Speaker, the reality is that if you are living especially in some areas of Trinidad, you cannot identify with the reality from what the member just spoke about, Mr. Speaker. You can't identify with the reality. I asked the member, if you have time, take a drive down to Shagaramas. Take a drive down, or you probably like to walk. Take a walk down, and you would see the condition of that road. It's in horrible condition, Minister. If you look at Saddle Road in Maraval leading up, I'm sure you travel there on a regular basis, it is in a horrible condition. If you look in parts of Port of Spain, it is in a horrible condition. If you come up to my constituency on the Lopino Road in Aruka, and the thing about it, Mr. Speaker, these roads and the infrastructure deteriorated significantly, especially over the last 8 or 9 months, because we told the minister that given the allocation, there is no way she can maintain the roads infrastructure, and very soon, before the end of the fiscal year, the roads of our country would deteriorate significantly, Mr. Speaker. So said, so done, Mr. Speaker. So said, so done, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the member was speaking, I turned to the documents, the budget documents, because I said perhaps she would have gotten over $700 million to do all the work that she's been doing. I turned to the documents and I realized salaries and cost of living allowance, she got an increase in $8.8 million, and that is as a result of the settlement of wages, Mr. Speaker. Not to do anything new, to pay salaries towards the end of this fiscal year. On the highways, the member got $10 million. Drainage, other contracted services, $14 million. And then, Mr. Speaker, we go to Port Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, $16 million, and other recruitment, and other transfers, National Recruitment Drive Initiative. Most of the subvention and the addition that the member got was to pay outstanding loans that the PNM would have taken out to improve road infrastructure, drainage infrastructure in Trinidad and Tobago. So it is not even possible, it is not remotely possible, Mr. Speaker, for the member to even execute 10% of the work that she claimed that she is doing with this allocation. It is all pie in the sky, Mr. Speaker, to give the impression to the people of Trinidad and Tobago that something is happening in the ministry. But based on the reality of the figures in this supplement supplementary appropriation and the variation of appropriation, Mr. Speaker, there is no way, it is impossible for the member to do the work that she claims that she wants to do, Mr. Speaker. As a matter of fact, when she appeared before the Standing Finance Committee, and we asked specific questions with respect to the appropriation, the member said it was to pay outstanding bills. Works have already started. Procurement has already been completed. Contracts have already been awarded. And the allocation that she received, the minimal allocation for infrastructure work, is really to pay outstanding bills as you move towards the end of this fiscal year. So, Mr. Speaker, what the country was just regaled with from the Member of Parliament for Couva North with respect to projects and cleaning of drains and rivers and paving of roads and patching, etc. Nothing could be further from the truth, and they are not anchored in facts. They are not anchored in reality, Mr. Speaker. And I am warning the people of Trinidad and Tobago not to be distracted by the very excitable presentation by the Minister of Works and Transport, the member for Couva North. We are not fooled. The figures are before us. And your presentation is not premised and it is not anchored in reality, Mr. Speaker. It is not. Mr. Speaker, first to begin, I want to speak on behalf of my constituency of Aruka Lupino. Because I listened carefully to the member for Faizabad, who painted an economic picture that you believe that Trinidad and Tobago is going through some boom, and that life in Trinidad and Tobago is so good because the UNC has arrived on the scene and people are employed and everything is going so great in this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say on behalf of my constituents that since the UNC has come into office, it has been pressure all over the place, Mr. Speaker. People have lost their jobs, Mr. Speaker. Single mothers are unable to send their children to school. And even when, Mr. Speaker, you go to the schools and you speak to the principals in the primary schools, they tell you so many of our students are coming to school and they are unable, Mr. Speaker, to afford a breakfast or to afford a meal, Mr. Speaker. They can't afford transportation. Their parents have lost their job in some of the state-sponsored programs, Mr. Speaker. That is the reality in Trinidad and Tobago. So when you listen to members opposite, especially the Minister of Finance and all those who would have spoken before, Mr. Speaker, they are not anchored in reality. Hubris has taken over them, Mr. Speaker, and they do not understand the reality of life in Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Speaker. People are catching their tail, Mr. Speaker. Many of our single mothers are out of jobs, Mr. Speaker. Many of our children are not going to school, Mr. Speaker, because of some of the economic measures of this government. And I'm telling the Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, please do not get drunk on your Kool-Aid. The reality of life in Trinidad and Tobago has deteriorated. A lot of people are losing their jobs. Small businesses are closing down almost every single day. Bars are closing down almost every single day, Mr. Speaker, and they are as a result of the backward and repressive measures of this United National Congress-led government, Mr. Speaker. So, my constituents do not agree with this picture that was painted by the Minister of Finance. That is not their reality. And I am sure all 13 members of this opposition can stand here today and could identify with what I am identifying with the constituency of Aruka Lupino. That when they go to their constituency and they visit the communities, they visit the schools, and constituents come to them on a daily basis, I am sure they can all identify, and even members opposite can identify with what I am saying here today. This country is under tremendous stress. Homes are under tremendous stress. Communities are under tremendous stress. And a lot has to do with some of the backward measures of this UNC government, Mr. Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am sorry, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, as the member for Diego Martin Northeast said. You have this variation of about $3 billion. $3 billion to add to the national budget, Madam Deputy Speaker. The vast majority, perhaps 90 or 95% of that is for recurrent expenditure. About $94 million of what it is for the development program. $92 million for the development program. $92 million for the development program. How are we going to stimulate this economy and create jobs for the people of this society? How are we going to improve the roads and the drains that the member for Couva North just spoke about, with $92 million for the development program that will be spread straight across to all ministries, not just one ministry. Because if you take $92 million and you give it to the Minister of Works and Infrastructure, the member for Couva North, you can't even do 20% of the work that she just read out with $92 million. But with $92 million spread across the development program for all ministries, Madam Deputy Speaker, there's no way, absolutely no way in which this economy can be stimulated, you can create jobs, and you can give people hope in this society, especially given the fact that over the last 1 year, since this government assumed office, over 60,000 people have lost their jobs. And every single day, we hear of businesses closing down, especially small businesses, Madam Deputy Speaker. What can you do with $92 million in a supplementary appropriation that is saying that we are adding $3 billion to the national budget? It's a very serious matter. And despite all that you would hear from colleagues opposite, painting a rosy picture that life in Trinidad and Tobago is great, we have a growing economy, people are being employed, etc. Nothing could be further from the truth, Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, with $92 million to stimulate our economy in this supplementary appropriation. Madam Deputy Speaker, please allow me to turn to two ministries that would have been impacted by this supplementation and variation of estimates that we are discussing in this debate. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me start with the Ministry of Public Utilities. And a lot of the money associated or given to the Ministry of Public Utilities, I mean, when you look at it, the first question that you will ask is, why wasn't this catered for in the very first place in the budget? Was it that it was deliberately underfunded or estimated at the start of the fiscal year so that we can come back in a midterm review to add to it so that you can take you towards the end of the fiscal year? But I recall when we were sitting on that side and colleagues opposite were sitting on this side, they would accuse the Minister of Finance of basically the same thing. Why didn't you cater for this when the budget was read? And he was deliberately cooking the figures, and he was deliberately interfering with the figures to create a narrative or a picture that is far from reality. And you know what is interesting? And everything that they accused the member for Diego Martin Northeast about over the last 5 or maybe 10 years, the Minister of Finance, the Member of Parliament for Fyzabad, in just 1 year, is doing almost the same. So let me go to the Ministry of Public Utilities, Madam Deputy Speaker, just to give you an idea of what I'm talking about. So in Ministry of Public Utilities, quite a large allocation was made for the payment of, well, it says street light and lighting infrastructure. I'm trying to get it here, and please allow me as I go through the document. But when I look at it, I asked the minister in the Standing Finance Committee whether this was to increase or improve or to expand streetlights in Trinidad and Tobago, or to pay TNTEC a bill that you normally would have to pay them on a monthly basis. And that is the sum of $87,963,000,000. Supplement the provision to meet the cost of street lighting and lighting of parks and recreational grounds to the end of fiscal 2026. $87 million, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I want the country to understand, and I know the Minister of Public Utilities may confirm, that this is not for new lighting in Trinidad and Tobago. It is not to increase or to purchase LED lights. It is not for new lighting of recreational spaces in Trinidad and Tobago. It is a debt that is carried by the Ministry of Public Utilities, where they pay TNTEC on a monthly basis for all of the street lights that TNTEC would, the cost that they would incur for ensuring that our street lights and lights in, on roads and recreational spaces, that they are lit on a daily basis. And Ministry of Public Utilities, they incur over $100 million. A lot of people don't know that. Over $100 million on a yearly basis in paying TNTEC that amount of money to ensure that our roads and our highways and our recreational spaces are lit. But I want to ask the Minister of Public Utilities, as he enters into the debate, why we are not getting the regional corporations to fund or to pay the bill for the lighting of recreational spaces. Because my understanding, as a former Minister of Public Utilities, that when councillors and members of parliament approach you to light a grounds in a recreational space, TNTEC will undertake the capital cost to install the lighting infrastructure. And once it is completed, Madam Deputy Speaker, the regional corporation will be responsible for paying the lights and paying the bill to TNTEC. It is unfortunate that, based on the figures being presented in this supplementary appropriation, that the Ministry of Public Utilities still has to pay the debts for the lighting of recreational spaces in many communities. That really should be the responsibility of regional corporations around the country. But if you're underfunding regional corporations, especially what we are seeing in Diego Martin, in Port of Spain, in Tunapuna, in Sangre Grande, and some of those maybe Chaguanas, Point Fortin, if you're underfunding these regional corporations, they cannot take up that responsibility. But ideally, once the infrastructure is put down by the Ministry of Public Utilities and TNTEC for the lighting of those recreational spaces, those regional corporations should be taking up that responsibility. The other program that was appropriated for was $38 million for the rebate program under TNTEC. And the Minister of Public Utilities will tell you that it is a program that was instituted, from my recollection, under previous PNM government to assist some of the low-income earners in this country to pay their bills, because they tend to consume the least of electricity compared to high consumers, especially in the upper income bracket. And the PNM government thought that it was necessary to introduce a rebate program that would encourage people to practice conservation, to allow your bill to come within a certain tier. And once it arrives at that tier, you can benefit from a rebate. So the whole idea was not only to assist people in the low income brackets in the society, but to encourage citizens to participate in conservation, so that if their bill is, or their bills rather, they operate or they come within a certain bracket, you can benefit from that rebate program. And that is also a bill borne by the Ministry of Public Utilities. And we're seeing here that, based on estimation, towards the end of this fiscal year, the Ministry of Public Utilities is being given $38.8 million so that they can pay TNTEC to continue the funding of this program. $7 million for TT Post, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister said in the Standing Finance Committee that that is to allow for TT Post to continue its operational cost towards, because the initial estimate or allocation of, I think, about $62 million was not enough when the budget was first read, and therefore the need for this additional $7 million to allow TT Post to continue to operate. One of the things I forgot to ask the Minister during the Standing Finance, and perhaps he will do so in his presentation, is what is happening at TT Post. My information, Minister, is that TT Post has been without a board since over a year. I don't know if it is true. I'm just saying information that came to the opposition. And if that is so, perhaps in your contribution, you can explain to the country why TT Post has been without a board of directors for almost a year since this government has assumed office. It is not a good thing. And then, Madam Deputy Speaker, $3 million to continue the CPEP, not the CPEP program, but the CPEP company, because the Minister indicated that you still have employees in the company, and there are some other operational expenses that the company will continue to undertake before the government executes its decision to shut down and to wind up the company. And the ministry was given an additional $3 million to pay staff, etc. So you can't take any objections to that. You have employees and you have to pay them, and you have to pay your operational expenses. And then, Madam Deputy Speaker, we come to the Water and Sewage Authority. WASA has been given the sum of $375 million, approximately $375 million. Madam Deputy Speaker, that is not $375 million for the drilling of wells. It is not for the expansion of WASA's infrastructure. It is not for the installation and the construction of booster station. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is not for the construction of water treatment plants. It is not for road restoration. It is not for the extension of pipelines to ensure that communities that are unserved and underserved, to expand WASA's infrastructure. $375 million. And the Minister indicated in the Standing Finance Committee that the vast majority of that is to ensure the payment of wages for short-term workers, and he indicated that over 500 workers WASA employed during this fiscal year, and this allocation of this supplementation of $375 million is to allow WASA to continue to pay wages and to undertake other operational expenses towards the end of this fiscal year. And Madam Deputy Speaker, therein lies the problem. Because I recall in a similar exercise last year, I warned the country and I told the country that we cannot continue along that line. Because very soon, Madam Deputy Speaker, this country will not be able to fund WASA's operation to the extent to which we are funding WASA. And it is for that reason, Madam Deputy Speaker, the PNM government has undertaken a comprehensive program to transform the Water and Sewage Authority, to make it into an efficiently run utility agency where it can generate its own revenue. Because when I left that ministry, and perhaps I'm not too sure if it's the same, but WASA's revenue on an annual basis is somewhere in the region of $800 million. $800 million to run the operation of WASA, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's over $2 billion, sometimes $2.5 billion. So the state has to fund WASA's operation to the tune, Madam Deputy Speaker, of over $2.5 billion, because WASA's collection of $800 million is not even sufficient to pay salaries for its workers. And with the addition of 500 workers, as the Minister indicated, it would put WASA in a very difficult position, because the most of the funding that WASA is getting now, it is not to improve the supply of water to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Deputy Speaker. And therefore, I want to ask the minister that given WASA's situation now, where over $375 million would now go into recurrent expenditure, in this fiscal, what is the situation with programs like the Community Water Improvement Program that is geared towards ensuring that communities that are served and underserved get access to water? Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to ask the minister, in this fiscal, when the last budget was read, we on this side inquired about the Northwest Water Improvement Program. And the Northwest Water Improvement Program, started under the PNM, being funded under the PNM, was able, Madam Deputy Speaker, to ensure that a lot of the booster stations that are located in Northwest Trinidad, where communities they live on hilly terrain, that the booster stations have access to pumps and standby pumps. They get access, and those pumps continue to work on a regular basis. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government in this fiscal allocated not 1 cent to the Northwest Water Improvement Program. And my colleagues on this side who have constituencies in Northwest Trinidad can tell you, if it's Diego Martin Northeast, St. Anne's, Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, almost all of our constituencies are feeling the brunt and feeling the effects of the discontinuation of this program. And I am raising it, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am raising it because the $375 million being given to WASA is not for that purpose. My colleague from Diego Martin Northeast can tell you that the Marvin water treatment plant, one of the oldest water treatment plants in Trinidad, under the Northwest program, we started the refurbishment, the full refurbishment of the Marvin water treatment plant. And with the fact that not $1 has been allocated to the Northwest Water Improvement Program, I am being told that that very important project has been discontinued, where over 5,000 people in the Marvin catchment area and Upper Marvin and Lower Marvin stood to benefit from a very 10,000 from a very important program with the upgrade of the Marvin water treatment plant. And you are telling me that this Parliament is being called upon to approve $375 million, and the people of Marvin will not benefit because you cannot complete this project. A couple of weeks ago, I think a month ago, my colleague from Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, asked about the St. Anne's well. And he was given all kinds of promises that the well will be completed. The well was, in fact, completed under the PNM government. But what was necessary is the installation of associated pipeline work to get the water into the distribution system so that the people of Cascade and St. Anne's, the member for Couva North, would have been benefiting from that.
Everybody knows.
You understand? The member from Couva North was looking forward, Madam Deputy Speaker, with bated breath for the completion of that program. The member for Couva North cannot even benefit from an improved water supply because of the discontinuation of this very important water improvement program. That's how serious it is, Madam Deputy Speaker. That's how serious it is. The people from Laventel East Mover, the people from Laventel, the people from Diego Martin, Covin Road, everywhere is pressure, Madam Deputy Speaker. People catching their tail for water, Madam Deputy Speaker. And we today are being called upon to approve $375 million in our constituency. Look at the member for Caroni Central. He too, his constituency catching their tail, Madam Deputy Speaker. They are not getting water. They are thirsty, Madam Deputy Speaker. But he's in a very difficult place. We know that he...
Not his constituency.
No, that's his constituency. Let us not be uncharitable to the member for Caroni Central. You understand? He probably doesn't know where they are located. But they're catching the tail. Problems, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I had asked my colleague from Couva South a couple months ago about the Aruka well project. And my colleague came to the Parliament and he boasted and he said, well, the well was drilled and how much water we're going to get, and we are going to install the pipeline work. That's almost a year ago I asked about this project. Madam Deputy Speaker, up to now, they can't put the pipe in the ground yet. The people from Five Rivers, Madam Speaker, are catching their tail for water as we speak, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I, as a member of Parliament for Aruka Lupino, is being called upon to approve and to vote with the government to approve $375 million for WASA. And my colleague from Cuba South cannot demonstrate to me in this allocation how the people of Five Rivers and the people of Borneo West and people of La Florissant and Windy Hill, how are they going to benefit from this? It is unfair to them. Madam Deputy Speaker, I asked my colleague a couple of months ago about a program that we started on the PNM, because the member for Diego Martin Northeast made a point that the PNM government took a loan, I think it was about $200 million, to make it available for WASA to continue the expansion of our national water sector improvement program, to fund and to execute projects in areas that are having difficulties in accessing water. As a result of that, many communities around we have identified, once we got the information from the technocrats, to drill wells, to upgrade water treatment plants. I'll take my time. All my time that's up.
Okay.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as the member for Diego Martin Northeast said, when this government came into power, all of that money was taken back by the Minister of Finance and all snatched away, as he said. And all of these projects that we would have put in place, I wasn't surprised when the Minister of Public Utilities, when I asked him the question, what is the status of the project for that well in the Valencia area? What is the status of the project for the wells in the Wallerfield area? What is the status? And the minister came and he said, well, we are looking at the projects, we are relooking them, and we will come back and we will tell the country what we are doing. You know what is he relooking? He has no money to continue to implement this project because they snatch away the $200 million that the PNM put in place to ensure that those projects are funded. And today the people of Valencia, the people of Wallerfield, Madam Deputy Speaker, cannot and will not know when their supply of water will be improved. I am asking the Minister of Public Utilities to please tell us where in this $375 million, apart from the increase, 500 additional workers for the Water and Sewage Authority, where in there are we going to undertake these very critical projects to improve the supply of water to the people of Trinidad and Tobago? And the minister would have said, I've been listening to him a couple of months, he said that we are going to undertake desalination plants and we're going to construct some desalination plants. And before I talk about desalination plants, as we speak today, the people of Tobago, and I hope Tobago again, East and West, enter the debate, you know, because don't point at me. Because the last time I invited the member to enter into debate, he made a good entrance into the debate. And I want the members for Tobago East and Tobago West to enter in this debate again and tell the people of Tobago what you are doing to improve the supply of water, because it's hell in Tobago with respect to the supply of water. They're burning tires all in Castara, all in countryside. They are burning tires and they are living hell and they are catching hell for an improved supply of water because of the incompetency of the representation that they now have. Oh, how they wish that they had Ayanna Webster-Roy and Shamfa Kojo. Oh, how they wish. Because it looked as though, Madam Deputy Speaker, it looked as though they have two MPs, but like nobody lives there. Nobody ain't living there, no. Minister of Public Utilities. Nobody ain't living there. Madam Deputy Speaker, Madam Deputy, everything is okay? Madam Deputy Speaker, I could talk for 2 more hours on, but I think I made the point. with respect to the allocation, with respect to the Ministry of Public Utilities. Let me now go to the allocation for the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Madam Deputy Speaker, during the Standing Finance Committee, my colleague from Port Moresby North, St. Anne's West, asked the Minister of Homeland Security about an allocation to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service of an additional $100 million. And when you look at what was originally allocated to that ministry of $400 million, they receive an additional $100 million, Madam Deputy Speaker, taking the TTPS's overtime bill to $500 million. And I do hope, I'm raising the issue and the point, Madam Deputy Speaker, because I don't want it to be lost upon the people of Trinidad and Tobago, that this is nothing but a scandal. And something must be wrong in the management of any organization that accrues a bill of over $500 million in overtime. Is it as a result of the state of emergency that has been in place for almost a year? Is it that police officers are now burnt out? Is it that police officers continue to accumulate huge amount of money or hours in overtime because of extended hours? And my colleague from Laventille East Mover made a very important point in the debate. The government attempted on many occasions to stop his stride, but he was making a very important point. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, if police officers are spending that amount of time in overtime, you have to ask yourself, what is the state of mind and the quality of life for a lot of our law enforcement officers who are spending, based on these figures, large amount of hours in overtime because of this existing state of public emergency in Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Deputy Speaker. And this allocation, as I've indicated, would have taken and will take the police overtime bill to $500 million. I want to ask the Minister of Homeland Security, if he enters into the debate, what is the annual bill for the police in terms of the salary bill for the police? It can't be, and I'm sure it is not $500 million. And if one organization is accumulating $500 million, $500 million in overtime, then we need to go deeper into this. Is it a management problem? Is it that we have abuse in overtime? Because this, Madam Deputy Speaker, $500 million, it is not to purchase new police vehicles. It is not to purchase arms and ammunition. It is not, Madam Deputy Speaker, to purchase body cameras for police officers. It is not, Madam Deputy Speaker, to purchase the necessary technological equipment to improve policing in Trinidad and Tobago. Because as we speak today, Madam Deputy Speaker, with $500 million in an overtime bill, the murder rate today, I can tell you, Madam Deputy Speaker, is about 175 murders, Madam Deputy Speaker, to date, or more, 175 murders. And given the fact that we are in a state of public emergency, we are being called upon to approve a further $100 million with a price tag of $500 million for the police service. And this is the statistics that confront us. And we as a parliament need to scrutinize these figures and ask whether or not we are getting value for money. We are not in any way criticizing the police. But this important budgetary exercise, we have to ask the difficult and uncomfortable question, whether the taxpayers, the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, are getting value for money in terms of this expenditure, Madam Deputy Speaker. Because based on the information I have, you have over 175 murders per year, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me give you some information that I have. In a state of emergency, with millions of dollars we are asked upon, and this parliament is being called upon to approve for the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Northern Division, detection rate, 0. Northeastern Division, detection rate is 0. North Central Division, 23 murders, the detection rate, 17%. Southern Division, the detection rate is 12%. Port of Spain Division, detection rate 0. Western Division, the detection rate 6%. Eastern Division, the detection rate 10%. Central Division, the detection rate 10%. Southwestern Division, the detection rate 20%. Tobago, the detection rate 29%. I am putting all of that in the public domain, Madam Deputy Speaker, because the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago are being called upon to approve millions of dollars for the operation of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. And these are the statistics. Money is not going forward to improve the infrastructure in the police service, to improve police station, to give the police additional vehicles, etc., and all other resources that they need, Madam Deputy Speaker, not to go towards that. But $500 million to pay overtime with this statistics. And when we talk about detection rate, we are not only talking about cases that have been completed before the court, because that's a completely different matter. And it got so worse, Madam Deputy Speaker, that a member of the National Security Council, who is the member for Sangre Grande, telling the newspapers not too long ago, when he made a big mess of himself in the way that he spoke about murders in Port of Spain and in Mova, criticized the police and said that he has information and he has intelligence that is far better than the police, and that is the reason why the police service does not have a good detection rate. That came from a member of the National Security Council. It's not me saying it. He said it. And he was telling the country that he has access to intelligence that is far better. And in justifying statements that he made in this parliament, and the police not supporting him, he justified his statement by saying, well, I have access to intelligence, obviously, that they don't have. So it's a total mess. It's a total mess, Madam Deputy Speaker. But I'm saying that we are called upon in this budget, in this midterm review, to approve these amounts of money for the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. But the people of Trinidad and Tobago need to ask some burning questions with respect to the management of the police service, because you cannot have $500 million of taxpayers' money being burnt up in overtime. And this is the result that we are getting. Madam Deputy Speaker, how much time do I have again?
4 minutes.
4 minutes, thank you. Madam Deputy Speaker, another important point that was raised in the Standing Finance Committee, which generated this report, was the allocation, I think, of $5 or $10 million, $5 million for the rental of police vehicles. My colleague from Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, asked the minister whether or not, Madam Deputy Speaker, that it was to pay to a company by the name of ANX Limited, a company that was incorporated just last year and got a contract for the rental of police vehicles. The minister said, no, it was not for that. And then in response to my question, doing what we're supposed to be doing in this parliament, by calling upon ministers to explain figures as funds are being appropriated to them, well, give us a list of the companies and the suppliers under this head. And the minister said, no, he's not prepared to provide the information. Perhaps he might have a change of heart if he enters into the debate. But I am just telling the people of Trinidad and Tobago the attitude by so many of our government ministers who come to this parliament on a regular basis to invoke standing orders of parliament not to account to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And that must be condemned outright, Madam Deputy Speaker. It must be condemned outright. It must be condemned, because this is taxpayers' money. This is not your private funds. It is taxpayers' money. Madam Deputy Speaker, the last thing I want to raise is to the TTPS, on the allocation to the TTPS. I think it's $7 million for fees. And I see in the explanation that it is to pay subscription, ICT subscription, or what have you. I hope that it is to pay the bill to ensure that the TTPS's website is up and running, because too often we have been asking critical questions with respect to data and we are not getting it. And every time it is coming soon. And the last time the minister was asked a question in the other place, guess what they did, Madam Deputy Speaker? They get it up and running. The minister ran to the other place, said that well, it is now working, the website is up, and the next day, Madam Deputy Speaker, guess what? It went down again. That is scandalous, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's scandalous. And so many times we've heard in this parliament, the AG speaking, I think it was the member for Oropuch, on the last occasion, the extension of the state of emergency. Why is they on their legs, you know? They're getting documents from the Commissioner of Police, information so that they could stand in this parliament and put a set of misinformation. But we cannot verify it, and the public cannot verify the information because the TPS's website could never be working, especially over the last year. But we have to sit and listen to government ministers who are being told that they are being given documents by the Commissioner of Police to come and report with no system whatsoever that we can verify. That is not the way governance works, Madam Deputy Speaker. And if we are approving $7 million for the TTPS, I am hoping the opposition is saying, get the TTPS's website up and running so that we can know what is taking place and that we can hold legislators and government ministers to account. Madam Deputy Speaker, with these few words, I thank you for the opportunity to represent the opposition and my constituency in this very important debate.
Barataria, sound one.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Have it. Let's make some sense of this debate now. Don't hold back.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it gives me no pleasure to respond to the member for Rukalopino. For someone who is aspiring for the role of leadership, I expected a more balanced, a contribution with some substance and some level of merit to convince people to vote for him. But what he came to give us here today is pure bacchanal, some catchwords, and absolutely fumbling and bumbling and trying to make up some time, and it's called filibustering. He basically filibustered for 45 minutes and made no point. In fact, I have a notepad here, and I was trying to make some points so I can rebut the member, and my pen is still in the same ink level that I started with. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the member said something about a website and TTPS and so on. I want to remind the member that they created a Ministry of Digital Transformation and did not have a website. They didn't have a website, you know. And they didn't know who was the minister. In fact, nobody knew who the minister was, far less for the website. They still don't know. Madam Deputy Speaker, I think I want to center the debate on the core of why we are here today. And the core of why we are here today, it's because of a promise that was made and a promise that was kept, and that has to do with the 10% increase in salaries for public servants. I don't know if any one of them who spoke as yet mentioned this 10% increase, you know. But all of the heads that we have gone through in this Standing Finance Committee on Friday, where they kept us here for many hours, almost every single line item, Madam Speaker, had an item called salaries and cost of living allowance. Almost all. And almost in every single one, there was an increase. And Madam Deputy Speaker, why was there an increase? Because when a member for Siparia stood up in the rain, she stood up in the hot sun, campaigning for the small man, she said as soon as her government is elected, she will ensure that public servants get a 10% increase in their salaries. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm happy to announce and associate myself with a government that has now increased the salaries of 62,500 permanent public officers across government ministries. Madam Deputy Speaker, the last time this was done, the last time public servants in this country got an increase was in 2013 under a United National Congress government. And under a government led by the member for Siparia. We faced a decade of suffering, a decade of neglect, a decade of corruption, a decade of destruction, and a UNC government in its first year in government, in our first budget, promise made, promise kept, 10% increase. 10% increase. But the member for Aruka Lopino rather talk about Kool-Aid and all kind of nonsense. Talk about why you didn't give public servants an increase. Tell us why. Tell us why. Tell us why. And I'll tell you why, Madam Speaker. They come here to say that, oh, they care about small people. Small man. And the small man and the little people and so on. That's what they're saying now. That's a new mantra. All of a sudden they discovered it has small people in this country. When they were busy recusing themselves from the cabinet, giving their friends, families and financiers contracts and benefiting from state lands, they wasn't studying about small man and little people in this country. They were studying to fill their pockets. I remember, Madam Deputy Speaker, when I sat as a member for Barataria Sawa on that side of the House, I told them, and probably in the last speech, I said you should pack your bags, and on your way out we'll be checking your bags. Yes. We told them that. We told them that we'll check their bags, Madam Deputy Speaker, and we are checking their bags. I think the first person to pass through the scanner today was Port-of-Spain South. It went off. And the alarm beeped. In fact, it raised an alarm in this house, and I thank the member for Siparia for raising that issue and introducing what was happening with governance in this country, PNM style. That is not UNC style governance. That is not UNC style governance, Madam Deputy Speaker. You see, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I told you, that they were fearmongering. They were trying to convince people when they had a fortnight prime minister to tell the country, don't vote for the UNC because we will bankrupt this country based on our plans and our policies. Yeah. Our plans and our policies were clearly outlined in the manifesto telling the country what to expect from a UNC government. And we campaigned heavily on this 10% increase. That is why the PSA would have joined hands with the United National Congress and ensured that their membership supported this government. We told them, hold strain. Do not accept what the PNM was giving you. We will ensure that we give you what is just and what is due. We told them that. Promise made, promise kept. And today, those workers are benefiting from our decision, Madam Deputy Speaker. But had there been a PNM government, Madam Speaker, had there been a PNM government, that would have never happened, and I'll tell you why. Because you see, I have an article here from the Trinidad Guardian, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the article is from the 4th of April, 2025, a couple days before the general election. Young warns UNC's economic plan means $15 TT to 1 USD. So they were fearmongering that we will devalue the dollar and so on. A year gone, the dollar is still the same. That's what he was always doing. They were fearmongering. But the article goes on to say this, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm quoting, he, meaning Young, criticized the UNC for proposing to start public sector wage negotiations at a 10% increase while simultaneously promising to slash taxes. He said his government began wage negotiations at 4% and 5% because that was what the country could afford, explaining that a 10% increase would cost taxpayers $6 billion in back pay, while a 14% increase would amount to $8.5 billion. They had no intention of a 10%. Then the next one, I think he was a PS in finance, he now is an opposition senator on the 16th of April, 2025. He was a finance minister then, sorry. UNC's realistic promises could bankrupt TNT. He said he also questioned how the UNC intends to immediately pay for all his promises. noting that their expenditure increasing measures will drive fiscal deficit close to 20 billion. That happened? That happened? The fiscal deficit is nowhere close to $20 billion. He said TNT would be beyond junk status by the various credit rating agencies. Moody's come and say, listen, all is stable. I probably think Mr. Dan Paul unstable, but the UNC has ensured that the economy is now stable. He then says, he then criticized the increase in terms of the public servant salaries and so on, and was fear-mongering again. And that is what they were about. They were always about themselves, their friends, and their families. That is why every time I stand up in this parliament, I'll remind them, as soon as they lost election, contractors run out of the Balize house. They run out. It's like you take a bottle of Shelltox, and you spray a cockroach, and all of them run out. That is what was happening in the Balize house. As soon as they lost election, man scatter, man gone. And Madam Speaker, you see, they want to attack the Attorney General and so on and talk about some case that the Privy Council talked about 2 decades ago and so on. They have nothing to talk about Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West. But I want to remind Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, when he was the Minister of National Security and they locked out people from this country, the court had a lot to say about his policy and what they were doing. Because there was a total discriminatory policy with respect to granting exemptions for people to come into Trinidad and Tobago, locking out our citizens. You know, today I am told that the High Court delivered a judgment either today or last week or so on, that deals with, Madam Deputy Speaker, a very important matter, and that had to do with the demonetization project that the PNM had introduced. This is CV 2022-00896, Shanti Nanan against the Attorney General. And I hear the member for Port of Spain North talking about this is the lawyer mother-in-law. So what if it's the claimant is the man mother-in-law? What is the problem with that? He have a mother-in-law for the last 20, 30 years. I don't know if yours has changed every morning. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if you just spend more time in Guardian building than in your house. I don't know that. I don't know if the Sunday Guardian go print this, but I want them to print this. Because it have an investigative journalist inside it like to ask all of the questions, but she won't tell us where she going home in the evening. She won't tell me that. You see, Madam Deputy Speaker, this policy here this judgment in my hand, Madam Deputy Speaker, is very important. Because they were trying to catch some big fish here with respect to changing $100 bills and so on, thinking that the UNC was taking money and stockpiling it in some yard or something, and then all of a sudden all of them go come in Central Bank and change the dollar. None of that happened. None. But it cost the country hundreds of millions of dollars to do that exercise. But you know who get caught, Madam Deputy Speaker? A pastor. They catch a pastor. Right? And I think they have to give back the man his money and so on, right? But this case, Madam Deputy Speaker, had to do with a lady who wanted to change $10,000. And you know when she was changing this $10,000, Madam Deputy Speaker? Because she was locked out of the country taking care of her sick husband abroad by by Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West. And the court, Dominic had it in and out of this country like that.
Madam Deputy Speaker, 48.1, what does Dominic Hadid and his family and all the other things that the member is saying have anything to the standing finance report? It has absolutely nothing. And the member is going on and on disrespectfully.
Nobody mentioned any last names. Member, continue.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, so what this judgment really says, what this judgment really says, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that, listen, people had good reason to bring in the money, the little savings and so on and change. But I have to remind the country of the policy of those opposite. When they were talking about the little man now and helping the little people and the small people, they were not studying that, Madam Deputy Speaker. Hundreds of millions of dollars could have helped the people of Trinidad and Tobago rather than try to go at UNC people. That is what they were doing. You see, but Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West today will have a lot of questions to answer because I'm told the Prime Minister may have another bombshell. I don't know. I don't know. I just assuming, Madam Deputy Speaker. But this judgment shows again that the finance minister at the time, which is Diego Martin Northeast, was acting in an arbitrary manner, didn't publish any policy. Madam Deputy Speaker, the judgment says over 94 people made an application to change their money and he denied all. He denied all. Arbitrary, gave no reason, gave no set policy, gave no guideline to tell or guide the public of how an exemption should be granted, to extend the time for them to change their money. That is why the people took a very strong decision and voted them out on the 28th of April. That is why today, Madam Speaker, my colleagues who sit in the back of me, Labrie and Point Fortin, came home to the United National Congress because the country reached a boiling point and they were totally fed up with all of them opposite, totally fed up. And Madam Deputy Speaker, it's been a year. It's been a year and they still have not dealt with the fact that they have lost the election. They didn't. I want to tell them today, deal with it. Deal with it. You have lost the election. Deal with it. Their conduct on last Friday during the SFC was totally reprehensible. Reprehensible, their conduct. Their conduct was reprehensible. Where one man saying, rush in, I will deal with you tonight. Well, today I think the Prime Minister rush in. After those shocking and electrifying revelations, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have never seen Port of Spain sound so quiet in my life. So quiet. I have never seen him this quiet. I have never seen him so quiet. But I dare him. Rush in. Rush in. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to raise another matter because I think it's very important and I'll touch on a little bit of the Moody's report and so on. And you know, when Moody's did their observation and their report on Trinidad and Tobago and so on, Madam Deputy Speaker, there's something called the state of emergency. We extended it recently in this House. My friends opposite said, you know what, that will affect all of our investment. We will run away people from this country. I think the member for Orbuch East has a steal law at the ministry now because investors are just barging into the ministry if they want to get involved. I think my friend from Tabakita has the same problem. I hope they give you money in this budget for that, though. But we have investors breaking down the doors of Trinidad and Tobago because they want to get in to do business here. We have a Prime Minister who has instilled confidence once again in the economy of Trinidad and Tobago, and Moody's identified that. For example, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll say this. It says, and I was surprised that Moody's did in fact flag this. They said the government, and I'm quoting Moody's, not Moonilal, Moody's, the government has also been able to lower the recorded homicide rate to 27 per 100,000 people in 2025 from a peak of 45.7 in 2024 as a result of stronger security measures adopted under prolonged states of emergency first implemented in December 2024. So when they come to criticize again and fearmonger about the economic effects of a state of emergency, Moody's is telling us, you all are doing well, keep the murder toll down, keep it down. And we will do whatever we have to do to keep it down. And that is why today, as part of this supplementation and variation bill, the Ministry of Homeland Security and the Ministry of Defense is getting additional funds so that we can support the work of the law enforcement officers in Trinidad and Tobago. We can do that. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope my friend from Laventille West was in the House when I raised this next particular matter. My friend from Couva South, the Minister of Public Utilities, the Honourable Minister, in his variation here, Madam Deputy Speaker, would have received an increase in terms of the budgetary allocation for WASA. And WASA, being one of those agencies, in fact, that does good work, and I want to congratulate WASA. They did some work in my constituency of Barataria San Juan, where they have in fact desilted the entire El Socorro main road on both sides, from the highway all the way up to the Quasi. done long service lines, Bhutan Lane, Ibis Garden, Ali's Drive, then Bissessar Street, and so on, Backchain Street, and so on, Madam Deputy Speaker. So they are doing good work, and I want to commend the Water and Sewage Authority for that. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to raise a particular matter that deals with a project under the former administration. And this is the Morva Community Swimming Pool. And this project was, in fact, executed by UDCOT, and they hired a contractor, a firm or contracting company called West Contractors Limited, WES Contractors Limited. And I have a memo in my hand here, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the General Counsel and Corporate Secretary from the Manager of New Services dated the 21st of July 2021, report on unsanctioned sewer connection for plumbing application, Morva Community Swimming Pool. And in this report, Madam Deputy
Chair, 48-1, was this part of the Standing Finance Committee? Thank you.
Let us let the member make his point so you may understand.
Very much. And
Madam Speaker, I understand quite well. I'm asking, was this part of the Standing Finance Committee report?
Just ruled on this, and I said let the member make his point.
Speaker, 48-1, was the Morva swimming pool?
Overruled, member. Barata Salmo, please continue.
Thank you very much. You know, I've always tried to be very kind to the member for San Fernando East.
Yeah, he's calling by his first name.
Yeah.
Why is that?
But let me just repeat again for the record in case you didn't hear me. I started off by saying that WASA received an increase in their allocation in this variation bill. And I'm going to give an example of some of what WASA was doing and so on. And I'm starting on the memo. So let me start over again. So I have a memo from the General Counsel and Corporate Secretary to the General Counsel and Corporate Sec from the Manager of New Services for the Morva Community Swimming Pool Project, report of an unsanctioned sewer connection for plumbing application. And on November 5th, 2020, the plumbing inspector discovered a breach in the authority's sewer infrastructure located behind the site. The breach was an above-ground sewer connection in the nearest manhole. And further to this discovery, a review of the applicant's file and additional investigations revealed the following. A, the authority did not authorize the connection. B, no wastewater feasibility was carried out or requested. C, there was no record of a plumbing inspectorate application by any licensed sanitary constructor on behalf of UDCOT at the time of the sewer connection. And D, Mr. Lennox Prentice, LSC, opened a new plumbing application on behalf of UDCOT after the unsanctioned connection. So what really happened here, Madam Deputy Speaker, is UDCOT got the project brief and so on to do the Morva swimming pool. They had a contractor called West Contractors. West Contractors go on their own volition, no approval, nothing like that, and decide to connect the sewer line for the project into the main sewer. And I'll get to who is West. And when you look at the law, Madam Deputy Speaker, according to the WASA Act, it says that a LSC, which is a licensed sanitary constructor, has to be the one that has to do the work, otherwise it attracts a criminal sanction. When we pull up the directors of this West Contractors Company Limited, they formerly had some directors called Kevin Marcel, and I think they had one Sherma Wilson at one point in time. But what was happening, Madam Deputy Speaker, is this, that there's a letter dated the 21st of February 2021 that admits to the breach, admits to the breaking of the law, and it's signed by one Kareem Marcel, LLB Honors, project team lead. The letter says, I want to read the letter into the record. The letter is dated the 21st of February 2021. Kindly recall that West Contractors has been awarded the contract to construct the Morva Community Swimming Pool. We have engaged the services of Lennox Prentice to be our licensed plumber for the said project in order to review, submit, and get approval for all drawings, plumbings, related aspects of the project. The actual plumbing works on site were carried out by a plumbing subcontractor around mid-2020, A set of MEP drawings was provided by our client Udicott, showing the sewer line connected to a nearby manhole. Thus, it was provided to the plumbing subcontractor, which included the proposed revised sewer connection to the manhole. Thinking that the drawings provided to them were already approved by WASA, so they thought WASA approved the drawings. The plumbers procured the material and made the connection as per the drawing, and it was a genuine and honest mistake. These are the incompetent people. Mr. Lennox Prentice did not carry out, neither was he cognizant of the connection until it was already done. Madam Deputy Speaker, they break the law. They was incompetent on the project. You know what is the cost of this project, Madam Deputy Speaker? The original cost was $4.8 million. There was a variation of $3.1 million and a total of $8.9 million for the swimming pool. And I don't know if they can use the swimming pool up until today. So when Laventille West started up on a platform and talk he will government malice and so on, this is what he's talking about, you know. When he collected $2 million worth of contracts from the CPEP, that is the malice he's talking about.
Madam Deputy Speaker, 48-1, those figures have nothing to do with the Standing Finance Committee and things that were discussed in the Standing Finance Committee. They have...
Overruled. Overruled. Continue, member.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't know why Diego Martin was so jumpy. You swim in the pool? But this pool cost us almost $9 million. $9 million. And nobody could use the pool. They have an illegal sewer connection. And this project lead was a member for Laventille West.
Project lead?
And that was a project under Aruka Lopino, and wants to give my colleague from Cuba South guidance about Minister of Public Utilities. Michael Jackson sing a song. It's called Man in the Mirror. Look at him first. Right? So don't come here and give nobody advice. When you can talk to Laventille West and give him advice, then come and talk to me. Right? Yeah. Now, you see, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to say that this government, under the leadership for the member of Sapari, has been doing excellent. Well, we have our challenges, we admit it, and we have our challenges because they left us in that position that we are trying to fix now. We are not perfect human beings, but we are trying our best with the limited resources that we have. We are trying our best. But you see, they have this narrative. It's false and misleading. In fact, it could be fraudulent. You see, they keep saying that we fire all of these people, right? And that people are looking for jobs and so on. Yes, there are some people looking for jobs and things. But let us look at what the figures are telling us. The same Guardian, Trinidad Guardian, on the 1st of June 2026, had a headline saying, CSO records 8,000 jobs created in the fourth quarter of 2025. 8,000 jobs. It says, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this represented an increase of 1.4% or an additional 8,000 people with jobs. It also showed TNT's total labor force had moved from 590,600 in the third quarter to 595,700 in quarter 4.
Which is the last quarter.
The fourth quarter, that's the last quarter in the year. And Madam Deputy Speaker, it showed that the total unemployed figure of 28,600 in quarter 3 decreased to 25,700 in quarter 4, which represented a 10.14% drop. This is not us sitting down behind a computer making up these figures. This is the Central Statistical Office that are telling us that in the last quarter of last year, 2025, 8,000 persons benefited from jobs between the period October to December. I think we have to commend all of the ministers for that. And we are telling people that brighter days are here and even brighter days will come under this government. Because had we left them in charge, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to give you some statistics and some figures. You see, what happened is that we have to look at things historically. There's something called the debt to GDP ratio. When we left government in 2015, because San Fernando East keep telling us, oh gosh, tell us about the borrowing portfolio and so on. You was in the Ministry of Finance for what? 5 years. 5 years. The member for Port of Spain North became the Prime Minister and he's still in the cabinet. He's still in fact, I don't think he used to go to work. So we left the debt to GDP ratio at 42.6%. That is what we left it in 2015.
40 what?
2016. They took it up to 53.1%. 2017, 56.9%. 2018, 58.1%. 2019, 62.9%. 2020, 81.6%. 2021, 80.2%. 2022, it dropped back a little bit. That was the COVID year, 69.9%. 2023, 78.2%. 2024, when they left office, 81.8%. What we left it at?
Would you like your additional 15 minutes?
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker. So we left the debt to GDP ratio at 42.6%, and they left us with a debt to GDP ratio of 81.8%. Imagine that. And they're talking about the small man. Who benefited from that? Who benefited from that? But I am staying in this chamber, Madam Deputy Speaker, because I want to know who benefited from that. I think my colleague from Caroni Central also has some information that he would like to share with this Honourable House. You see, Madam Deputy Speaker, with keeping the deficit down through fiscal management, a competent Minister of Finance, a very experienced and hardworking Prime Minister, while we kept the borrowing and the deficit down, Madam Deputy Speaker, we were able to deliver laptops to every single Form 1 student in the last school year. And we will do it again in this school year, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, we were able to distribute over 600 lots of land to ex-Caroni workers who were waiting for over 20 years for their lands. We are giving lands to other persons who, Madam Deputy Speaker, I know my colleague from Couva North is asking for lands. And we are working together to ensure that that Debe Industrial Park will in fact be operational before 2020-30, Madam Deputy Speaker, so that we can bring and diversify our economy. We are moving towards a different type of governance. The other side, the former ministers, I can tell you, were in fact grabbing lands all over the place. We are using land as a form of investment and monetizing the lands, available state lands, Madam Deputy Speaker, so that persons will have interest in terms of, again, investing in Trinidad and Tobago. When you listen, that's a landmark decision. When you listen and you looked at the experience in other jurisdictions, for example, in the United Arab Emirates and so on, where we went and we visited and learned their model and so on, they use land as the basis of their investment. We are placed in such a strategic location by God that we are right below the hurricane belt. We have some of the lowest utilities rates in this part of the hemisphere. We have a very good government. We have some issues with crime that we are trying to deal with, Madam Deputy Speaker, but my colleagues opposite are giving us some challenges with that, but we will overcome. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are getting there. Look at the prospects in terms of 2027 when it comes to our oil and gas sector. The place is looking up. When we won the election on the 28th of April 2025, people say the place started to feel light already. It started to feel light, Madam Deputy Speaker, and people now can have a sense of comfort and satisfaction that this government will take care of every single body. We have no policy on this side about we like them and them like we. That is not our policy whatsoever. We take care of every single creed, race, religion, Madam Deputy Speaker, every single body. We are one Trinidad and Tobago. My colleagues opposite cannot stand and say the same, Madam Deputy Speaker. When I took the
Madam
oath of
Deputy Speaker,
office-
48-6. The member is imputing improper motive on all of
I
us
know
on
what
this
the
side.
standing order means. Overruled.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. You see, Madam Deputy Speaker, when we went to the President's house, we were summoned to the President's house to take our oath. We placed our hands on the Constitution and the religious text, Madam Deputy Speaker, and said, we will ensure that we execute our office without fear or favor, affection or ill will. A man who was leading a project for some sewer line worth $9 million, telling us and telling the people of this country if they vote for them, they will govern with malice. That is madness in this country, Madam Deputy Speaker. That is total madness. That is madness. I hope that the people condemn them in opposition for the next 20, 30 years, Madam Deputy Speaker, and reject that type of politics. Reject it. Reject it. Look at this side of the House, Madam Deputy Speaker. You have every single one, every creed, every race, every religion, Madam Deputy Speaker. And we are proud to be United National Congress and proud. We are proud to have a Prime Minister who understands what it is like to come from poverty and dine with kings and queens, and she can go back down to the ordinary man and interact with them. Gone are the days of the arrogant leadership of a Prime Minister who dead. We have a Prime Minister who says, put God in front and we will walk behind, and we are walking behind her. We are walking behind her. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, this particular media review is just piece of it, you know. This is a little piece of the pie, you know, Madam Deputy Speaker. We have a budget to come in September, October also again. And in that budget, Madam Deputy Speaker, we will report to the nation again of the progress of Trinidad and Tobago. We will ensure, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we will continue our policy to take care of every single citizen of this country. You could be from Laventil West, you could be from Barataria-Sawa, Siparia, or Rukalopino. We are going to take care of every single body. And according to what Shampa Kojo say, we in charge, or you deal with it. Deal with it. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to congratulate the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Planning for ensuring that they put together this fiscal package for us. On behalf of the people of Barataria San Juan, I support this variation and supplementation bill, and I thank you very much for your indulgence.
Yes. Whilst I recognize you, Diego Martin Central, I will just allow the Leader of Government Business to do the procedural motion.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you most kindly, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I draw your attention to Standing Order 87.3. I think we can proceed with the debate.
Diego Martin Central.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the speaker before me spoke for just shy of 45 minutes and spent maybe a grand total of 3 minutes on his own portfolio. Spent 40-odd minutes, Madam Speaker, talking all manner of bacchanal, all manner of manima, pointing fingers, want to bust mark, making bacchanal. Madam Speaker, I remember a time where I and others on this side would have sat on that side, And we knew that a budget exercise or mid-year review was a time to come and speak about what is happening in your ministry, the work that you are doing, how you are impacting the lives of the population and ensuring that people understood what the government was doing. Madam Deputy Speaker, what was that? How could that be the response of a senior member of the government coming in here to talk about nothing but rum shop talk? Madam Deputy Speaker, I think I'm going to start in the same way my Chief Whip did. And I want to talk a little bit about my constituency. Madam Deputy Speaker, as we've been going through this debate, I unfortunately haven't been able to hear from a member of Couva South as yet. It seems that he doesn't want to enter the debate. But I was able to get, you get a chance to talk, All right? When you want to stand up and talk. Madam Deputy Speaker, can I ask my protection from the member? We know that she has a penchant for wanting to interrupt. Could I beg your indulgence?
Okay, yes, member.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am astounded by a social media campaign being conducted by the member of Couva South. Madam Deputy Speaker, imagine we have to see graphics going out talking about 5,975 leaks being repaired in Northwest. Madam Deputy Speaker, the member for Diego Martin Northeast says it's not by him. The member for Diego Martin Central is saying that is not by me. So I don't know if it's Diego Martin West getting all that way. And I want to invite the member to speak to the management and teams at WASA and find out, in the same way that the member for Northeast, Diego Martin Northeast, identified, if you have teams going out to repair the same leak 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 times, is it that they counting each time they go as a leak repair? Because that is what is also happening in Diego Martin Central. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't want to give the impression that if I ask the member for assistance, that the member doesn't respond to me, because he does. The fact of the matter, however, is that the state agency under his direction, the state agency under his direction is giving him a 6 for a 9. Right? The state agency, if they're the ones who have given him this number, or if it is that, I don't know, they pull the number out of the air. But that, Madam Deputy Speaker, is not the reality, the lived reality. I could tell you for sure in Diego Martin Central, and I am sure everyone on this side of the house can tell you. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me give you an example. There is one of maybe 7 or 8 leaks / potholes on the Diego Martin main road alone. Right? I have raised it with the member, and you know what they do, Madam Deputy Speaker? The team will pass after a week or 2, throw some asphalt inside there, and move on, Madam Deputy Speaker, I invite either the line minister or the Minister of Works to drive on the Diego Martin main road in between Vanderpool Lane and Eligor Avenue. You just drive there and you will see it. Come and see. I am not saying that asking a question you don't get a response. The problem is that they come out once, they don't fix it. They come out a second time, they throw some asphalt in it. They come out a third time, they fix it, but they don't repair it. So 3 days later, pipe busts again. And every time they go, that is being counted as a repair, you know. Right? So, Madam Deputy Speaker, need I ask for protection again? Can I ask? Can I ask? Because there's chatter on that side, and of course, St. Augustine is leading the pack. Right? You are far from that. Right? So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I also came in while the member for Hoover North was speaking. And I like to give Jack his jacket and Jane her gym boots. I raised with the member the issue of the Diego Martin River. And we are seeing work that has been done in the river, so we thank the minister on behalf of Diego Martin Central. However, the other issue, because the member also spoke about the work that was being done on the Diego Martin Highway. Madam Deputy Speaker, when I raised this a couple months ago, the member told me that clearly I didn't know that grass is growth. 14 months later, they have grass that has not been cut in large stretches and continues to grow. And 2 months ago, when they started, I came to the minister and said to her, thank you, I am seeing the teams out on the highway. Madam Deputy Speaker, well, that must have been the worst thing I could do. Because right after that, not a person on the highway. We are now in a situation where the shoulder of the highway is overrun with grass. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is the Diego Martin Highway is the main thoroughfare in the Diego Martin Valley, serving tens of thousands of people daily. It is a safety hazard. I know, Madam Deputy Speaker, I know that the minister sent people out, you know. But again, they do a piece of work here, and all down there, nobody touched that. Then they go across on the other side of the highway and they cut another little piece, and everything before it and everything after it, overgrown. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am asking here and now, in this debate on behalf of the constituents of Diego Martin Central, if the Diego Martin Highway can be cleaned, cut, and cleared by the ministry under which for whose responsibility that highway rests. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is also a plea that I have to make here and now, of course, to the member for Moruga Tableland, and that is yet another time that the Cookreed Community Center please be open. When the member enters the debate, maybe she can update me and the citizens of Diego Martin Central as to when that will be done, because they are anxiously awaiting the use of their community center. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, over the last several days, there has been business brought before this House, and that business, starting with the finance bill, which would have dealt with additional fees and fines and penalties on citizens. That was followed by the extension of the state of emergency for another 3 months, really addressing, really identifying a pattern of emergency governance that has now defined or become a defining feature of this government. Of course, following that, we would have had a standing finance committee addressing the supplementation and variations of appropriations for this fiscal year. And now, Madam Speaker, the business before us, which is, of course, the debate in this House, which the report coming out of that committee forms the main part, despite what the member for Padarath would have us believe by his contribution. And, Madam Speaker, to the average citizen out there, all of these matters would seem unrelated. But when you view them together and chronologically, culminating in the motion before us today, it tells us something about the priorities of this government. And that is why this debate is so critical to the national discussion. And that is why, Madam Speaker, when members opposite stand up and do not take the opportunity to speak about what is happening in their ministries and how they are actually impacting the lives of citizens of this country, they are doing this country a disservice. Madam Speaker, the report that forms the basis of the motion that we are debating strips away all the bacchanal, all the old talk. It strips away all the slogans and the desk thumping and who win and when they win and all of that. It strips all of that away. And it allows us to examine the government's priorities through a very specific lens. It's spending decisions. Madam Deputy Speaker, every allocation that has come before us represents a conscious decision by the Minister of Finance, by the Cabinet, by the policymakers of this government. It is a decision about who receives funding and who doesn't. It is a decision about who gets support and who doesn't. Madam Speaker, it is a glimpse into the priorities of the government. And Madam Speaker, that's why, as I said, the motion is so critical, because despite the Minister of Finance's opening speech, what is not being supplemented tells us what we as citizens are, in his own words, feeling. We are feeling the pressure of what is happening in this country. Madam Deputy Speaker, one of the recurring themes of that report is that government is seeking approval for billions of dollars in additional expenditure, and the obvious question is why? Why is the government seeking $3 billion in additional expenditure? And here's the thing, it is not the why that the Minister of Finance would like to answer. So instead of the usual PNM, the question that the Minister has to answer honestly is why are obligations that were foreseeable and known at the start of the fiscal year are only now appearing through this exercise. Madam Speaker.
Member, I've given you more than 10 minutes to start your contribution. If I am allowed to finish, in accordance with Standing Order 882, the member may raise points as to specific details of heads of expenditure. I've given you more than 10 minutes to start doing so, and you have not, so I would kindly request that you start.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I simply ask, where was that ruling when the member for Padarath spoke at length
do not like to get involved in any debate at all, but the member for Barataria, Sanwa, he repeated more than once exactly what he was referring to. So I ask you to please stay relevant and refer to the heads.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for your intervention. Madam Deputy Speaker, you know, if we want to understand this government's priorities, we need only to examine one of the ministries featured prominently before the Standing Finance Committee, the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government. The Minister for Rural Development and Local Government, the member for St. Augustine, came before the committee and spoke at length about modernization and preparedness and resilience and disaster management and technology and community emergency response teams and fogging equipment and sargassum management and now infamous upkeep of public spaces. And Madam Deputy Speaker, all of those initiatives outlined by the Minister may well have value in, but it seems that the Minister either doesn't or pretends not to know that citizens judge local government differently. Citizens judge local government based on whether it is working. So can garbage be collected? Can roads be patched when Wassa leaves them in a dangerous condition? Can drains and curbs and sidewalks be repaired? Can steps and railings be constructed and fabricated and maintained? And can flood mitigation works be carried out in communities before they are affected? Madam Deputy Speaker, those are the services by which municipal corporations are judged. And those are the services by which councillors will be judged next year in the local government election. And those are the services by which local government itself and the ministry is judged. And so therefore, Madam Deputy Speaker, those are the services that should be reflected in the government's spending priorities. Madam Deputy Speaker, one of the recurring concerns throughout this fiscal year has been the treatment of municipal corporations. The budget for this fiscal year underfunded PNM-led corporations by approximately $50 million, while increasing allocations to a number of UNC-led corporations by over $80 million, and that is a fact. It is not a matter of opinion, it is a matter of record, Madam Deputy Speaker. And today, Parliament is being asked to approve additional allocations to the tune of $210 million. Madam Deputy Speaker, one of the allocations before us relates to the, as I said before, the now infamous National Program for the Upkeep of Public Spaces, commonly referred to as NPUPS. This program has repeatedly, Madam Deputy Speaker, been promoted by the government as evidence of its commitment to environmental management, community maintenance, and job creation. The Minister informed the committee that 1,684 workers are employed under the program, and Parliament is now being asked to approve $49 million in additional funding to carry that program to September 30th. Madam Deputy Speaker, that allocation deserves scrutiny. $49 million for 1,684 workers for the remaining 3 months of the year. And what is worrying is that the Minister also revealed to the committee that there will be no additional workers expected to be brought into the program for the rest of the fiscal year. Madam Deputy Speaker, members in this House are therefore entitled to ask not only whether this represents value for money, but whether the program is delivering the outcomes that were used to justify the decisions that preceded it. Madam Speaker, we know that the program was created by the government after it terminated tens of thousands of workers across CPEP, reforestation, URP, and other state-supported programs, while simultaneously, and this is where it should bother right-thinking citizens. While doing that, Madam Deputy Speaker, attacking many of those workers as ghosts and gangsters and symbols of waste and abuse. And the Prime Minister herself dismissed the previous approach as turning Trinidad and Tobago into a nation of grass cutters. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, her own member for Couva North has explained to this House and to the world that grass continues to grow. Madam Deputy Speaker, those decisions affected tens of thousands of workers and their families. Fact. Today, the government points to NPOPs as evidence that its approach was correct. And that's why the allocation that we are addressing is so important. Because Parliament is being asked to approve this $49 million while the government continues to defend the dismantling of the programs that came before it and worked better than it. And Madam Deputy Speaker, anybody who steps into the real Trinidad and Tobago will look around and see that what the solution that is being provided by this government is not working. And we are being asked to spend $49 million on a solution that does not work for 3 months. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister also took time to highlight the daily rate paid to workers under that program. What was not divulged is that workers are expected to provide and maintain their own tools and equipment. What this government has done effectively is transferred costs that were previously borne by the state onto workers who are currently facing increased costs of living brought on by that government's policy decisions. So the issue is not simply that the workers are being paid more, because they are, that is a fact. The issue is what workers have left after having to bear all the costs that the government has chosen not to carry, after having to bear the increased cost of NIS, after having to live with increased cost of living. What does that worker actually have in their pocket when all of that is done? Madam Deputy Speaker, and on top of that, there is the very real and pressing issue of payments. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister did acknowledge that payment challenges continue to affect certain employees. But the information that is available to us on this side suggests that the situation is considerably more serious than the picture presented to the committee by the Minister. Deputy Speaker, we have workers who have received payment for a single fortnight, 1 fortnight, despite participating in a program that has been operating since April. If workers are being employed by a government program, Madam Deputy Speaker, they must be paid for the work that they have performed. The responsibility for addressing that issue rests squarely with the ministry, and the minister cannot simply acknowledge in a dismissing fashion that there is a problem. Madam Deputy Speaker, the problem has to be fixed, and people need to be paid. This is a very real and pressing issue, because these are workers that when they leave, they have children to send to school, they have bills to pay, they have rents to pay. All of these things are affecting them, and they are walking around with nothing in their wallet. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, Parliament is being asked to approve approximately $49 million for NPOPs. And we acknowledge that this is only for a short period, remaining before the end of the financial year. So the government therefore has a responsibility to explain precisely how that money is intended to be spent and what outcomes it expects to achieve before September 30th, because citizens have a right to ask whether it is genuine fiscal support for a program or merely a public relations exercise, of course masquerading as fiscal support. Madam Deputy Speaker, if it's one thing we get to see a lot when it comes to this minister, is the social media posts. But what the country has not yet seen is a detailed explanation of how the additional expenditure will translate into measurable results with the limited time remaining in the fiscal year. And that question becomes even more important because the sum is not an insignificant sum. 49 million is no pittance. So, Madam Speaker, we on this side hope that this allocation is not being used as cover for the award of contracts to their friends and family members and financiers and political favorites under the guise of supporting the program. We also hope that it is not yet another exercise where money allocated for one purpose ultimately finds its way into activities that bear little resemblance to the purpose for which the Parliament approved, because the country has already witnessed troubling examples elsewhere in the public sector where resources intended for operational purposes, Madam Deputy Speaker, appear to be redirected towards communications campaigns and political messages and attacks on individuals and organizations and political parties who dare to question the government or simply ask it to fulfill the promises that it has made to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government therefore has an obligation to provide transparency and accountability. Because approving an allocation is only the beginning. The real test is whether the money is spent for the purpose that Parliament intended, or whether citizens actually receive the benefits that they have been promised.
Member, do you require your additional 15 minutes?
I do.
Okay.
I do, thank you. Time flies when you're having fun. Madam Deputy Speaker, if the government genuinely believed in empowering local government, there would be a clear opportunity to do so through one of its own revenue measures. Instead of doing that, it has chosen not to. Madam Deputy Speaker, another policy decision that perfectly illustrates the government's priorities is the landlord surcharge. It is now a matter of fact that the government repealed property tax and replaced it with what it refuses to call a tax. The government could engage in whatever semantic gymnastics that it wishes to when it comes to that. But citizens understand the reality. A landlord faced with additional financial burden will seek to recover the cost through its tenant. Simple. To suggest otherwise is naive at best and dishonest at worst. Madam Deputy Speaker, the practical effect is that the burden ultimately falls on the tenants, many of whom are already struggling with increased cost of living. That is also a reality. It is also a fact. But for the purposes of this debate, the more important issue, Madam Deputy Speaker, is where the money goes. Or more importantly, where it does not go. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, property tax was intended to provide a dedicated source of funding for local government. The landlord surcharge does not. The government has therefore managed to replace one system of taxation with another, while simultaneously removing, Madam Deputy Speaker, a potential source of sustainable funding for municipal corporations. And that decision must be viewed in the context of the motion before us today. It has to be viewed in the context of municipal corporations returning year after year, seeking additional funding, and it must be viewed in the context of PNM-led corporations receiving $50 million less in funding during the fiscal year. And, Madam Speaker, it also has to be viewed through the context of a government now asking Parliament to approve additional expenditure because the resources required were not properly provided in the first place. If the government genuinely believed in empowering local government, this was the perfect opportunity, Madam Deputy Speaker, to create a stable and dedicated funding stream for municipal corporations. The government instead chose to collect revenue, not to empower the institutions responsible for delivering services to citizens, in the same way they refused to make the $135 million collected through the property tax available to the corporations. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Diego Martin Borough Corporation could have really used that $16 million collected on its behalf, you know. Or the majority of what we on this side are quarreling about with the member for Couva South, member for Couva North, I'm sure at some point with the member for St. Augustine, would have been addressed with those funds. At any rate, Madam Deputy Speaker, that decision tells us more about the government's priorities, more than any speech delivered by any minister. Madam Deputy Speaker, while the consequences of those decisions are evident in local government, they are perhaps even more apparent in other ministries. However, I am not going to have enough time to deal with that. Madam Deputy Speaker, I will simply finish where I began, thanking, first of all, the constituents of Diego Martin Central, pleading with the ministers who are responsible for delivering services, infrastructure services, in my constituency, to please put Diego Martin Central on their radar to address consistently issues that have not gone away, and I continue to ask for. Please, the constituents of Diego Martin Central deserve better, and I am asking that the government step up and provide true governance for all constituencies, not just the ones on one side of the house. Madam Deputy Speaker, with those few words.
Member for St. Augustine.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to thank you and I want to thank the people of St. Augustine for this opportunity to be in this house and to respond in this debate. Although there is not much to respond really, because unfortunately, I don't think the member for Diego Martin Central, despite having served a term in local government, really has an understanding of local government and how it works. And very, very simply, the reference to a request for local government bodies to patch roads after WASA does repairs. That shows a clear misunderstanding. WASA deals with their repairs, and they repair the road after fixing the pipe. And if you were a local government representative and you don't know that, then I don't know what kind of representative you were. So, Mr. Speaker, one of the other things that I realized with this, the PNM members, is that they have a sense of entitlement and a sense of privilege. And I say that because they have this constant claim that PNM corporations have been reduced in funding under this UNC government, which is an absolute falsehood. Mr. Chairman, Madam Deputy Speaker, where was the voice of Diego Martin Central when the PNM was in government, and for years they kept cutting corporations across the board funding to the constantly, to the point, Mr. Chairman, Madam Deputy Speaker, where that former Minister of Finance left even their own PNM corporation millions of dollars in debt, millions. And I will tell you that under this government, you know what is their problem? When you are accustomed to special treatment, when you are accustomed to preferential treatment, you will protest the loudest when there is any attempt at equity. You don't want to accept equity. Madam Deputy Speaker, where was the complaint when the PNM was in government? They had no qualms, they had no issues about it. Tunapuna Piako Corporation, a PNM-led corporation with about 9 PNM MPs, $30 million in debt under the former PNM government. And we are fixing that. Madam Speaker, I want to put on the record that the PNM corporations have not been bad treated. What is the word? The racist word? Ill. They're not being ill-treated. They're not being treated with malice, according to some on the other side. Do you know, Madam Deputy Speaker, that under this UNC government, all the PNM corporations combined got $181 million more than all the UNC corporations combined? They still get more money. They still got more money, and that is a fact, and that was in the budget. But in this supplementary, they have not observed, or they pretend not to observe. The only corporation in this supplementary thing here that got more money was Port of Spain Corporation, a corporation led by the PNM government. They got 8.989 million, so I'm going to round it off to 9 million. They got 9 million more than every other corporation in the country. Port of Spain Corporation, the member for Diego Martin Central, all the members who spoke before, none of them identified that. No. They wouldn't say preferential treatment because it suits them, so they would not complain about that. And this was done because when we came into office, Port of Spain Corporation was in serious debt when it came to their development projects. Yes. Because the former Minister of Finance gave them an allocation in the budget, approved a certain amount of money, gave them confirmation of funds. When they went out and engaged contractors, the Minister of Finance refused to release the money to Port of Spain Corporation. And that is what caused us under subhead 09, Development Program 005, the multi-sector services, to have to enhance the Port of Spain City Corporation for drainage and irrigation and local government services to the tune of $9 million because they did not release the money to their own corporation. You know what they end up with? Contractors in debt. banging down the doors of the mayor of Port of Spain, the CEO of Port of Spain. We met that in government, and we are working to fix it. That is PNM mismanagement. That is how the PNM central government treated PNM local government. Mr. Chairman, Madam Deputy Speaker, I heard the member for Diego Martin Central, Aruka Lopino, asking why TNTech is paying the light bills on recreation grounds. TNTech does the capital investment, putting up the right. So he is making that issue about that TNTech should not pay. I'm just clarifying. He's making the point. He made the point in his contribution that TNTech shouldn't be paying that. It should be the regional corporation, because the grounds do belong to the regional corporations, and I understand his rationale. I wish the member for Diego Martin Northeast had that in mind when he was the Minister of Finance. They would have given the corporation the money to pay the bills. You know what happened, Madam Deputy Speaker? Let them ask Point Fortin Borough Corporation, another PNM corporation. Ask them how much in debt they are to the same TNTech. They can't even pay their own bills. If TNTech was ready to operate without preferential treatment, they would have cut their lights. They would have cut their lights a long time. But they're probably on a preferential list. Who knows?
Point for 10 more on the list.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we had corporations owing because they inherited. This debt didn't start from April 20th, 2025. These were 3 and 4 years of debt going back under the PNM, under the member for Diego Martin Northeast. That is the scorn and hate they treated the corporations with. That is how the local government was a bastard child. My colleague, Ms. Vandana Mohet, former mayor of Shogona, served with distinction. We experienced it first time. What I can tell you, there were shortfalls in allocations for garbage collection. Somebody over there bold enough to talk about garbage collections? Yeah. Let me tell you what they did.
He on the list.
They gave the corporations, every corporation had, in one case, Superior Corporation had 5 months shortfall for their scavenging contractors alone. The scavenging services, 5 months short for the year that have 12 months, you know. Tunapuna Piako Corporation also had a shortfall, but they were missing payments from way back amounting to about $30 million that we had to reconcile. Sour Lavantil, these contractors are now writing to the minister. Of course, there's a new minister and they want to get these debts dealt with. This is the millions of dollars that they left the corporation in debt. What I can tell you is that some of them are owing, in some cases, $80 million, $50 million, $20 million in scavenging services. And they want to ask about the garbage collection, and they want to ask why it's so poor. Because you left a situation that was as a result of pure mismanagement on your side.
They thought the garbage collection was on the list.
Madam Deputy, what we have done is to work on an intense program of debt management with our corporations. We tell them, don't throw no fat until you pay your debts. Because we have noticed a pattern with some of them where they have something under the auspices of the corporation, but when you go there, it's only PNM people invited. I belong to a corporation, St. Augustine, and they don't invite me, you know. So I just want to let you know, not on the list, the special list. So I just want you to know that while there is no issue with corporations being involved in cultural events and sporting events and spending money on things that have an entertainment nature, you can't throw fat while you're owing millions of money. So we are working with each one of them to manage their debt. Where they have unspent balances and they are requesting use of it, we are ensuring that their bills are covered first before we give them approvals. And for that reason, there are corporations who will cry crocodile tears and say the minister not giving them approval for the unspent balances. You will get approval when you cover your debt. It is simple. We cannot allow the mismanagement of the former government to run over and just continue with that kind of poor fiscal management. So we have managed to cover some of those. What we are also covering in this is debt left from the former government again. We had this head on personal expenditure here where we got 81 million. I want to thank the Minister of Finance because this will help us to deal with the implementation of agreement on revised salaries and COLA for 2024 and 2026. Why didn't they pay it? For 2017 to 2019, why didn't they pay it? These are payments for arrears that the government is meeting our obligation. We are paying the workers the arrears, whereas they did not. Madam Deputy Speaker, another area of arrears that we are settling, and you know, this is where there was a salary review commission indicated that there must be an increase for councillors and aldermen and so on, the local government representative. And that was approved. There's a process. The corporations have to do an audit to determine what the actual payment for each person is, and that goes to finance, and that is how finance releases the money. While all corporations were working towards this, some corporations made the deadline for budget and some didn't. So those who made the deadline, because that is the financial regulations and we abide by those who made the deadline got their back pay. Those who did not make the deadline, they're getting their back pay in this fiscal measure here. This is to complete the back pay. And here who getting back pay? Port of Spain Corporation, I didn't hear them say that. San Fernando Corporation, I didn't hear them say that. Arima Borough Corporation, I didn't hear them say that. Shagona Sawa Lavantil Mayaro Corporation. So this covers all 14 municipalities. Everybody get their back pay. Everybody. We also, under that same head, we are also covering for staff. Some corporations fall under the Statutory Authority Service Commission, some fall under the Public Service Commission. Those that are under the SASC,
You'll never get.
Those are the ones who had an increase for what period? 2014 to 2016 and 2017 to 2019. Madam Deputy Speaker, these are periods that the last government did not treat with workers, and they're coming now to criticize us. This is the government who stood up for workers and who are giving workers their benefits and their just due. So the workers of Port of Spain Corporation, San Fernando Corporation, Arima Borough, and Point Fortin Borough will be getting their back pay in this. They will be getting it. And you stand up to criticize that? You can't be serious. You can't be serious.
Your name is Arez and...
Madam Deputy Speaker, another area that I am grateful that the Minister of Finance supplemented here was where we created a local economic development unit. Now, local economic development is critical for our communities. While the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance is tasked with helping this country on a road to recovery after the waste and corruption and mismanagement of the former government, in local government we have our role to play. And local economic development is where the corporations play a role in facilitating the development of the informal economy, the small man, as they like to say. They know the word small man now. The small man. And therefore, while we had an LED officer assigned to each municipal corporation, there was no policy directive from the ministry. I don't know what the last minister was doing. We have created an entire local economic development unit that will coordinate, and this has 22 positions on the establishment. We are bringing the economic recovery of Trinidad and Tobago that is led by the Prime Minister Kamla Persad-Bissessar to local communities. Madam Deputy Speaker, another area that takes a good chunk of money has to do with the National Program for the Upkeep of Public Spaces. And this program has been commended by people within the community. And in spite of what the member over there said, this program is also heavily subscribed to the point where both UNC and PNM corporations are asking for the program to be expanded. Because the program has successfully taken 1,684 employees. The member over there said that he didn't know where the money was going or something. Where was he in the Standing Finance Committee? I don't know if I should waste my time to repeat what I said there, and he was sitting right here. I went into a detailed explanation. I told you the number of employees. I told you we had 1 senior operations officer, 4 senior regional coordinators, 23 regional coordinators, 138 maintenance supervisors. We had 828 maintenance workers and 694 maintenance workers who are operating workers. He didn't hear that. These are real people, not ghosts. These are real people doing real jobs. Mr. Speaker, I want to point out something very important. They talk about URP workers and CPEP workers. Ask them if you know how much CPEP workers used to get paid. Ask them if they know how much URP workers used to get paid. Madam Deputy Speaker, that was slavery. When you work CPEP, you work in the hot sun. By the time you get paid, you buy a bread and a soft drink for your children, and that is it, you know, money done. We are paying the lowest paid worker here gets $209. That is the laborers. Per day. Per day. Ask them how much CPEP used to get. The supervisors are getting $249 per day. And they are doing real work. You are seeing the productivity. But they cannot criticize that, you know. And I don't know who they think will believe them, because when they say that the URP program had no criminal element in it, who believes that? That is a total falsehood. Not one of them could say that and believe it. Not one of them. We all know that the smallest child in Trinidad and Tobago knows that the URP program was riddled with criminal elements. They know that. And you know what they did? They used the URP program to quiet the gangs. They are the ones who gave ghost gangs the criminal elements so that they could walk in those areas for election. Madam Speaker, I have more. In the lead up to the general election, they had 2 teams of workers, 10 workers each working in the URP compound. In the lead up to the election, you know how many people were rostered to clean the URP compound? The URP compound must be big like this chamber. You know how much people were rostered there? 200 persons. 200 persons cannot even stand up in that yard, but 200 people were rostered to work. So when you want to talk about these programs, talk about how you facilitated the criminal element. Don't pretend as though you were supporting single mothers. There are single mothers who benefited, but the PNM and the criminal elements were running the place. And there are police investigations going on even now. There was one particular person who was taken in for questioning, who had 20 cards on him.
How much?
20 URP cards. So there is 20 persons who not getting a pay. When they talk about thousands, there were several persons who were doing that. That is a crime. That is fraud. And, Madam Speaker, there was more. So I'm saying that this government has a task to clean up the corruption that was going on, and we are doing it. We are in the process of wrapping up the URP program. We are securing the assets of the URP. Some of those buildings are being put to use in other places. Very recently, the Princestown URP office was utilized for the fire services of Trinidad and Tobago. Because you know why? Under the PNM, the Princestown fire station in a mess, dilapidated, landslip, no fire tender, falling apart, and they never fixed it. Never. When we came into government, our Prime Minister delivered 9 fire tenders to go to different stations, and one was in Princestown. And we provided them with a temporary office, which was the former URP office. There are proposals for other buildings as well, which include spaces for municipal police, requests from other ministries, which this government will continue to consider. We are also utilizing the tools and other equipment that was there. And I even want to go and talk about the inventory at URP now, but that is for another story. You might have some more persons held for questioning. Right? So don't come and criticize this program. Yes, there are hiccups, but what I could tell you is you don't have ghosts, you don't have criminals, you don't have government ministers, brothers and sisters getting big contracts. You don't have that. Because that is what used to happen before. That is what used to happen. So now we have cut out the middleman, and the money goes directly to real people who are doing real work. Madam Deputy Speaker. The other area that was supplemented was transfers to state enterprises, the Rural Development Company of Trinidad and Tobago. So, Madam Speaker, this government has been left to deal with situations in several state enterprises that is of concern. It raises red flags. I'm trying to put it delicately. But once they see PNM in there, is red flags. Madam Deputy Speaker, when we went in there, we did an assessment of what the state of affairs was in the Rural Development Company. Now, mind you, in the lead up to the election, there was a lot of information coming out about the Rural Development Company and the role of friends and family and so on. And we spoke about it on the platform. But when you go in there, of course, you have to check the bags. Check the bags. So we passed them through the scanner. And it beeped. And I have a little summary here that I want to share with you. I want to tell you, before I go into this, that when we went into government, the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government had no procurement officer. None. I want to know what were they doing with procurement and were they breaking the law? All the big lawyers on that side. The big lawyer that was the former Minister of Local Government, Rural Development and Local Government, when he was removed as the AG, went there. Can you tell me how a big attorney sit down as minister and run a ministry with no procurement officer and give out millions of dollars in contract, millions of dollars? And then they want to come and talk about UNC. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have fixed that. We have installed an entire procurement unit in the regional corporations and the ministry. I want to tell you now about the Rural Development Company and some of the things that were discovered when we passed them through the scanner. Procurement governance weaknesses. It was identified that there were deficiencies in procurement oversight, including involvement of procurement personnel during tender evaluation process and concerns regarding the letters of execution of letters of awards. Concerns have been raised regarding the concentration of contract awards among a relatively small group of contractors and related parties. Allegations have emerged suggesting that certain contractors who received multiple awards may have familial, business, or other connections. Such allegations may undermine public confidence in IRDC's procurement process. Family, friends, family, and financiers, once again, under the IRDC. This is not UNC saying this. This is what beeped when we passed them through the scanner. Madam Deputy Speaker, another point, weaknesses in contract administration and oversight, an absence of centralized contract management system. And what that led to was difficulties locating contracts. They couldn't even find contracts. Nobody was monitoring the expiry dates. Nobody was tracking renewals. Nobody was looking at terms of reference to see if they're operating within their contracts and looking at contractor performance. There were contracts that remained active long after their expiry date, so they just continued. For example, the case with Guardsman Security Services Limited, who continued operating long after their contract was expired. Guardsman Security Services unilaterally went ahead and raised their rates and operated without a contract. And they cost the company in that period over $1 million in invoices. Who is Guardsman Security? Let them answer. Let them answer.
Who was guarding the Guardsman?
The former Minister of Local Government knows who that is very well. Madam Deputy, there were also issues about elevated procurement activity prior to the 2025 general election. Elevated. Let me just get into the meat of it. The questions will arise regarding the urgency, the justification and approval process associated with these awards. A total of 30 large infrastructure projects, 87 national latrine eradication program contracts, and 136 micro projects issued letters of awards. Given the significant volume of contracts awarded, a number of concerns of contentious issues. Who get these contracts? I have a list.
Would you like your additional 15 minutes for that?
Yes, I will gladly take my 15 minutes. Erin Fallout and all. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, another point in this that beeped when we sent it through the scanner, alleged connections between political office holders and contractors. Allegations have surfaced. In case you are closing your fridge door. Alleged connections between political office holders and contractors. Allegations have surfaced regarding a former ministerial advisor, one Shazim Mohammed, who was reportedly associated as a director of several companies that received substantial IRDC contracts. During the month in which the 2025 general elections were held, a total of 31 contracts were awarded. Notably, one contractor, EcoStone Engineering and Construction Limited, were awarded a number of contracts in this period. All you know who is EcoStone? Ask the former Minister of Local Government. He is intimately familiar with those players. Madam Deputy Speaker, it should be noted that these political affiliates were also listed on other companies within the RDC who were receiving contracts. So you had one person being director or associated with multiple companies who were getting contracts. There was one company by the name of Jupiter Technologies Limited. They were invoicing RDC $9,200 a month for IT services. IT services, every month they're collecting $9,200. We might feel like small money, but it adds up. When that was reassessed, the value of the services they were provided was $4,200. So that is less than half. They were being paid more than double the value of the work that they were doing. Again, ask yourself, they were doing IT maintenance. So they say, they're doing IT maintenance. Ask yourself, who were the directors of Jupiter Technologies Limited? So, Mr. Speaker, these issues raise conflict of interest, preferential treatment, and a clear feeding frenzy at the hands of the PNM before they left office. So now the poor UNC have to pay these bills, have to reassess these things. We are meeting contractors who are awarded never start work. They get down payment, you know. They get down payment. There are those who started work. There's one project in, I think, Moruga Tableland. They were given a project to do a retaining wall and a road. Before they could pave the road, the retaining wall fall down, and they're still collecting money. Madam Deputy Speaker, that is the level of corruption. And you know who suffer? The people. Them pocket the money. Them pocket the money, and the people never benefit. In fact, the people suffer more. So when they take in money and they say, when they put up their program and they say they're going to eradicate latrines, what they're really doing is eradicating money from the treasury. That is what they were doing. And so they took the money, and many of these programs were used once again for political patronage. In the lead up to election, I have a graph that shows the number of projects done in each one of these programs, because we just work with data, you know, we're not just all talking, it's facts and figures we bring in here, facts and figures. When we looked at the number of latrines in this latrine eradication program, in the lead up to elections, it spiked. Yeah, the number of latrines they do spiked. Moruga Tableland, if you see latrine, they're going down there to do. Only giving out projects. You know what they're doing? Giving projects to people for votes. That is what they were doing, using this for political purpose. So, Madam Speaker, so I have 9 more minutes. Right. Madam Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to tell you that, you know what I observed with this government? They like to talk about the small man. With the former PNM government, let me tell you what they used to do. You see this latrine eradication program that we still paying the debts for and we have to get supplementary funding for? They were using it for political campaigning. Moruga Tableland could tell you that, other constituencies could tell you. But you know what they were doing? They were given contracts with elevated values, falsely elevated values, and the people who were getting it were so happy for the handout. And they're not looking are the big chunk that the P&M contractors running away with. That is also what they were doing in other programs and projects, including URP, including CPEP. So when they want to come and talk about the small man, they are here pretending we are taking away the crumbs because they were running away with the whole cake, the whole bakery they went with. And the crumbs that they were feeding to the poor people to justify the baking of this bread, where their friends and family could pocket the largest amount of money as contractors, they are pretending to care about the small man when what they're really complaining about is that their source of income now dry up because they are not at the feeding trough anymore. That is what they're really complaining about. Madam Speaker, I have observed this trend across the board, and there are other areas as well in my own constituency where I have seen attempts at providing under, the housing for underprivileged persons and so on. And when I just walk in people's house, my constituents, I live good with them. When I go and I see the starter house they build, I am happy because some of these people, they live in board houses, they get flood regularly and so on, so they get a starter house and I'm happy for them. But when we came into government, what they call it HVIP, that HVIP program is another example where they were given a contractor a big sum of money, and if you see the value of the house that they're providing for this person, must be quarter the value. So it wasn't to really help the small man, It was to help themselves. And they continue with that principle. And I realize that in the P&M's world, there are magic potholes. Magic potholes that mysteriously appeared on or after April 28, 2025. Because all of them now, all of a sudden they know about potholes. When the member for Diego Martin North he spoke about potholes, Diego Martin Central. Do you know that the Diego Martin Borough Corporation is run by the P&M? The complaints that they are talking about is on local roads.
They're complaining about the sending.
I want to know how much money you give Diego Martin Corporation to patch the roads in your own constituency when you were in government. So for you to complain now as though those potholes recently appeared, they're criticizing Couva North for patching. You know what the problem is? It's not enough. You know the amount of neglect we meet, and we are fixing it. So when local government and minister of works out there clearing drains that ain't clear for 10 years, fighting up with the little resources we have, Dr. Moonilal in his constituency, the member for Oropuch East, had a big tree growing in the drain. I should tell you how long they didn't clean the drain. And we went there and cleared those water courses to reduce flooding, and we are doing it again this year. So, and they're complaining about that, They're complaining about that. They themselves are seeing work being done all over the country. But let me tell you something. We cannot fix 10 years of neglect in 1 year. But the fact is, we are working. And we have done more in this 1 year than some of them do in the whole 10 years in their terminal. The whole 10 years. So I am saying that I understand that citizens are frustrated. We have started a program that provides employment and does work in the areas for maintenance of public spaces. We are power washing preschools, cutting grass on the side of the road, recreation grounds, panyard. We are helping communities, and they're criticizing that. I just want to tell people at Trinidad and Tobago, them don't love all you. They can't. because they want you to have a job that pay $89 a day, for you to work 4 hours in the hot sun, go home and buy a bread and a sweet drink, read that and come to work the next day and have nothing meaningful for yourself. We are paying people meaningful employment, and those same people is who get the light bill cut under them government. Them same people getting $89. So I just want citizens to know that while they talk these things, their actions show otherwise. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to give this population the assurance that we will continue to work. Tomorrow, Thursday, we are in the constituency of Mayaro, where we will launch equipment to remove the sargassum weed from the beaches. We have a special tractor and a specialized boat where we will be doing that, and that work will start. We have several other initiatives where you will see that kind of results out there. But I want to give you the assurance we are taking our time and doing things properly. We are following procurement regulations. We are not picking up contracts and sharing out like a pack of cards in our force. That is not the way we operate. So Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to end by saying that the former PNM government has no moral authority to criticize the work of this UNC government. None whatsoever. We are here fixing what they left in a total mess. Not one of them there could talk about local government to me. Not one of them. They do not understand what happens on the ground and the level of the neglect these corporations face. The 10 years under PNM, they're fighting up the cover with a short coverlet because they were giving them short money, and they are in a place of debt, not of their own fault, many of them. It was because short Minister of Finance, the former Minister of Finance gave them short money. And that is what they are suffering from. So we are working with all of them. There is no malice in local government. People are different to how certain people are in parliament and things. They operate with love. So we are working with all of them individually to manage their debt, to ensure that their bridges are serviced. It is a tough situation because they have contractors they own knocking down their door, and we want to get service. So while the situation is not ideal, we are working with them to deal with our municipal police officers who have been, some of them is like a chicken coop, if you see where they're housed. And if you do walkthroughs in these corporations, you will see how over the years, because of, again, poor fiscal support, they are in these situations. We will be working with them concerning new administrative buildings and new municipal police stations. And we will have more of that to come. I want to say that for me, having this opportunity to serve as Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, coming out of the local government system, it means that I can relate to our corporation members. I see the frustration of Diego Martin, of Shoguanas, of Couva. Couva is one of the largest regions. And one of the things that we have to do as well is to address the boundaries. And the Boundaries Committee has been appointed. They are working and they are putting their recommendations. And that will help us to deal with the disparity in funding. Because you have like Tunapuna Piako that has about 250,000 people getting less money than several other corporations. So we will be working with them to ensure that the boundaries are fairer. And when we had those consultations, all the members opposite were invited to comment. All the PNM members were invited to comment, and they chose not to. The feedback, yes, ask your political leader. The correspondence would have been sent to all our local government representatives, and they were sharing informal suggestions with us. But when it came time to put it in writing, they told us they had to consult with their political leader, which I respected. We extended the boundaries deadline for 3 times on 3 occasions, and they did not contribute. So I'm waiting for them when the report comes to the Parliament, because you had the opportunity. I don't know if the leader of opposition did not convey the message to her members or what it is. But if you want to be a responsible opposition, you have to participate. And so far, the PNM has shown that they are an irresponsible government and they are an irresponsible and lazy opposition. I thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to join this debate. Madam Deputy Speaker, I thought we were here today to debate the report into the Standing Finance Committee. But listening to members opposite, since we came in here at 1:30, one gets the distinct impression that we are engaging in an exercise of who could bust the most mark, rather than dealing with the issues that are facing the citizens of this country. So we got a lot of marks today, plenty of marks busting. But when you look on social media and the comments under these posts, there's licks, the population saying we don't want to hear about that. We're not interested in that. In fact, the most popular word I keep seeing so far in the comments is distractions. I'm minded to believe that. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I stand here, the words, well, 2 lines from one of my favorite songs from Whitney Houston, and that song being Don't Cry For Me, come to mind. And those words are, here we are again, that old familiar place. Because when we came last year to engage in this same exercise, I, as a new MP, this is my first time, not sure what this exercise was about. And I'm grateful for the member for Oropuch East today in his contribution, telling us, well, this is a normal exercise, a normal part of the budgetary exercise. This is something that has been around since the days of Eric Williams, and this is nothing new, and so on. That would have been useful for me as a new MP last year, because that's not what he was saying last year. In fact, that's not what any of them were saying last year. What we kept hearing was, we are here because the last administration under-budgeted, under-financed, under-resourced. That was the only reason we were here to engage in this exercise last year. We weren't hearing this is a normal thing. In fact, I think the only phrase we heard more last year than that was from the member for Faizabad, that the PNM crashed the economy. And I spoke to that issue, and I indicated to him that as a Minister of Finance, he's the last person who should be saying that. Because if you want to have investors come to your country, and you're hearing that the Minister of Finance is telling you that the previous administration crashed the economy, why would you want to invest your money in a crashed economy? Yet still today, it is even more difficult to get $200 from the bank than it was about 14 months ago when we were in the crashed economy. Right? Madam Deputy Speaker, several members opposite referenced the Moody's report, right, as support to say that this government has performed so well over the last 14 months or so. Minister of Finance, the Attorney General, and others referenced it. In fact, if I might quote the Attorney General, he said, we cannot dispute what the international agencies are saying. Well, apparently, the chairman of NGC didn't get a memo. Because, and I referenced this article, NGC, Moody's withdrawal not sign of financial trouble. So while the government is putting all of this confidence in Moody's and their ratings, NGC and its chairman are saying, not us. We want nothing to do with Moody's. If I might quote them, and their reason for withdrawing from Moody's or getting rid of Moody's as a rating agency, they say here, let me see if I get it here just now. We have decided to withdraw from the ratings agency because they don't agree with the ratings methodology. The decision of the company was to realign was with a view to achieve such a rating. They are saying that other international rating agencies have assessed NGC at a higher level grade than Moody's, and Moody's application of a more rigid methodological framework, particularly with respect of sovereign linkage, did not admit of sufficient flexibility to recognize NGC's unique circumstances and standalone credit strength. So who should I listen to with respect to Moody's? What we heard here today or NGC? I'm just asking the question, Madam Deputy Speaker. So if it is that they are telling us that we need to put faith in Moody's, well, so much for that. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister of Finance made a very profound statement in his contribution. He said, if the government doesn't protect the vulnerable, it has failed. There's a saying, out of thine own mouth comes thy judgment, Madam Deputy Speaker. Truer words he has not spoken, and I want to tell him that in that regard, this government has definitely failed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, over the weekend, I had the opportunity to attend an event in my constituency that was hosted by the police, the Northern Division Community Policing Unit. And it was an exercise treating with domestic violence and so on, and it was entitled Safe Homes, Stronger Communities. And I thought I would have seen the member for St. Augustine there. Oh, well, when I... Oh, okay, good. So I was invited to bring remarks at the opening. They were supposed to start at 10 and they didn't start until 11. But in that intervening period while we were waiting for it to start, Madam Deputy Speaker, I had opportunity to speak to a young lady who is running an NGO. And she deals primarily with single mothers. And in that half-hour conversation that I had with this lady, it was very disturbing, some of the things that she told me. And she indicated to me that on a regular basis, you have a lot of single mothers who come to her, persons who were previously employed with the CPEP program who are now unemployed and have been looking for work for the past few months. And their situation has become so desperate, Mr. Speaker, welcome back, that some of them have had to resort, unfortunately, to engaging in prostitution to support their children. Some of them, the children's fathers, some of them have multiple children's fathers, unfortunately. Some of these fathers are incarcerated. Some of them are deceased. And so in their desperation, not having employment and in seeking employment, and I could tell you, many of them come to me on a weekly basis looking for work. Ever so often, they would call the office to see if we've been successful in getting any type of employment for them. And unfortunately, we can't. I have reached out to many of my corporate constituents to see if they have any vacancies, any job openings to be able to assist these people, because it's difficult when they come to me week after week looking for help, and they can't get it. And they are out of work because the government says that that particular program was riddled with criminality and corruption and so on. And the member for St. Augustine just now mentioned that the pay was $89 a day or something like that. But Mr. Speaker, I could tell you for some of these women, $89 a day right now looks a lot better than what they have, which is absolutely nothing. And if you would permit me, Mr. Speaker, to just read briefly from an article, again, which speaks to, and the words of the member for Oropuch East, to perhaps describe that very program that they told us was so riddled with criminality and so on. Right? Let me just get this. Just now, where is it? Right. And this is an article dated the 15th of August 2016 in the Daily Express. Moonilal claims plan to axe 12,000 CPEP workers. Former Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Dr. Roodal Moonilal, is condemning what he claims is the government's decision to dismiss contractors employed by CPEP. In a statement yesterday, Moonilal said dismissing contractors during the July-August vacation period would put an extra strain on their employees who were preparing for the new school term next month. He also said he expected more flooding as a result. I strongly condemn the planned move to arbitrarily dismiss contractors and almost 12,000 workers of the CPEP Company Limited. He goes on to say, this harsh and oppressive measure is taking place on the eve of the start of the school year, when parents are required to spend significant sums on their children's future. The dismissals of contractors and workers are further severe elements of the dismantling of key aspects of the operations of the state-run environmental company. The People's Partnership Administration had carefully developed, nurtured, and expanded the remit of the CPEP Company Limited to make it an all-embracing organization involved in extensive and continuous environmental protection and improvement. He goes on to say, as the line minister for CPEP, I was particularly pleased with the role and performance of the organization, its contracts and dedicated employees. So it seems CPEP only became unattractive, corrupt, after 2015. Oh, I thought, right. He said, a major reason why there were no widespread floods between 2010 to 15 was because CPEP's innovative mandate of small-scale environmental jobs. Regrettably, the current administration has abandoned this critical aspect of CPEP's mission. He goes on to say, the wanton firing of contractors would result in fewer cleanup activities and more blockage of water courses, leading to more suffering of residents across the country. So CPEP was good between 2010 to 2015. And then it became no longer any good. Immediately after, right? Now all of these people would have lost their jobs, but what was the alternative provided? I would say kudos to the member, for the NPOPs program. Because it has helped people. I could tell you, the two names that I was afforded, those two persons are very happy that they were able to find employment. Okay, well, the two names that we got, you all had CPEP, it had URP, it had forestry. So I don't know what the process was to, really? Oh, okay, well, all right. Well, thanks for that. But Mr. Speaker, I'm making the point, right? So the programs were shut down, but there is no real alternative to provide for these persons. And it is impacting on the well-being of many persons in my constituency and indeed others. My colleague from Aruka Lopino, he would have alluded to it. Earlier this year, back in March, when I visited several of the primary schools in my constituency to drop off the SCA packages, I had occasion to speak to the principal of one of the secondary schools, primary school, sorry, and she was telling me that since the closure of that CPEP program and the URP program, there are a number of parents, Mr. Speaker, if St. Augustine would allow me, please.
We'll stop engaging her. We might get some silence. Yes, St. Augustine will stop once Diego Martin Central stops engaging her. So if we could stop all of that, yes.
I plead with all my colleagues in the House to assist. Yes. Thank you. So, yes, Mr. Speaker, and I was making the point to echo the sentiments of my colleague from Aruka Lopino, that when I visited this primary school and the principal, we had a brief, about 45 minutes conversation, and she was indicating to me that since the closure of the CPEP and URP programs, and by extension the forestry program, because in my constituency we had 9 CPEP gangs, so about 270 persons would have lost their jobs when that program was cancelled. And the principal was telling me that she gets several calls, ever so often, from parents telling her that they are unable to send their children to school, either because they don't have money to pay passage, they don't have money to be able to provide meals for the students. There are some students who come to school and they get the school feeding program, and the rule is that they are not allowed to take the food home for obvious health reasons. But the principal indicated to me that some of these students, she would notice some of them eating half of the lunch and then they try to hide the next half in their school bags to take home, perhaps to have a meal. Some of them come and they ask if there are any extra lunches, perhaps these students didn't. The running commentary from Shagona Seas, please. All right, I was not there at that time. You all campaigned on a slogan of "We will fix it." There's a Tobago saying, "Full belly man tells hungry belly man, hold straight."
That's right.
After almost 14 months, we're still here and we're fixing it, and I'm happy that you all are fixing it. But for some people, that fixing taken too long. For these mothers who have to sacrifice their self-dignity to be able to feed their children, for them, it is too long. And again, I repeat, $89 a day, still better than zero, which is what their situation is right now. Mr. Speaker, the member for St. Augustine, the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development and Local Government would have spoken just now. And she provided us with a litany of woes of the challenges that are faced by the various corporations and so on. My constituency is served by two corporations, the Arima Borough Corporation and the Tunapuna Piako Regional Corporation. I have 2 councillors under Tunapuna Piako and 5 under the Arima Borough Corporation. And I must say that a lot of the work that I have been able to get done in my constituency over the last 13 and a half, going on 14 months, really has been as a result of the assistance that I've been able to get from my councillors. But within recent times, that has been challenged because when I call for assistance, perhaps to patch potholes, we're looking to get a road paved or something like that, and other issues, I am told we don't have material, we don't have money. And I was saying, so we're waiting for this mid-year review, and we're hoping that monies would be released to us so that we would be able to resume the work that we were doing before. But when we look at the allocations for the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, there is no specific item where we can identify, well, here is this amount of money to treat with that. So I could tell you, my councillors, and I'm sure the councillors, my colleagues as well, are all very disappointed and are hoping, or were hoping to hear something a little more, substantial from the minister with respect to that. During the Standing Finance Committee, when the question was posed to the minister indicated that, well, the 106 million, we could find something inside here, but we would need to look at the internal workings and so on. Mr. Speaker, that is not a comfort to the councillors, and it is certainly not a comfort to their burgesses and my constituents who reach out to me because of the potholes, and it is a nuisance, and I live in my constituency, right? So I experience the potholes every day. In fact, in my own neighborhood, the main street, we have several potholes. And I have reached out to Chairman of the Tunapuna Piako Regional Corporation. He's usually able to help me. But he too was waiting for this particular exercise to see if they would be able to assist. So now what is taking place is that supporters of members opposite, in an attempt to embarrass the MP, are now mixing cement and putting it in the potholes to say, well, the MP living right here, and look at the state of the road. He's doing nothing, but they don't know the letters that I am writing, the calls that I continue to make to be able to help them, and the challenges that I continue to face with respect to that. Now they will tell us 10 years the PNM was in office. Yes, the PNM was there for 10 years. I wasn't there for 10 years. I just got there, right? So whatever happened over the last 10 years has nothing to do with me. Mr. Speaker, it has nothing to do with me. I was not there. I don't know what challenges my predecessor faced, even if it is that she was PN. I don't know. But I was elected to do the work, and I'm attempting to do that now. And so it is no consolation to be saying, well, you all were there for 10 years, and what did you do? Mr. Speaker, recently, along with the councillor for the district of Karapo, we were able to enter into a program with TCL because they have a warehouse on Racecourse Road in Karapo. And they were using something called NIBS, and they were assisting us to do a little bit of patching work. And it's interesting, when the media interviewed the member for St. Augustine, who lives in that area, the member was upset. She said, 10 years, and they're now looking to do that. I said, but what is this? Yes, I know. You know I know? Because some of your neighbors, who are my constituents, coming to me to complain, the minister living right here, and some of the worst roads in O'Meara Road South is in proximity to where the member lives. So the member knows what I'm talking about. We are both MPs, so we could work together to fix the constituency. I know the member has her constituency to fix, but if you live there, fix it. From the Churchill-Roosevelt Highway, all the way down to Racecourse Road, Mr. Secretary.
I would like to hear the member of Parliament.
Yeah, come on. Members, I think we've been going very well thus far. Let's allow the member to make his contribution in some silence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the intersection of the Churchill-Roosevelt Highway and O'Meara Road, well, the Lisa Morris Julian Boulevard, all the way down to Racecourse Road, we have been having a challenge with the streetlights there. There are probably maybe 1 or 2 streetlights out of maybe 12 to 15 streetlights going all the way down into Karapu that are working. I have written to TNTech on numerous occasions for those lights, to get those lights fixed, along with lights in other parts of the constituency, because I have some councillors who constantly reach out to me, telling me the challenges, the calls that they are getting from constituents and so on. People come to my office specifically for that. And to no avail. All I get is a letter from TNTech telling me that they acknowledge my correspondence and that the letter has been assigned to somebody, and somebody will reach out to me, reach out to the office to treat with the matter. And to date, absolutely nothing. But yet still I heard 28,000 street lights fixed under the ministry. Nothing. Nothing. Well, I'm hearing to write the ministry. All right, I did that to her, but I'll do it again. I'll take the advice from the minister and I will write to them again. But just to make that point, Mr. Speaker, these are some of the challenges that we are facing. So I would have liked to have seen something a little more specific, a little more substantial with respect to the allocation for the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development in respect of that. So as I said, I know that my councillors and some of my constituents are probably very upset that they didn't hear anything substantial with respect to that. Mr. Speaker, I reference as well the allocation for the Ministry of Culture, Community Development. Now, I know we didn't pose any questions to the Honourable Minister during the Standing Finance Committee, but I know that there's a lot of special interest groups throughout the country who themselves were waiting to hear something substantial with respect to that. Because I know the Pan fraternity is still owed. They want to know when they will be getting paid. The Mass fraternity, I know that the judges still have not been paid. Still owe them too. I used to be a judge for many years and an administrator with NCC. And I know it normally doesn't take this long to get paid. But the judges, you know, some of them have reached out to me. They say, hey, find out what's going on when we get paid now. So I don't know. Prize monies are still owed, outstanding. I don't know if the monies were paid for Flavor and the artists there. But I saw the head of Pancho and Bigo just a couple of weeks ago where I've done an extempo on Facebook. You know. Yeah. Lamenting the woes that they are facing, that she was told at the end of May they would have gotten the money. End of May came and went, and they still have not gotten their money. I don't know, I guess Tancoo, the Calypso fraternity, probably still waiting for prize monies and so on too. So they too would have been hoping to hear something substantial in terms of allocations to treat with that. I think the only thing very useful that came out of that Standing Finance Committee was the commitment by the Minister of Defense that this year it seems as if we would be having our Independence Day parade. I say it seems because there's still time and anything could happen. So we keep our fingers crossed and we hope for the best. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was concerned, like my colleague from Aruka Lupino, with one of the allocations to the TTPS. And let me say that I have no problem with the TTPS receiving overtime pay. If it is that the officers are working to keep the country safe, and that is what we want to see the crime figures continue to go down, notwithstanding the fact that we are unable to get those crime figures. for reasons already mentioned by my colleagues, then so be it. Now, I know this is an issue that has been raised before in this House, not in this term. Previously, under the last administration, it would have been raised, where the overtime bill at that time was in the vicinity of about 418 million or something like that. And I know that the member for Barataria San Juan, in questioning the then Minister of National Security, when he would have spoken to the issue of a reduction in the overtime money, asked about how that is impacting the morale of the TTPS. And I would say, if it is money is the only thing that could boost the morale of the TTPS in terms of doing their job, then we're in a very sad place, Mr. Speaker. Right? Because the motto is to protect and serve. And I think that when a person makes a decision that they want to join the TTPS, I would hate to think that the overarching desire or the motivator is simply salary. Right? If you choose to become a police officer, it is because you want to be able to make a contribution to your country, and specifically from that national security perspective. The member for Tunapuna is a former police officer. So he was a senior officer when former Commissioner Gary Griffith was there. And this was one of the issues that former Commissioner Griffith sought to treat with. In fact, when he went in there, his complaint was that the overtime bill at that time was about $25 million a month, $300 million for the year. And the police strength at that time was about 6,500 officers. Based on the figures quoted for us a couple days ago by the member for Tunapuna, the Minister of Homeland Security, we heard a figure with respect to the uniforms. The allocation for uniforms was to cover some 9,400 officers. I don't know if that is the strength of the service now, or if that is where they intend to go or to be in a short period of time. But if that is the case, if you have more officers, then your overtime bill is supposed to go down, not up. If we understand how the overtime works, the purpose, what creates overtime is when you don't have sufficient staff to do the work during the normal working hours, right, for the monthly salary, the regular monthly salary. And so therefore these workers who you have must now do extra work to make up for that. So we see 500 million. So 400 million has already been allocated, and there's been an ask for an additional $100 million. Mr. Speaker. And there is some level of concern there based on what the challenges that Commissioner Griffith would have faced when he attempted to treat with that issue. And the member for Tunapuna, having been a senior officer at that time, would probably be aware or familiar with what were some of the strategies that were utilized by Commissioner Griffith to be able to bring down that overtime bill. And what that savings was able to do at that time was to provide additional funding for the TTPS to be able to invest in other things. In terms of equipment, well, that's what the commissioner said. I wasn't there, so I don't know. I can just go based on the article that I read, right? And then, well, perhaps when the member for Tunapuna speaks, if he is so inclined, he could probably address it and tell us if the TTPS is currently engaged in any strategies to be able to reduce that overtime figure of $500 million, Mr. Speaker. That is a significant figure. Because based on the documents that we have before us, which shows that the regular salary bill is about $1.2 billion, it means that the overtime bill is almost half of the regular bill. So is it that the entire TTPS working overtime? The minister would have told us that none of this overtime is attributable to the SOE. Correct. So it has nothing to do with any extra call out. Okay. So this is not to say that, okay, this year it's an anomaly because we have the SOE. Mm-hmm. It means that even when there is no SOE, we're still going to be facing $500 million in overtime. And again, I don't want to begrudge the officers at all of their overtime, but it is something that needs to be looked at.
Remind you.
Yes.
If you want your 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll take you, just so that you're aware, I will take you to 9:35.
Mr. Speaker, the member for Oropouche East, when he was speaking, when he was responding to, I think, my colleague from Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West. And he said that the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, goes to more energy conferences than he does. That is very true. You know why? The Prime Minister doesn't take him anywhere when she goes to talk about energy. Yeah. The Prime Minister went to Washington to speak on energy matters. She left the member in the Sky Bridge in Piaco. She went to St. Kitts and Nevis, where she indicated beforehand that she intended to speak on energy matters when she met with Mr. Rubio. She left the member in the Sky Bridge in Piaco. The Prime Minister went to Doral for the Shield of America's Summit, where she had conversations with the U.S. Energy Secretary. She left the member in the diplomatic lounge in Piaco. I mean, he is the Minister of Energy. He is intimately familiar, or at least ought to be, with what is happening in the Ministry of Energy. Yet whenever the Prime Minister goes abroad to discuss energy issues, the Minister is not there. Okay. The Minister is supposed to be, well, I was just responding to the Minister claiming that the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, he goes to more energy conferences than he does. We had one here, a local. Yeah. We had our energy chamber had a conference here, and the government took a decision they're not sending anybody. Because apparently, the energy chamber of Trinidad and Tobago is PNM. So they didn't go. Instead, he went to a conference in India. He went to the conference in Guyana, but not in Trinidad and Tobago. They're not interested in dealing with the players in Trinidad and Tobago because everybody is PNM. The media is PNM. Yes, everybody is PNM, PNM, PNM. Even their own supporters now fed up to saying everything is PNM. They're fed up here about that. Right? But Mr. Speaker, these are some of the challenges that we are facing as members of Parliament, particularly in the opposition. It's very difficult. I can tell you as a member of the opposition, the last few months have been trying for me because all 41 of us here were elected to look after the well-being of those who put us here and even those who didn't vote for us, right? We have responsibility for every constituent. And I know they're probably going to come and tell me about what the member for Laventille West said and so on, right? But we have that responsibility. And so the resources of state is really supposed to be for the benefit of everybody. But every week, when I see my constituents, sometimes I have to wonder if members opposite have constituency office day. Yeah. Because they come here and they speak in a manner as if everything is good. Everything is hunky-dory. They said when UNC wins, everybody wins. But everybody's saying, I'm not winning. When the winning going to start? Yeah. Some people saying, well, I didn't realize that when they said, when the UNC wins, everybody wins, that body was spelled B-U-D-D-Y and not B-O-D-Y. Yeah. And we have that challenge with persons coming every week, persons who are looking for work, persons who are looking for food support. And I mentioned earlier the single mothers, Mr. Speaker. Some of them, and again, I will say thank you to the member for Shogunas East for the food cards that we get. Sometimes they say we are ungrateful. Every time we get an allotment of food cards, I am grateful. I didn't see anything inside here under the allocation for that ministry, but we have coming up emancipation or independence, so we're hoping that we get a little something there so that we could provide some support. Some of these people, they get a food card and they get a hamper, and then they're afraid to come back to the MP because, as I was told on Saturday in that same conversation, some people told the lady with the NGO, they're afraid to come to the MP because they don't want the MP to say they're overdoing it. It's every month they come in to ask for something. That is not my approach, Mr. Speaker. If I have and they come to me, I help. Sometimes I will go to the grocery and I would dip in my own pocket and I would purchase food vouchers, grocery vouchers. I take it back to my office and I let my staff know if persons come looking for assistance, let us help them. Fortunately, I have persons who, because of my podcast, reach out to me. They come, they make donations to the office, they bring hampers, they make donations. Everything goes back into assisting these persons. So I would have liked us have seen, instead of so much money just going into paying recurrent expenditure, salaries, money being spent on paying interest on loans and principal and so on. That is great. We understand that that has to be done. And, to maintain the country's credit rating, these bills have to be paid. But more needs to be done for direct intervention to assist those persons who are struggling, despite what it is the government may tell us, Mr. Speaker. Right? Persons lost jobs. It's difficult to find jobs outside here. We heard member for Barataria Sanwan tell us about some, 8,000 persons or so, according to CSO. CSO. You said not him, the CSO. Yeah. Okay. I wish they would have told us where these jobs were, because I recall when we came here a few months ago for a private motion that was brought by the member for Laventille West, we had a member opposite who told us that they had hired. The only figures they quoted for us was 1,800 persons from the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure. No other ministry boasted about hiring anybody. Yet still in the space of about 2 or 3 months, we hear 8,000 and so on. Was this through the Employee TT initiative? Because people still saying, I apply and I ain't get you. I ain't get a call. I don't know what it is going on. Right? The reality is, we have to question the data, we have to question the statistics. And I will repeat it again. When we have a situation where the Minister of Energy could tell us that there was a 13% reduction in the number of road fatalities for the year. The Minister of Transport, in that same debate, tells us there was a 10% reduction, and the Commissioner of Police tells us there was a 42% reduction. How can I trust your statistics and your data if I cannot independently verify it? But with all the platitudes and all of that we heard here today, the reality is that there are persons who are listening, who are disappointed, and who will be disappointed at the end of this day's exercise, because what they were hoping to hear, they will not hear, and therefore they just have to continue to sit down and wait. So I just want to hope that the member for St. Augustine, the Honorable Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, would be able to use whatever magic to find some money for the corporations to be able to treat with some of the issues that they are facing with respect to infrastructure, potholes, and all of these different things before the end of the financial year. Now, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to see clarity on a point that the member for St. Augustine raised, her last point with respect to the boundaries and so on, the local government boundaries, and working with the MPs and so on with respect to that to improve the boundaries. Now, I always thought that those matters are the remit of the EBC. So when I saw the government putting together a committee to treat with that, and when we look at the makeup of the committee in terms of the individuals, I am concerned. And not just me, I have seen persons write articles, opinions to the newspaper expressing similar concern about that. That you have a government-appointed committee is treating with issues of boundaries, local government boundaries. We had for 10 years members opposite cast aspersions on the EBC. The chief elections officer, they said that she was Rowley niece, who cousin, who sister-in-law, all of that. They made a habit of criticizing and casting aspersion on the independence of the EBC and the integrity of the EBC. And now, here it is that we are seeing that when persons, a lot of people who have expressed disappointment with the government so far and are saying, we can't wait for local government election, we are hearing the minister coming to tell us about changes to the boundaries and improving the boundaries. That is a concern that we have, and rest assured we will be saying more on that as time goes by. Mr. Speaker, you can tell me just how much more time I have? How much?
5.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will just take the opportunity to just reference quickly the issue of the allocation to the Ministry of Public Utilities as it pertains really to the delivery of water by that particular ministry. I would have raised the matter on the adjournment before, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the challenges that my constituency of Malabar Mausaka faces with respect to delivery of water. And I will admit that in the immediate aftermath of me raising that motion, the situation improved. It has now degenerated, Mr. Speaker. So much so that I am once again inundated with calls from my constituents about the challenges that they are facing for water. And the most echoed sentiment with respect to that, again, is that while we had issues under the People's National Movement, it is worse now than it has ever been. And that is a reality, Mr. Speaker, not just in Malabar Mausaka, but I think across the country, even in constituencies that are under UNC control, you are hearing that lament.
Correct.
And it cannot simply be what we were told in Malabar Mausaka was because of the low rainfall, there were issues with the particular reservoir that services my constituency, Mr. Speaker. But again, member for St. Augustine lives in my constituency, so she could attest to that, because she is impacted by it. No, that's not true. That is not true. The member for Tunapuna could speak to that too. Come on, St. Augustine, let's be. All right? That is not true. Unfortunately, I live in my constituency.
You know.
I live in my constituency, so I know. I know. Well, if you had to buy 6 stacks, now you have to buy 10.
You understand?
Yes. If it is not an issue, but the regularity is an issue with the pressure. People are complaining that when the water does come, the pressure is not high enough to be able to fill the tanks. The complaint is that even if it comes on schedule, the number of hours that the water is staying is significantly reduced, or sometimes they send the water at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. All of these challenges that people are facing, I have several schools.
Mr. Speaker, point of order 88-2.
No, I think 88-2 has to do with the allocation. I think we'll have to just give the member his 2 minutes again to wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I would just want to let Shogunas West know that we are speaking with respect to the allocations to ensure that from now to the end of the fiscal, that there is sufficient money to ensure that the services that are provided in the best possible way. We've had to endure 9 months of struggle, and we are hoping that for the next 3, we would not have to go through that. Correct. Malabar Mausaka is a burgeoning commercial hub. We have a lot of businesses, we have industrial estates, and we have more businesses coming. There is a significant HTC development in my constituency that is currently under construction behind PriceMart. I think it's called Pineapple. I think there's some 700 and something housing units that are supposed to be coming there. So that is a number of persons who I will have to serve as MP, and that is going to put pressure, Mr. Speaker, on the supply of water. But the same infrastructure, further strain on the infrastructure, and that is going to cause problems. So if we know that is going to be the situation soon, let us please treat with it now, so that I would not have to come back here to complain about the issue of water in the constituency. So I'm just making that plea to the Honorable Minister, all right? And then perhaps as we go on, they talk about the budget that's coming up in October, and we will see. So hopefully by then, they will get the act together, and the plan that they rip up, they will have something to be able, substantial, to replace that, all right? So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity to make this intervention in this debate, and I hope that members opposite would at least have taken some record, some note, and that we could see some improvement as it pertains to these issues. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Tobago West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in full support of this motion and in support of the allocations made for Tobago under the supplementation and variation of appropriation. Today marks a significant moment in Tobago's development journey. Tobago has been afforded a level of fiscal recognition that reflects not only the letter of the law, but the spirit of fairness and equity. This government, led by Prime Minister, the Honorable Kamla Persad-Bissessar, has demonstrated a genuine understanding of the unique needs of Tobago and has translated that understanding into meaningful action. Mr. Speaker, before I get into the meat of my contribution, I want to address some notions in the space. And you know, I listened to the members on the other side, especially my good friend up there, according to the Wassa Workers WM, because he came to Tobago as the former Minister of Public Utilities and did upgrade works over 100 million, and up to now, pressure in the pipeline. You open your water, there's air coming out. The member ran a pipeline along the Claude Noel Highway to Canaan and forgot to connect back the fire hydrants, causing us a $20 million fire at a hardware in Canaan. When fire services got there, no water in the hydrant because it was not connected. He was in charge of that project in Tobago. I realized all of a sudden they care about Tobago, they care about Tobago. You know when they're out of office, that is when they just care about Tobago? They were in office for 10 years. They had a THA administration, a PNM as well. But you know they had the playbook. Whatever they give to them, we could live with that. That is them, we could live with that. And then my predecessor, I hear she mouth big all of a sudden. I don't know where she come from. I bury she in a political grave long time. But all of a sudden, she have the most mouth talking about who don't talk and who don't care. Right now she in Tobago fighting for zero, trying to bring back a dead horse, trying to paint the face with mascara. You can't bring back a dead horse. PNM dead. End that story. I know in life, you know, there'll be boasting about the 70 years old. In life, we guarantee 3 squanten. So all the 3 squanten come to an end. That is the end of the ballizy. They say they care about Tobago. And my predecessor, she said she so care. But where was she when they relocated the persons at Crumstain to facilitate the airport expansion? Where was she? She was a silent lamb, silent night, holy night. Not a word to the former Prime Minister when persons were being bullied, being advantaged, and removed from their homes without proper payment. But Notsi was there for them. Notsi stood in the gap for them. The THA, led by the Honorable Farley Chavez Augustine, ensured that these people are now being relocated in some level of comfort. When they relocated the persons, the development was incomplete, and they talk about the care. Persons were paying $50 a square foot for the lands that they were relocated to. But the Honorable Farley Chavez Augustine, in his insight and brilliance, reduced that to $15 per square foot so that persons can relocate comfortably. He also changed the policy so that it became intergenerational. So if someone passes on, their children can continue paying for it just like how they live there. You know, and they talk about K and they talk about CPEP and URP. I remember in the last debate, my colleague mentioned about CPEP and URP. And they had workers there, and the crime rate was still sky high. In Tobago, I remember for the election, they were in here saying, oh, they're closing down CPEP and URP in Tobago. And I said to the people of Tobago, you don't have to worry. CPEP and URP is under the remit of the Tobago House of Assembly and not a political contract. And the persons in Tobago continue to be gainfully employed under CPEP and URP, doing meaningful work when the daytime is come.
Absolutely no corruption.
Mr. Speaker, the Tobago House of Assembly was in support of the budget and now is fully supporting the adjustment in Tobago's allocation by $94 million. Mr. Speaker, as we debate the work of the Minister of Finance in granting an additional $94 million to the Tobago House of Assembly in fiscal 2026, I join my colleague, member for Tobago East, in thanking the Finance Minister and the government, led by the Honourable Member from Siparia, for this added allocation. Yes. This government has kept its promise to Tobago about giving a fair share. For years, Tobago was told that development was taking place. We were presented with ribbon cuttings, photo opportunities, grand announcements, and carefully orchestrated public relations exercises. We were told that ministries operating from Trinidad were adequately addressing Tobago's needs. Yet the reality experienced by ordinary Tobagonians told a very different story. Roads remain unfinished. Water shortages persisted. Schools deteriorated. Public servants waited for what was owed to them. Economic growth stagnated. Young people continued to live in search of opportunities elsewhere. But the people of Tobago saw through the illusion. The previous administration attempted to dress neglect in the clothing of progress. They attempted to package underinvestment as development. They believed that appearances would outweigh our lived experience. The people of Tobago rejected that proposition. Mr. Speaker, the figures tell the story. The DRC minimum recommendation stood at approximately 4.03% of the national budget. Yet this administration went beyond the minimum and allocated a full 5% in their first term, Mr. Speaker. Without hesitation, and directly to the Tobago House of Assembly, amounting to approximately $2.96 billion. When the additional expenditure by central government ministries is included, the total allocation to Tobago reaches approximately $3.72 billion, or 6.3% of the national budget. That is not rhetoric. It certainly is not public relations. It is delivery. It is respect. This is a government honoring its commitment to the people of Tobago. Mr. Speaker, one of the clearest examples can be found in the long-delayed Scarborough Secondary School project. For years, Tobagonians were promised a modern educational facility worthy of our students and teachers. Yet, allocations remained woefully inadequate. In some years, the allocation was so insignificant that many questioned whether the project was ever intended to move beyond the planning stage. One year, the allocation quoted could not even purchase an SUV, Mr. Speaker. Today, under this administration, $15 million has been allocated for this project, placing the long-awaited Scarborough Secondary School firmly on the path to realization. This is what commitment looks like. This is what prioritizing Tobago looks like. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, Tobago's teachers have waited far too long for salary arrears and cost of living allowances owed to them. These hard-working men and women who shape the minds of our children have been forced to wait while promises accumulated and obligations remain unpaid. This government now has responded with an allocation of approximately $79 million to address these outstanding payments. That is performance, Mr. Speaker. Again, it is this administration, not the last, that has answered the call. Mr. Speaker, let us also discuss water. You know, as I said before, they spent a lot of money on the water situation. So let me just explain something further to that. The former Prime Minister sent a man who knew nothing about water to Tobago. And in reality, we proved him wrong. Our water situation, the 24/7 supply, went down to 24% under that administration. Ask the people of Tobago whether their water problems have ended. Ask the residents of Mason Hall, ask the residents in Canaan, ask the residents in Castara, ask the residents of Crown Point. The answer is the same. Water shortages continue to affect households and businesses across the island. The reality is that despite the expenditure and the promises, the daily lives of Tobagonians did not improve in the way they were promised. And that is one of the reasons the former administration now occupies the opposition benches. Mr. Speaker, perhaps no example better illustrates the disconnect between appearance and reality than the airport terminal project. In what may go down as one of the greatest political miscalculations in Tobago's history, the previous administration staged what many viewed as a ceremonial opening of an airport terminal that was not fully completed, not fully furnished, and lacking critical approvals and certifications. The people of Tobago looked on. What they saw was another public relations exercise. All that fanfare and more money still has to be expended on that airport expansion. What we wanted was functionality, economic opportunity, and a completed facility capable of driving tourism growth and generating jobs. The people of Tobago made their judgment, and history has recorded their verdict. Mr. Speaker, it was not just these transgressions only. The caring PNM government could not give us at Studley Park Enterprises Limited an export license to generate much needed foreign exchange. But within a few months, the government, led by the honorable member from Siparia, provided an export license for the Studley Park quarries. That is performance. The same thing occurred when this opposition leader, then as Minister of Planning, sabotaged the transfer of select town and country planning functions to the THA. But this Prime Minister has given her commitment to address this matter. When the PNM wanted to kill the tourism sector in Tobago, they told us the sky will fall. If they kept the airbridge subsidy and refused to return the number of local flights to pre-COVID levels, bringing much hardship to both the economy and people of Tobago, well, this government kept the subsidy and the sky did not fall. Leaving a conducive environment for travel between both islands as a means of boosting domestic tourism and ease of doing business, accessing healthcare and general services for Tobagonians. Mr. Speaker, with this additional funding, it increases Tobago's allocation to approximately 3.821 billion. In addition, Tobago will benefit from national allocations in healthcare, policing, public utilities, works and infrastructure, transport, tertiary education, and skills training. Of the 30 million allocated for laptops under the Ministry of Education, 7.5 million has been assigned for approximately 1,000 Tobago students for the 2026-2027 academic year. Provisions has also been made for arrears associated with the 4% salary increase at the UTT Tobago campus, where 8 employees will benefit from the national allocation of 1.105 million for 326 staff members. That is our government caring for the people of Tobago. Mr. Speaker, the national DP allocation showed an increase after the pandemic, but declined for Tobago, and that was because the Tobago sky under the PNM was falling. As per them, Mr. Speaker, I believe for most of the PNM members, their favorite bedtime story was chicken licking. But thank God for his mercies and a date in history of April 28, 2025. Mr. Speaker, Tobago is not a burden on the national economy. Tobago contributes significantly through tourism, hospitality, transportation, fisheries, agriculture, small business development, cultural industries, and foreign exchange earnings generated by thousands of visitors annually. Tobago contributes to national food security, national employment. Tobago contributes to investment opportunities, to national identity, and to the international brand of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, after taking reins of the THA, the Tobago People's Party inherited a debt of $1 billion, bills left by the former PNM THA, fiscal wickedness in high places, as this represented in large part monies owed to their contractor friends and interest accrued from credit facilities because the central government refused to honor its statutory obligation by sending releases to Tobago on time. Mr. Speaker, for too long, Tobago was forced to fight for the resources necessary to unlock its full potential. Today, we are witnessing a different approach. Our development agenda being supported through these allocations includes education infrastructure, including the Scarborough Secondary School project, improved healthcare delivery, settlement of outstanding obligations to public servants, tourism expansion and destination development, road and transportation upgrades, water security and utility improvements, youth development initiatives, economic diversification and entrepreneurship support, strengthening local government and THA service delivery, completion and operationalization of strategic national infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank the Minister of Finance through the Government of Trinidad and Tobago on behalf of the people of Tobago. Thank you for recognizing that Tobago's development cannot be achieved through symbolism. Thank you for recognizing that equity sometimes requires more than equality. Thank you for recognizing that Tobago's unique geography, economic and social realities demand a tailored approach. Most importantly, thank you for giving practical meaning to the words of our national anthem. Here, every creed and race find an equal place. That every citizen finds an equal place. That every community finds an equal place. Mr. Speaker, Tobago deserves better because Tobagonians deserve better. We deserve schools that inspire learning. We deserve reliable water. We deserve modern infrastructure. We deserve economic opportunity. We deserve timely payment for honest work. We deserve investments that transform lives rather than headlines. This supplementation and variation of appropriation signals that brighter days are ahead. It signals that Tobago is no longer being asked to settle for the bare minimum. It signals that Tobago's voice is being heard. And it signals that this government understands a simple truth: when Tobago succeeds, Trinidad and Tobago succeeds. Mr. Speaker, as Tobago is on its way to becoming the greatest little island on the planet, I wholeheartedly support this motion and commend the government for delivering a supplementary variation approach that reflects fairness, vision, and respect for the people of Tobago. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Martin West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute in this debate on behalf of the citizens of Tego Martin West and on behalf of all the constituencies on this side and constituencies even on that side that often feel underrepresented. Let me begin by dealing with a few things the previous speaker touched on. He mentioned the PNM is dead and the Balize is dead. Well, let me tell you something, my brother, from Tobago West. Anywhere you go in Trinidad and Tobago, you will see the Balize. You cut it, you chop it, you burn it, it will always grow back. So we may be on this side today, but tomorrow be guaranteed that the PNM will come back and lead this country to where it needs to be. He also mentioned pressure in the pipes now. This is under figurehead 15, just so I reference the right part of the supplementation. Under figurehead 15, he mentioned pressure in the pipes. I would like you to remember that this government is in office 14 months. If there is still pressure in the pipes, you need to talk to that man up there. And also, you mentioned the residents in Castara, Moriah, Mason Hall, the village that my family roots lay in. And you said, you know, their water situation isn't any better today. Yeah, it's not any better because of the member from Couva South down there. That's why it's not better. And this is the first time in how many years those residents have decided to strike. They never had a strike before. They had a strike up to recently, and it's because of that man. And yet, you sit with an administration that comes to the parliament and asks for constant extension of SOE after SOE. And the Hotelier Association in Tobago is telling you the SOE is negatively affecting the income from tourism, and you stand by this current administration. So much so that the chairman of your party, TPP, needed to stand up and say, no, it is just a professional arrangement. So again, I support my probably second or third cousin from Tobago, but ask yourself this, with regards to the Scarborough Secondary School refurbishment. You sit with the UNC government, ask yourself, who are the contractors? Who is going to benefit from this construction of Scarborough Secondary School? Is it really going to benefit the Tobago economy? Ask yourself this over and over, because the things implemented by the current administration is affecting Tobago's economy negatively over and over. I move to figurehead 65. I'll just touch on this very briefly. Figurehead 65 deals with the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and CARICOM Affairs. And in there we see a $13 million allocation. When asked about this allocation by the honourable member from Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, the member for Tabaquite said this $13 million is to adjust, improve a mission in the US of Dr. Neil Parson. Now, during his tenure in 2011 to 2015, $211,000 US was spent on interior decorating for the premises he was at, and this was part of a $700,000 US renovation for the premises he was at. Again, I tell you over and over, look at the irresponsible fiscal measures put in place by this government. We see it countless times. Just for Tobago, again, when you're speaking water improvement in Tobago, there's the Goldsboro, the Hillsborough, the different booster stations that impacted so many Tobagonians positively. But he will not mention that because he tends not to give credit because he is under the umbrella of those on that side. But that's okay. I understand your position, Tobago West. So on this day, this mid-year review and supplementation and variation of estimates for the fiscal year 2026, the Minister of Finance, he stood in front of this honourable house. In October, he painted a picture of economics, stability, planning. We were given an elaborative narrative of growth, commitment to national infrastructure. But today, as we are here debating the Standing Finance Committee, and when sitting down and asking the questions, the mask again has completely slipped from the Minister of Finance and what he's been trying to fool us with. The documents before us do not tell a story of progress. They reveal a systematic failure of budgeting, a series of desperate administrative corrections, and a profound mismatch between what this government says on the political platform and what actually shows up on the ledger. One of the main things that we saw in this particular mid-year review is every time we asked about loans and loans having amortization schedules, every single minister gave wishy-washy answers. And it bothered me to the point where I had to ask some of my friends who also did ACCA with me whether or not this was an incorrect practice happening. And they told me this is exactly what the Minister of Finance tried to do. He under-budgeted the entire budget by saying these loans are less than what they were stated as in the budget. He under-budgeted over and over and over. He under-budgeted. And when you count up the loans and you start to go through it, you see it's hundreds of millions of dollars under-budgeted by this finance minister. In other words, in October, what he did was violate accounting policies, 1, and 2, tell a mendacious story to the population. And that is exactly what the budget was. And that is why on this side, we label the budget as fake and fraudulent, because it is exactly what it was. Now, let me go into it some more. When we look at it, are we approving new, genuine development, or are we simply regularizing under-budgeted obligations, hidden liabilities, and delayed execution? The member for San Fernando East pointed out something in so many figures in there with reference to loans and the fact that the government is refinancing loans at higher interest rates. In other words, kicking the can down the road, and our children in Trinidad and Tobago will still be paying the debts that they're extending and incurring in this current administration. And the problem with it is there is no drive towards revenue generation that they are speaking about. All they are speaking about is spending. And the population has to be very concerned with this government because they are not talking about how this country is going to move forward. The non-energy sector is falling. Businesses are closing. Bars have closed and shut down. The entertainment industry is balling. Cultural practitioners are not being paid. There is pain in this country. There's pain in this country to the point where even the Minister of Social Development came to this parliament and admitted this is the highest amount of citizens that are dependent on the national system in the way that they are in terms of social development. She came to the parliament and admitted that, and we could dance around the conversation how much we want. But closing URP, CPEP, forestry, and even sending home some contract workers, those things affected the economy. It's not a joke, and it's not something to laugh about in this parliament. Real people are impacted every day. People cannot send their children to school. And we sit in this parliament and we joke, and yes, sometimes things may get out of hand, but there are serious issues affecting the people of Trinidad and Tobago. The Minister of Education added to his allocation the increase of school feeding and book grants. It is because more people are reliant on these things, because it's difficult out there. As my friend who was in the gallery earlier would say, why is the country so hard? That is the question people are asking. Why is it so hard? And when I look at in the cultural industry and the entertainment industry, which I spent so many years of my life being part of, we are being asked under Head 86 to approve a massive mid-year increase that pushes the allocation for the ministry from an original 436.36 million to 485.64. On the surface, 49.28, roughly 11.3%. It looks like a windfall for our national heritage, our artists, and our communities. The government will beat its chest. They will say they are pouring into the cultural sector. Mr. Speaker, we have receipts. If you turn directly to the line items under subhead 04, current transfers to subsidies, item 11, transfers to state enterprises, the truth is laid in black and white. Every single element in terms of these loans, interest payment on TT, $200 million 4-year loan, revised upward by 4.11 million. Principal payment on that same 200 million loan, revised upward by staggering 25 million. Interest payment on a TT 100 million 2-year loan, revised upward by 143,000. Principal payment on 100 million 2-year loan, revised upward by $12.5 million. A lot of these allocations were allocations that were supposed to be made to NCC, and obviously, these are loans. We know what an amortization schedule for a loan looks like, and it was just the Minister of Finance again understating over and over and over. One of the reasons why we felt no need to ask the Minister of Culture any questions is because we knew, one, she would not be able to answer the questions, and two, looking at it, the figures tell an actual story. The story of this is, it is not a proactive investment in cultural production. This is not money going to our frontline cultural programming, Our steel bands are begging for money. They have not been paid since Carnival. Our local calypsonians, our community festivals, our youth training programs, not funded. Again, people have been waiting for money since Carnival. And this is not the big money contractors. It is the small man on the ground who needs that $1,000 to buy food and to send his children to school. That is who those amounts are affecting that are unpaid. But the big contractors from Flavor Village and other things, yeah, them sort out. And again, this is what the Minister of Culture and Community Development is doing. There's nothing inherently wrong with servicing state debt, but these are fixed, predictable loan obligations that we're dealing with. Why are all these things under-budgeted over and over in this current budget? Why did we have to come back here and beg the way we did? This brings to question what is the wider economic policy in terms of generation. How do we generate income from the cultural sector, from the entertainment sector? This is not the conversation we are having today at all. All we are doing is asking for more money to spend. How are we making more money and generating money as a country? There were talks of a carnival city. There were talks of improving cultural festivals. And none of these talks are happening at all from the Minister of Culture. All we are seeing is, again, coming to the Parliament and asking for more money. I want to look at a particular item. Now, when we look at the figureheads under the Ministry of Culture and Community Development, we actually see in Best Village, traveling and subsistence being asked for a bigger allocation. We are a mere few weeks away from when Best Village is supposed to be happening, when Best Village is supposed to be active. Yet staff in the Ministry of Culture and Community Development do not know what is going on with the Prime Minister's Best Village competition. A competition that has been around since the days of Eric Williams. A competition that has produced many cultural performers in Trinidad and Tobago. Yet, there is no word of the competition, and members of staff at the ministry say they do not know what is going on. All they are being told is that the minister and her people will be handling Best Village. That, my friends, is a very, very dangerous precedent. And this is a very dangerous scenario for the cultural product and the culture and community of Trinidad and Tobago. When we talk about community centers, again, many community centers are open. La Hawketa, Cocorite, and others throughout Trinidad and Tobago. And yes, member for Tunapuna, a community center is a center for the community. I'd rather you do that than blow in our bag. Now, other than that, the member for Barataria Sawa, he came to the Parliament to bust files. But in busting files, he bust his own members' files. Because he came here to talk about the Mova pool. And I remember when we were going through the budget exercise, we also were talking about the Koke pool, the La Hawketa pool, and other pools that should have been open. And we countless times we talk about these facilities, and we even talk about the youth programs, and it's so funny, as we know he's the victim, he's the perpetrator of the act. The member for La Hawketa Talparo, the Minister of Sport and Youth Affairs, gets up to walk out of the house. He so cannot face his responsibility. Because again, you know, Mr. Speaker, I love, like you, I'm a fan of literature. And I bounced up on a word. The word was pusillanimous. Well, either way, Mr. Speaker. Either way, Mr. Speaker.
Pusillanimous.
Huh? Well, Mr. Speaker, when I checked on Google, that's how it's pronounced. But I'll take your word. I'll take your word.
You could take my word for it.
I'll take your word. I'll take your word. You're a brilliant man. But it perfectly described so many of the members opposite, unable to do what they have to do. unable to accept their responsibilities, just feckless. Remember, for Tunapuna, let's not talk about you and words. Let's not talk about you and words, right? Also, Mr. Speaker, again, my drive in this conversation today has to do a lot with fiscal responsibility and revenue generation. As much as we look at the figures here, there are also the other part of it, which is revenue generation. We came to the Parliament during the budget and we spoke about sport tourism. The Minister of Tourism, Trade and Industry, when asked about sport tourism, he said we had big plans. No, he said we had big dreams. Those were his words, we have big dreams. Yet, again, when we come to the Parliament to ask for this supplementation, appropriation, we see no talk of any drives towards sport tourism. We actually, even in a World Cup season where the World Cup matches aren't available for the average citizen to see on free-to-air television. And that is something that is an anomaly. It's never happened before. Now, looking at sport and culture a little further, you finish your gonasis? Looking at sport and culture a little deeper, we also in a scenario where the Sport and Culture Fund is something that this government has not spoken about at all. And again, we are in a situation where athletes are quite often saying that they are underfunded, they are unable to go to tournaments, and they feel disrespected by this current administration. So not only are the athletes feeling disrespected, the cultural performers also feel disrespected.
Mr. Speaker, 55(1)E, please. Remember, for Toko Sangigrani, just won't stop yapping. Thank you.
You see, I think it would be easier if the member who's on his legs would stop responding as well. But in any event, members, allow the member to continue in some silence, please.
Thank you very much for your protection, Mr. Speaker. Now, looking at the Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services, there's a pressing issue there in terms of staffing. And for my friends opposite, when I come to this Parliament to present, it always comes from a place of love, never a place of hate. Because me, like every other member on this side, we are passionate about Trinidad and Tobago, and we want the best possible outcomes for our country. What is taking place in terms of social development and family service is not reform, it's not transformation, and it's not progress. Before this government comes to Parliament seeking additional appropriations, it must first answer a few far more pressing questions with reference to this particular ministry. When one examines this ministry, we see the gradual erosion of the very workforce that is there responsible for delivering services to the most vulnerable citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. The information that I have, Mr. Speaker, is that there's not a single major division within that ministry operating at more than 40% of its approved staffing complement. It is because a lot of contract workers have been sent home and they are understaffed. Not social welfare, not family services, not the NGO unit, not ICT, not finance, even human resource in the Ministry of People and Social Development is not human resourced. The department responsible for recruiting, staffing, and retaining employees cannot adequately staff itself. Mr. Speaker, I challenge the minister today. Tell us about the different divisions. Tell us about at least one, because they are facing the reality of their staffage shorting, their staff shortages, and unable to complete the necessary work. Every single one of us on this side, we have constituents that have gone to that ministry and applied for grants and been rejected, been turned away. Some of them went with letters from their MPs, and they are told their MP's letter holds no power because we are out of government. So again, we ask the minister to please look at the things affecting her ministry. Social welfare officers processing grants, not enough staff. Not enough staff to conduct assessments, investigations, program delivery. Officers ensuring that citizens receive the assistance approved is necessary. So what we are seeing, that short-term contract employees that were there previously, that were sent home, they were the bridge, preserving institutional knowledge, providing continuity, keeping grants and assessments and investigations in the ministry as a whole moving forward. And what happened when this government came into office? Well, if your contract expired, goodbye. This staffing crisis has now left the Ombudsman becoming the unofficial tracking system for delayed grants in this country. Every few weeks, another citizen is forced to seek the intervention of the Ombudsman simply to receive assistance that should have been delivered in the ordinary course of business. The difference is not just the vacancies, it's the people. The people that were there before held institutional knowledge, and because the contracts expired and were not renewed, they were removed. And we see a very similar situation when we had the Minister of Public Admin and AI here. He mentioned positions in the National ICT Company, and that the fact that they are looking for a CEO, they're looking for a head of accounting, a head of communications and marketing, and prior to April 28, 2025, these positions were filled. These positions were filled by professionals. However, the minister and those on the other side in wanting to ensure that friends, family, financiers, all are employed in these institutions, did not renew any of those contracts. So again, in public admin and AI, they're suffering from the same problem that the Ministry of People and Social Development is also suffering from. I want to go back to figurehead 42 and the NPOPs program and the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development. As my colleague from Diego Martin Central mentioned, we have individuals in this program, after 5 fortnights, they are only paid for 1. These people continue to work because they know there's little to no opportunities in other ways in the market, so they continue to work. Yet, them working without getting paid, it is akin to slavery. That is what people are saying about the NPOPs program on the ground. And I urge this government to get in contact with the ground and understand what is happening and run away from that hubris. The other issue I want to touch on is Best Village. Again, I want to say and ask the Minister of Culture and Community Development to take a close look at Best Village. Use the knowledge of the staff that is already there, that has carried this program through the years, to be an institution that has given us many of the great performers in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, again, looking at this supplementation and appropriation in the mid-year review, we ask the Finance Minister in the future to please be honest with the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Please do not under-budget the figures. And with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you and the people of Diego Martin West.
Member for Vancouver South.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise at 10:19 p.m. We started at 10:30 a.m., almost 12 full hours of debate, and we are still here. Mr. Speaker, I spoke with the Chief Whip a few minutes ago, who asked to meet with me behind the Speaker's chair, indicating to me that the opposition was ready to wrap up this debate. I said to the Chief Whip then, as I'll say to all of Trinidad and Tobago, no. We, your UNC, members of government, joined by our two brothers from Tobago, we stand in the gap for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. We will not abdicate our responsibility to speak on their behalf. We are not lazy, we are not incompetent, and we will not be silent. We will account for performance in government and the request that we have made for supplementation and variation. What is strange, and I just said to the Honourable Prime Minister a few minutes ago, what is very strange, I cannot recall one instance, and several of my colleagues who are in the House with me on the government bench that served with us in opposition, I see the member for Oropouche East, the member for Carney Central, the member for Barataria San Juan, the member for St. Augustine, the member for Faizabad, the member for Oropouche West, the member for Shogunas East, the member for Moruga Tableland. When we served in the opposition between 2015 to 2025, the member for Siparia ensured on almost every occasion that she stood and she spoke not only on behalf of her constituents, but the at that time, the over 350,000 persons who registered a vote for the United National Congress. Why I say that, Mr. Speaker? Leadership is important. Leadership is critical, especially when you're dealing with the finances of the country. You're big, you're bad, you're bold outside there. You're in every vigil. You're in every protest. But now, having been given the opportunity to stand in the gap for the people who elected you to do so, the member for Arima, in her typical lazy, laissez-faire approach towards contributing towards this House.
Yes, I alone am here. The imputation of the Honourable being lazy, Mr. Speaker, seriously?
Well,
yes,
I'm not going to uphold you over a 48-6, all right, because 48-6 is imputing an improper motive. But I'll ask the member for Cuba South to change the description. Exactly. So I'm asking the member for Cuba South, who is linguistically dexterous, to change the description somewhat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, probably a more appropriate word will be useless. Absent. You know, Mr. Speaker, former Prime Minister Mr. Manning used to say facts are a stubborn thing. And it is what it is. At 10:23 in the night, the member for Arima is yet to contribute to the report from the Standing Finance Committee on behalf of the people who elected her to be here. They didn't elect her to be anywhere else. They expected her to be here contributing to today's debate. You know, I heard a member for, I believe it is Davide Mausica, or Davide Malabar, my apologies, start his contribution by referencing a Whitney Houston song. But I felt that a song sung by Marcia Griffith in the 1960s was more applicable to describing the atmosphere of today's debate. When she sang It's Electric. When Marcia Griffith sang It's Electric, it was more apt to what occurred in today's sitting of the House of Representatives. Mr. Speaker, I heard the member for Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West say, mouth open and story jump out, or Tory jump out. Well, today, more than story and Tory jump out, because when the Prime Minister was finished in delivering her statement in this House, some people were left politically electrocuted. And Mr. Speaker, I will tell you that under the Ministry of Public Utilities, we have been given $521,872,000 in this supplementation allocation. And it falls squarely to deal with issues that impact TNTech. I made a comment earlier, and I saw the member for Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West was eager to respond to me in the media today. When I said the war is on, the member for Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West asked, who is the war on with? I want to tell you tonight, Mr. Speaker, through you, that the war is on with those who are responsible for the corruption, the waste, and the mismanagement who sit opposite us today in this very chamber. That is who the war is on with. Mr. Speaker, one of the areas that deals with the supplementation coming out of the Standing Finance Committee report had to do with the rebates under TNTech. And it was almost like listening to similarities, that while we were working in the interest of helping the small man on this side of the House by bringing additional supplementation for this particular vote item in the Ministry of Public Utilities to be utilized for TNTech under the vote for the rebates. In effect, what was happening is that we had colleagues who are giving rebates to themselves in TNTech. Mr. Speaker, you would recall that last year, November, I stood in this very House, aided and abetted by the member for Siparia, who spoke about outstanding payments of COLA salary for 10 years. 10 years, Mr. Speaker. No new negotiations, no payment of COLA for employees at TNTech. With the support of the Honourable Prime Minister and my cabinet colleagues, for the first time in 10 years, TNTech workers got millions in payout. Mr. Speaker, we worked with our friends in the trade union and the OWTU for active and inactive workers to be paid $143 million in 3 tranches, starting in December of last year, then January of 26, and then February of 26. The Estate Police Association agreement, active and inactive estate police officers paid in the amount of $14 million, totaling $157 million, which meant that thousands of TNTech workers walked away with more money in their pockets under Kamla Persad-Bissessar administration. You see, Mr. Speaker, the vast difference in comparison, that while we sought to put money in the pockets of TNTech workers, colleagues opposite sought to put money in their own pockets coming from TNTech. That is the difference between them and us in government, Mr. Speaker. And you want to talk about small man? Small man? Thousands of men and women in TNTech waited for 10 years. 10 years. Not one of them opposite has any moral authority to speak about workers in this country. I heard each and every one of them parrot the same thing. URP and CPEP. I want to ask the national community tonight, you take God out of your thoughts and you put them back into office. You take God out of your thoughts and put them back into office. What is the future for you and your children? Cutting grass? They will bring back the dreaded TTRA. Thousands of public servants who were earmarked to go home because of that TTRA. The Minister of Finance, the Attorney General, and others worked with the Honourable Prime Minister to ensure that we scrapped that, saving the jobs of thousands of public servants, decent, hard-working public servants who have sustainable jobs, not cutting grass. Mr. Speaker, they speak so much about the allocation for WASA. WASA workers. We take God out of our thoughts, Trinidad and Tobago, and you put them back into office. The bugbear was too much employees at WASA. I heard the member for Aruka Lopino. I'm saddened that he's not here. But I heard the member for Aruka Lopino say, all of these workers at WASA, unnecessary, it is to put their friends and influencers. I want to tell the member for Aruka Lopino that I walked with a file tonight. I walked with a file tonight. And we want to talk about friend, you want to talk about family, and you want to talk about financier. I will tell you that under the supplementation for the Ministry of Public Utilities that has gotten in their personnel expenditure, Mr. Speaker, an increase of close to $9 million. This Minister of Public Utilities did not appoint his sister to work at the Ministry of Public Utilities. Hand-selected. This Minister of Public Utilities has not done that.
48.6, Mr. Speaker, and 48.1 in
all I'm saying is
Mr.
this
Speaker,
minister.
What line, Mr. Speaker? This does not reflect a line item.
I think the minister was careful enough to identify the line item, so that takes care of the relevance aspect of it. Right? 48.4, there is no offensive and insulting language about members of either house or threat to a member. 48.6, there is no imputation of improper motive. The minister is merely outlining a factual scenario. The imputation of an improper motive is where a member puts facts out there and suggests that it was done for an improper motive or that a minister did something for an it's an imputation. You of most people know what an imputation is. Minister, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if my colleague from Port of Spain South had taken the time to read the Standing Finance Committee report, the member will know that I am on subhead under head 39, subhead 01, personal expenditure, an increase of $8.231 million. Mr. Speaker, you see, they spend all of their time, and if you look at the report again, they tell you about rushing in, big and bad, Bajan, but not one word you couldn't hear squeak when the member for Sipari exposed the level of hypocrisy coming from colleagues opposite. Not one word. But if you read the report, Mr. Speaker.
And yes, you will rush in, Mr. Speaker. 88.2, 44.1, 44.4, 48.4, and 48.6. But particularly 88.2, Mr. Speaker.
For 88.2, both 88.2 and 87.2 deals with the debate being confined strictly to the matters of the line item. The minister is careful to identify the line item. 40.
Identify for the one before.
So hang on. So I'm speaking. Your baseline proposition is that whenever the minister wishes to say something, he must tie it directly to the line item in the SFC report?
No, Mr. Speaker, that is not my baseline. My objection is that the reference made by the speaker
in this part of the speech
is not linked to any line item. I know he can continue.
Okay, it's 10:34. I just really want to move quickly with this and don't take up the members' time. But that just needs to be stated to be dismissed. The others are what, 44-1? Oh, so you've abandoned your objections?
No. What I don't need, Mr. Speaker, is the dissertation. Let him continue. I understand.
No. Hang on a second here. You can't make an objection and then dictate to me how I must deliver my ruling. Whether you describe it as a lecture or a dissertation is a matter entirely for me. But I don't want to take up the member's time. Minister, continue, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member can jump up like Jack in a box. Mr. Speaker, the member can continue to jump up like Jack in a box, but I came here with facts. F-A-C-T-S. Facts. And facts are a stubborn thing, Mr. Speaker. So let's go. You want to talk about personnel expenditure? This deals with the Ministry of Public Utilities, an increase of 8.31. Under general administration, Mr. Speaker, you also have salaries and costs of living allowances. You have gratuities. And there are people whose gratuities are to be paid by the Ministry of Public Utilities, including a former personal assistant of the member for Roodal Lopino to be paid under these line items. But, Mr. Speaker, you see, today the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Public Utilities sent me a file to sign off on, because this matter contained here is currently at the office of the Attorney General. And it can very well move. When I first became the minister and they brought the file for me, it was $150,000, the claim. Because the minister's former personal assistant has taken him to court. And yes, member, it is under the issue of goods and, general administration, salaries, cost of living, gratuities, etc. Because gratuities have to be paid to this employee. But this employee is also making a claim against the former minister. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member made a lot of song and dance about how people are employed and how they arrive at the ministry, how they arrive at WASA as employees, what process was used, and so on. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you that now the claim that moved from $150,000 to $500,000, the member for Roodal Lopino
been taken to court.
I am not dealing with the substantive matter. I have not raised the merit of the matter.
I will await your ruling. He has prefaced it by saying that the matter was taken to court, Mr. Speaker. He's going into the figures that it has moved from, so he is going into the details.
All right, sub judice rule, I've delivered on this already. In the case of judge-only or appellate proceedings, it is extremely doubtful that any prejudice could arise from discussion of a case in the House or elsewhere. McGee, parliamentary procedure overruled. Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry? Well, no, because the sub judice rule.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Sit down, sit down.
No, Mr. Speaker. Don't do your hands that way.
I think you've never practiced before. I think you've never practiced before the Venerable Justice of Appeal, Ibrahim, but he was very much in the habit of doing us that. All right? So let me tell you what the sub judice rule is designed for. It's really designed to prevent prejudice. You will remember the case in Northern Ireland where Lord King went into the parliament and made a statement on the eve of the IRA trial. Maguire's the case. And it became a seminal case on pretrial publicity. So, Minister? Yes, please, continue.
Speaker. You see, Mr. Speaker, I took copious notes when the member for Roodal Lopino spoke. And the member said, the government must demonstrate to us value for money. Yes. Those were the exact words of the member for Roodal Lopino. The government must demonstrate value for money. The question I want to ask the honourable member for Roodal Lopino, is this value for money? Because the money is not coming out of your pocket. The money is coming out from the taxpayers of Trinidad and Tobago and may very well have to be funded under head 39, subhead 02 out of the Ministry of Public Utilities. But again, I can tell you that there's no minister on this side of the house whose sister working in the ministry and whose personal assistant has them in court, that the taxpayers will have to foot the bill for. I can tell you with certainty that is not how we operate on this side of the house under the member for Siparia. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to share something with you. Because when the member spoke for value for money, one expects there to be proper leadership and guidance in terms of the stewardship of the ministry. And when I went into the Ministry of Public Utilities and found that everything was in a state of collapse, because I heard my colleagues opposite speak ad nauseum about all the water problems in their constituencies. They were there for 10 years. They didn't fix Tego Martin. They didn't fix Bordesway, and they didn't fix Laventille. And they get very angry every time I stand in this parliament and say, you were in office for the majority, if not 75% of post-colonial history in Trinidad and Tobago. And look at the condition, the squalor. You have kept your own constituencies in bondage. You have kept the people who supported you election after election. Look at the conditions you have kept them in. Look at the conditions you have kept them in. And therefore, when you want to talk about leadership, I said to myself, Mr. Speaker, when I looked at a text message I received from an employee that once belonged to Aruka Lopino, of a screenshot of a conversation between the two of them, at one point, the employee was asking the former minister, are we seeing you today? Are we seeing you this week? And Mr. Speaker, when you check the records of the ministry, you understand why nothing was happening. They never used to go to work. That is the history. That is the history. So when you want to talk about why are we increasing personal expenditure, we are increasing personal expenditure in the Ministry of Public Utilities for people who go to work, for bona fide employees who go and give a honest day work, for honest day's pay. And if you cannot set the example as the minister, then we understand why the public utilities sector was in the condition that it is in when we came into office. Mr. Speaker, the member again spoke about WASA. I want to read for you, Mr. Speaker, and WASA underline item 004, statutory bodies under the Ministry of Public Utilities, head 39, sub-item 51, the Water and Sewerage Authority. $375,803,000. A lot of that, Mr. Speaker, will go towards paying salaries, costs of living for WASA employees. Some of it I spoke to in the Standing Finance Committee will deal with contract employment. And I was asked very frontally by the member for Aruka Lopino, and listen, I have nothing to hide. I am not ashamed to say I hired, through WASA, this government, 551 persons. I am not ashamed of that. They went through a process. They applied for the jobs. And the HR department of WASA, they made those determinations of who qualified for short-term employment. This wasn't a case of a minister ringing up anybody inside of WASA and say, hire my friend and hire my sister, you know. But Mr. Speaker, let me tell you what was happening in WASA. By memorandum dated April 28, 2025. You all know that date? April 28, 2025. You all know that date? And I sought leave from the Speaker to display a memorandum that says to the Director, People Transformation and Central Services, to the then CEO, and they boasted, I think it was a member for the Martin West, said that they went through a process to hire this great person as a CEO there in Wassa. That's what the member for the Martin West said. But let me tell you why they found that CEO was so great. You see, on election day, while you and I were at the polling station, they were securing friend, financier, and family inside of Wassa. What? And you want to know what line item I'm under? I am under line item, sub-item 51004, statutory bodies, squarely dealing with personnel expenditure. Tonight I want to ask the member for Roodal, who I'm told is looking on from the conference room. Hiding with his leader, though it seems as though he's at odds with his own leader. He seems to be more in the news than her. I want to ask the honourable member that on election day, when one Melissa Pierre was hired as a social sector specialist, receiving a monthly fee of $25,000, did you have an objection to that? But you have an objection to giving the same opportunities through a transparent process, not orchestrated by a minister, for people from Port of Spain South, from people from Carenage, from people from Laventille West, to get a job inside of Wassa. You have a problem with that. But tell Trinidad and Tobago, who is Melissa Pierre? Is this a friend? Is it a family? Is it a cousin? Or is it a blood sister?
What?
Who was hired at Wassa on election day at $25,000 a month because of a phone call being made to the HR department at Wassa. And therefore, when you fight down the same small man you come here beating your chest today, that you are their voice. You're fighting down people from Port of Spain South. You're fighting them down from Laventille. You're fighting them down from Carenage. You know why? Because they don't share the same bloodline as you. So your brother, your sister, your mother, your father, you can fatten their pockets. But the only thing, according to you, that is good for those people from those communities that you have represented for 50 years and more is to cut grass. Those are the only opportunities that we must offer to those persons. Mr. Speaker, it does not stop there.
To ask for your 15 minutes. That
Yes,
will take
certainly,
you to
Mr. Speaker.
11:04.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, under line item 004, sub-item 51, Wassa, again, the majority dealing with salaries, cost of living allowance. The member for Roodal introduced into the debate the management. He said that when we came in, we destroyed the management inside of Wassa. Nothing is further from the truth. But the same management that the member for Roodal spoke of, I want to ask the honourable member, what was the process used to hire some of them? You see, a birdie told me, and I had cause to speak to my colleague from Couva North this week. My colleague from Couva North, there's the minister with responsibility for UDICOT. And I asked the honourable member, I said, honourable member, I am advised that one of the former managers at Wassa, a former PNM general election candidate, who the member for St. Augustine beat going and coming. One Alicia Romano had to leave Udicott in a hurry, almost escorted off the compound, wearing some fancy bracelets. But Mr. Speaker, my colleague from Aruka Lopino loves to talk about process and introduce that entire debate today of what was happening at Wassa and said it was the worst it had ever been and so on. I want to tell my colleague from Aruka Lupino that under your 10 years minister, there was a board at Wassa. And let me call out for you, Mr. Speaker, the members of that board, because you'll find some very interesting names at that time, Mr. Speaker. And I'll ask Trinidad and Tobago, connect the dots. Connect the dots. You see, Mr. Speaker, you had one Rajendra Nanga. You had one Carol Austin. One Alston Fornelia. You had Celeste Jules. And you had one Beverly Kahn.
What?
One Beverly Kahn.
Why not name someone?
Mr. Speaker, I will ask you to connect the dots. But during that board's tenure, the same employee who had to leave Udicott, and you will hear more about that, because I promised my colleague for Aruka Lopido, you wanted to ask about employee, be careful of what you wish for, because you will get that and you will get more. You will get that and you will get more. Mr. Speaker, I have a copy of the board note prepared by the then board, and it was sent to me.
It was procured by the board?
It was sent to me, Mr. Speaker, and I want to share with you what the board note inside of Wassa has to say about one Alicia Romano. There is no evidence. There is no evidence that any process, this is what it says, Mr. Speaker, of Ms. Romano having been hired as a management consultant in the office of the Chief Executive Officer to be compensated at the level of a senior manager on the records of Wassa. You know what that means, Mr. Speaker? She went through no process except to say that somebody call and say, hire Ms. Romano. What she was doing, nobody can tell you. But receiving these inflated salaries. And therefore today when members opposite ask why they're not getting water here and there and in other places on the corridor, it was because the company at that time was more interested in hiring friend, family, and financier, giving out big contracts, as opposed to fixing the systematic problems inside of Wassa. Mr. Speaker, when I went into Wassa, and they want to know where the money is going, right? Wassa having received one of the most significant allocations in the supplementation, where the money is going. The most underserved and under-resourced constituency was the constituency for Siparia. Today I can tell you that the same geographical discrimination that the member for Siparia and others have spoken about on this side of the House for the last 20 years and more is in reverse. It is in reverse. Mr. Speaker, we are investing in major infrastructural development projects. The member spoke about the 3 desalination plants. And what they did not do in 10 years and more, we are putting short-term, medium-term, and long-term measures in place. The member for Siparia could tell you she has 5, not 1, she has 5 tank farms in her constituency. The member for Moruga Tableland will tell you in a few weeks she will have 3 tank farms in her constituency. The member for Kumoto Mansinilla will tell you in her constituency she will have 2 tank farms. The member for Mayaro can tell you that he will have 2 tank farms. The member for Naparima can tell you that he will have 3 tank farms. Mr. Speaker, that is in the south and the east. What is happening in the north? I heard them talk about the Northwest program, that we allocated no money for it and so on. Mr. Speaker, you know what they're interested in? They're not interested in the work, you know. They're interested in contract and they're interested in contractor. That is why they throw out the political bogey to talk about that. They want to know what is going on with the $100 million contract that on the eve of the election, they were waiting to award. They have filed questions in the parliament. They are sending advocates all over the place to find out why their favored contractor, who was on the verge of receiving that contract, has not received a letter of award. Mr. Speaker, the geographical discrimination, they saw it fit for a $100 million program for select communities in the north of Trinidad, while South, Central, and East and the far southwestern peninsula continue to suffer, if not for weeks, but for months on end for water in this country. Mr. Speaker, that program went under review. You know why it went under review? Because I have a prime minister that tells me, she said, what South gets, North must also get. There will be no discrimination in my government. Make sure the programs are across the board. I heard my colleagues speak about Tobago. Let me tell you what's going on in Tobago, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the problem in Tobago is that there are a number of pumps. And you know what we inherited in Tobago? Mr. Speaker, there are almost 24 pumps that operates the systems in Tobago, the booster stations, etc. But in Tobago, only 1 pump, when we came in, has been functional. And what they do is that they disconnect under the PNM, they would disconnect the 1 pump and have it roving every 2 weeks to different parts of Tobago. That is what we inherited. We have been in the process of procuring new pumps. And you may ask, well, why is it taking so long? The pumps that the former administration procured, Mr. Speaker, you can't get parts for them. You don't know where they sourced it from because you cannot get those models anymore. But they gave contracts to friends, family, and financier. And I heard one colleague speak about Warner. That was the favored contractor in Tobago. So therefore, when they ask about WASA, and they ask about major infrastructural development work that was stymied in Tobago, it was because the Honorable Prime Minister at that time, the member for Diego Martin West at that time, who had his favored friend pocketing FUL license to run across to Tobago to hand deliver it to him, hand delivering state contracts. Mr. Speaker, those were the people who were benefiting from the largest of the state, while people in Tobago had to depend on 1 pump servicing an entire island. The Honorable Prime Minister has told me, Barry, you have to find the money, work with Minister of Finance. We have sent over the CEO and chairman of WASA just recently to meet with the Chief Secretary, and I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, and give you the assurance that we are working with our counterparts across there to fix that challenge. We have demonstrated that we have the political will to do in 1 year what they could not do in 10 years. Because they were only interested in friend, family, and financier receiving contract. Mr. Speaker, when we tell you that this $351 million allocated to WASA to increase the personnel supply at WASA on short-term contracts is in some of these specialized areas for new projects. Mr. Speaker, I would allow one of my colleagues, I know I'm ably assisted, my time is short, but I would allow my colleague from Lebre and my colleague from Kumoto Manzanilla to share with you all of the water projects that have started and will continue. I want to tell the people of Central Trinidad, they were telling my colleague in Caroni Central, when we are completed with the water treatment plant in Freeport, in your own constituency, I give you the assurance, by the end of the year, the people of Central Trinidad will stop suffering for water in this country. I could tell my colleague in Mayaro and Moruga Tableland and in Siparia, when we are finished with that desalination and transmission line In those areas, the people of those areas will see significant progress. I can tell my colleagues, the ones in Diego Martin, I heard Diego Martin Central say, well, you know, the minister does respond. I want to tell you what we endured on this side of the House. We would write letters, and I heard colleagues opposite speak about it, where we write into the minister. We keep an open line of communication despite our colleagues being in opposition. That did not occur between 2015 to 2025. They never had the decency to respond to a letter. The member for Couva North, myself, local government, the areas where there's direct delivery in terms of infrastructure, we keep in touch with them. We give them an update of what is happening. Mr. Speaker, we did not have that luxury while we were in opposition. Mr. Speaker, the personnel department of WASA is being supplemented, yes, but it is required at this time so that we can reinforce the amount of work that is happening inside of WASA. We are fixing a very lethargic, systematically challenged set of problems inside of the organization, but finally, we are getting the square pegs out of the round holes, like people like Alicia Romano and others who are hand-selected to sit down inside of WASA, collect inflated salaries, instead of giving people the opportunity to make changes inside of an organization to put water in the taps of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, I want to also tell you, and I want to signal to the Minister of Finance, MTS, which falls under the purview of the Ministry of Public Utilities. We have spoken about what we have inherited in TNTech today. In the mid-year review, by the time we roll around to the budget, Honourable Member for Faizabad, I'm begging you from now, legal fees may have to go up in MTS because you see, because of the poor leadership of the member for Arima, the people voted out certain members who sat in this house between 2020 and 2025, but the member for Arima put them in the other place, and today, we have to beg the member for Faizabad for more money for legal fees in MTS to track down where over $10 million have disappeared because we cannot account for projects in MTS that have been paid in advance. That is what we inherited. And I want to tell you, Mr. Speaker, I will not elaborate on the details. You see, we on this side here, we stand on the side of truth and justice. And no amount of gangsterism will stop us from performing our public duty to protect the public purse. And I will say not much more about this, but when we swore to uphold the Constitution and the law, we said we will do so without fear or favor. Without fear or favor. I stand with my God. Whether they call him Hanuman or they call him Jesus, I stand with my God. And I fear none of them opposite and any of their machinations. You want to talk about Rasheen? You ain't ready for me yet. Because when we continue to unleash on you, you'll regret the maxi load of people that kept you in those seats in the opposition. Mr. Speaker, we act within the law. We act in the interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. We have a leader with decency, with credibility, who showed up today in defense of the taxpayers of Trinidad and Tobago. We are still waiting at 11:03 to see the member for Arima, who is yet to speak on behalf of the people who have elected her to do so. But we are not surprised, because that is the laziness, that is the incompetence, but that is the person that is the member for Arima, the Honourable Penelope Beckles, leader of the opposition and leader of the People's National Movement, at least for now. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you, the Prime Minister is here. Her notes are on the desk, and we are ready for battle. We are not going anywhere. And we will battle each and every one of them at every opportunity. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For the Spin South.
Trinidad and Tobago. We were not perfect, but that is what you all vote us out for? Yes. That, Mr. Speaker, we are in the middle of a mid-year budget review. And for 45 minutes, all I have heard from the Honourable Member for Couva South is Melissa Pierre, this one here. What does that have to do, Mr. Speaker, with the mid-year budget review? I know he would leave, because he will never be man enough to confront me. He must send a woman to do his job, because that is exactly what he is, Mr. Speaker. A coward. A coward, Mr. Speaker. But I repeat what I say to you now tonight. He can speak loudly. He can have all the vitriol that he wants. But nothing that was just said here, Mr. Speaker, improves the lives of the persons in Port-au-Prince for this country. He talking about the poor man. What about the poor member of parliament who he went and intimidated on Friday? Huh?
Mr. Speaker, 48-4 and 48-6.
That part is irrelevant.
What about the poor persons who cannot come to work in this parliament and be safe? Why is it's acting within the course of their employment? How they made a big hullabaloo and calling people sister and stuff. Mr. Speaker, this is a small country, I have a list of 10 names of members sitting there whose relatives are on board. Let me tell you something. I train my venom to those who have entered the arena, not people's relative. So if I say Rasheen, it's somebody who's here, and I will deal with that. I won't call their names, but 10 of them, hear it? Wife on this board. Hold on. Sister on that board. This is gender neutral. You're man on the next board. Gender neutral. Gender neutral. You see. Gender neutral. I am not casting any improper motives. It could be a female's. It could be Zambo. You understand? He also made a mention that 456 persons were hired at WASA.
Mr. Speaker,
how many of those?
48-1. When I spoke, I did it in relation to a line item. I did it in relation to a line item, and the member raised that issue of the line item. And
goods and services, personal expenses, and I'm responding, and I'm
No, the board members don't form part of the SFC. You know that. Board appointments don't form part of SFC.
So, Mr. Speaker, do so really, don't like so. But I don't know. You see, as you speak about your God, my ancestors are there, sir. And they're there with me throughout. And more importantly, he could give, but he can't take. So he could shout and cast aspersions on this one, on that one. But as you make a suggestion, he jumps up like Jack in the box. So let me continue. I was saying, Mr. Speaker, I have these 10 members. Just as you have your disclosures, we have the files and we have the disclosures. But they didn't sign up for this. We signed up for this today, but we have the information, but we will take the high road. And I will meet who I have to meet in this parliament, and I will not be a coward and call people's names or families' names to get cheap political points. Cheap political points. What happens, you see, Mr. Speaker, is something in him want to come out. There's a confabulation, and it wants to emerge. And it comes out in different putrid statements, shouting at this one, and how this one wasn't qualified. Let me tell you, the two persons who were spoken about who were hired at WASA, one was eminently qualified with a degree in communication. I did my research whilst the honourable member was speaking. And the other person went through a process. Did those bloggers, those influencers, how many of them that were hired, they went through a process? And how come, And in that regard, I want to address the issue of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I spend enough time on that kind of thing that just happened there. Yes, I want to focus on the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Focus. I started by asking if that's what they really voted us out for, boy. Yeah. That we will spend 45 minutes at 10:30 in the night on a Monday to hear about who hired who and what file going where, and he have marked the bus here. Seriously? Nothing about planning, nothing about improvement.
Nothing.
At this time, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, we are facing economic uncertainty because of this government, you know, Mr. Speaker. And it's increasing financial pressures in the daily lives of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Every dollar spent must be accounted for. And the most concerning aspect of the report before us is not necessarily the expenditure, but is the accounting for it. Questions which were raised in the Standing Finance Committee relative to adequate particulars were not provided. The report is littered with repeated requests for information regarding expenditure being sought. The Ministry of Education, questions asked, repeated requests, in many instances requested basic details, including the identities of persons to be paid, the nature of the expenditure, the number of employees involved, outstanding liabilities, and the purposes for which the funds were used. And up to now, we have not received an answer, but filibustering left, right, and center. Left, right, and center. We can't perform our duty analyzing this report, Mr. Speaker, if there's not transparency. Therefore, the issue is not one of expenditure. It is one of process. It is one of giving us the information that is required so that we can make an assessment. And this assessment has to be taken in this context. The supplementary appropriation is $2,927,371.85. The variations account for $737,522,918. A total adjustment, Mr. Speaker, of $3,664,894,769. Almost $3.7 billion during the course of a fiscal year. We understand that you come back, you know, mid-year. That's what the mid-year review is. So we understand that basic premise. But the real question that the honourable member for Diego Martin Northeast raised, the honourable member for Bonnier Lopino raised, the honourable member for St. Anne's, Port of Spain North raised, how much of this expenditure was genuinely unforeseen and how much represents obligations which were already known when the budget was initially passed. And up to now, all of us having asked these questions, and I would be guilty of tedious repetition because we have not gotten the answer. We have not gotten an answer, Mr. Speaker. We have not gotten an answer. Is it because there really is no answer? When you, is that the reason? How How come no one is raising tedious repetition? When you look at the supplementations, Mr. Speaker, and I did an analysis before I came here today, when you look at the main concentration of the allocation, it is as follows, because I have a thesis on it. Ministry of Public Utilities, 513,641. Ministry of Health, 499,978. Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, 454 million. Ministry of Works and Infrastructure, 362,944,000. Ministry of Housing, 197,364,000. Ministry of Rural Development, $188,210,000. Ministry of Education, $127,779,000. The Tobago House of Assembly, 94 million. The Office of the Attorney General, 75 million. These are the 9 main allocations accounting for the overwhelming majority of the supplementary expenditure before this House. It tells and it draws the attention of this Parliament to how is this money being spent and what type of expenditure is being funded. I want to join with all my colleagues who went before, and I want to develop the thesis as it relates to this. This supplemental bill is not a development bill. Mr. Speaker, the government has sought to present this as necessary expenditure. But when you examine the type of expenditure that it is, it tells that it is divided into these main categories: goods and services, current transfers and subsidies, transfer to statutory bodies, development program. And what is most important, Mr. Speaker, and the member for Diego Martin Northeast and Lopino Bonnier pointed it out in a real way. Out of the 2.9 billion in supplementary expenditure, only 92.7 million is allocated for development program. Let us pause here for a moment. You have a mid-year exercise that you call for a handsome sum of money. And out of that sum, not 5% is dedicated towards new development projects. What happens to Trinidad and Tobago in that period? There's a standstill of development. That is what I wanted the Honourable Member for Couva South to discuss. Where is the development plan? Where is Trinidad and Tobago? Who's knocking at whose door, Oropouche East, when there's absolutely no money that is allocated towards developing the economy of Trinidad and Tobago? It doesn't stop there. It doesn't stop there. And let me put down my notes and do Economics 101. The development of the economy of Trinidad and Tobago trickles down and affects each citizen of Trinidad and Tobago. One would think that in light of circumstances where you are saying, I am raising, and this came out of the mouth of Barataria Sanwan, sometimes he can't help himself, 62,000 public servants are going to benefit from an increase. Yes? So I am happy for the public servants. What happens to the tens of thousands, the 50,000 workers who were sent home unceremoniously and summarily? They get, out of that 10%, the one is taken away. They get no percent. And there is no development plan in place that would give them some hope that they will have some sort of contribution made to their livelihood, to their likelihood of obtaining employment, any plan that will look after their future so that they could look after the welfare of their family. And this is the main bugbear that I have with this mid-year review. So instead of busting whatever mark you think you are busting, sir, address the issue of the lack of the development program. Address the issue of what is going towards transformational infrastructure. Zero. What is going toward new economic infrastructure? Zero. What is going towards significant capital expansion? Zero. Instead, it is largely recurrent expenditure, subsidies, transfers, and existing obligations, and loans that you ought to have catered for initially that you just sidestep. It's an important distinction. This mid-year review is not about building. There is no significant difference, Mr. Speaker, in our respectful view, between borrowing or spending. There is, a significant review between borrowing and spending money to create future growth and spending money to meet already existing obligations. Mr. Speaker, as I looked at this mid-year review, I concentrated on the police expenditure and the cost of security in Trinidad and Tobago. It is an undisputed fact that one of the main concerns, apart from livelihood in Trinidad and Tobago, is life itself. And when we speak about life itself, and the other side, the honourable members of the other side, tries to tell this population that the PNM government did not care about the small man, I remind this population about the experience of COVID-19 between 2020 and 2022. Not one public servant received their salaries late. Not one job was cut by this government. Not one pension check was delivered late. We delivered, honourable member for Diego Martin Northeast, you delivered on time. Every month, every year, for 2 years. We provided, Mr. Speaker, this government, this opposition, provided food packages for persons who would not have been able to feed themselves during COVID. We made allocations for people to work from home while still receiving their full salary in order to protect their lives. Do not try to rewrite history. Trinidad and Tobago, do not let wool be pulled over your eyes again. There was a submission made that if Trinidad and Tobago should take God out of the thoughts and bring back the PNM, well, you saw and you see and you continue to see what happens. You haven't taken God out of your thoughts to elect them into government. That is what is happening in Trinidad and Tobago. So I asked the question, this is what you left us for? Seriously? That a senior member, you understand, could just come here and talk about people's families? When you have glass window, you're pelting stone? And what is more important, Mr. Speaker, as I go back now to the police expenditure and the cost of security, there's a category of supplementation of 64,200,000 and a variation of $275 million, a total additional allocation of 339,200,000. Mr. Speaker, I beg your pardon. With this amount in additional expenditure, I concentrated on the overtime. And before I speak about the overtime, I want to welcome the member for Arima, who is always here, doing the work of the people of Trinidad and Tobago in her office in the Parliament, nurturing her members who are under attack, giving us moral support, and doing what she is paid to do. I don't know the fetish or the attraction that the honourable member for Couva South, maybe is a jealousy thing. Could be the hairstyle, okay? Could be the hairstyle. The figure of 100 million paid in overtime needs to be examined. I asked the honourable member for Tunapuna, what is the cost of the rolling state of emergency to the population of Trinidad and Tobago. And up to now, we have not received an answer. Questions asked, answered, not received. The government has repeatedly pointed to reductions in crime indicators, yet Parliament is still being asked even now to approve extraordinary increases in overtime expenditure alone. I do not oppose resources being given to law enforcement. That is something that we are warmed to. But we are entitled to ask what outcomes are being achieved, what performance indicators are being used, and where is that money going to? Is this exorbitant rise in overtime due to the rolling states of emergencies? Is it? How much expenditure addresses long-term policing? How much of this expenditure addresses policing capacity? And how much is simply covering escalating operational costs due to the rolling states of emergencies? These are answers that we want relative to that head. Crime and security is also an issue that we want to address, Mr. Speaker. The government seeks both supplementary appropriations and variations for the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. And what we want to ask, Mr. Speaker, is this money, if it's going to be used primarily for overtime, it means that the police service is not being equipped with the resources necessary to discharge its responsibilities. The money is going towards overtime. That is a serious question and it's a serious concern. What measurable improvements will we gain from this whooping sum? Expenditure alone cannot be regarded, Mr. Speaker, as evidence of success, and the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago want their patent value for money. And this debate ought to have centered around that instead of lacquery and bacchanal. And that is what we were met with at 11 o'clock in the night, this Monday night. Citizens and this government performance will be judged by the citizens. Something is going to happen very soon. Whether the interruptions are reduced and whether there are long-standing deficiencies in the state of affairs of the police service is a matter that must be addressed. It is now incumbent on the government and the minister responsible to demonstrate how these allocations will translate into tangible improvements in the delivery of protection for the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, and this is our submission in this regard. Mr. Speaker, we look at the allocation for the justice system, which includes the Attorney General, the Office of the Attorney General, and that of the Judiciary. 39,154,000 was allocated to the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, right now in the criminal courts there is an issue. We have appointed new masters, we have appointed new judges, yet there are no prosecutors to fill those courts. What happens now? So you have the master and the judge sitting down, but a trial cannot be done. The wisdom of a PNM government moved the civil court down to the waterfront and left the Knox Street for criminal matters and the Court of Appeal only. What has happened there? The civil court is down. The civil court was moved, Mr. Speaker, down to the waterfront. The Hall of Justice was earmarked for criminal matters. We have the courts on the first floor. There are the old masters' courts on the second floor. There's the Court of Appeal on the third floor. If you do not house those courts with prosecutors, the appointment of the masters and the judges makes absolutely no sense. Mr. Speaker, I would like to give my contribution. I have listened for the whole day. I've listened attentively, absorbing what is here. I would like to make my contributions. Silence, please. silence. I understand that the gloves are off and it works both ways. That's all I have to say. And I ain't talking about no powder puff punch, you know. I'm speaking to the Speaker. The Office of the Attorney General was given $75 million, and it received almost twice the supplementary allocation of the judiciary. That gives a little cognitive dissonance. The information that must be requested, must be provided was, with these monies, who is being paid? How much is being paid? The nature of the matters involved, and what are the outstanding liabilities? This is not a concern of the opposition alone. It is a concern reflected in the committee's own requests, because the Parliament ought not to be expected to approve significant figures without having access to these particulars. Mr. Speaker, we say that this bill as it stands, it exists to meet existing obligations, creating nothing that is new and nothing that is developmental for Trinidad and Tobago. Speaker, I see you're watching the clock. How much more time do I have?
5 minutes.
Of regular time?
Regular time.
I will take my 15 minutes on ground. When one strips away the rhetoric and examines the actual figures, the facts, a clear picture emerges. Apart from not being a bill about development, our other major concern that this bill has nothing in it for economic transformation of Trinidad and Tobago. And Mr. Speaker, that must be in the mid-year. That must be a concern for all right-thinking citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. In other words, how do you benefit from this? I don't know how to talk to Oropuch East again about chutney, you know. I don't know how to warn him about that.
Perhaps it portends a message.
It may be 48.6. But what I say, Mr. Speaker, is this. This bill primarily is not about new projects. When I looked at it, Mr. Speaker, and I really want to tick the boxes as I make my presentation and ensure that I cover all the heads. It largely concerns itself with subsidies, transfers, debt servicing, recurring financial costs, overtime payments, statutory obligations, and liabilities that already existed and ought to have been accounted for initially. If these obligations, so two issues present themselves now to be debated, Mr. Speaker, and I ask the member from Faizabad to address this issue. I asked you before if they were known already, because what I have cited here must have been known already. Why were they not properly budgeted for in the first place? We understand that you must come back mid-year. But when you come back mid-year, the premise of coming back mid-year is things that occur on the run that you could not have appreciated. You come back to Parliament and say, I need this. But these things, Mr. Speaker, let me continue. That is an issue. But here's my second issue, and which is the main point, Mr. Speaker, which is the main point. And it goes to the heart of fiscal management and fiscal prudence. In a tight time, why are these figures, or which of these figures, which of the 92.7 million, let's forget about the major part of it, but is any part of that $92 million, Honourable Minister, going towards any development in Trinidad and Tobago, to benefit the people of Trinidad and Tobago, to benefit any fiscal program in Trinidad and Tobago, to benefit any jobs for the persons in Trinidad and Tobago, to benefit any jobs for the persons of Port of Spain South? And here's the irony, as I now turn to constituency issues. Mr. Speaker, I'm really being disturbed now.
The cluster in the middle, I think the member is making, because I'm hearing you as well.
Mr. Speaker, these are Port of Spain South issues and the perspective coming from the people of Port of Spain South, who I represent. The people of Port of Spain South do not understand and do not experience government expenditure through reports, schedules, and appropriations. They experience government expenditure through the impact it has on their daily lives. How does this mid-year review positively impact the lives of any one of the constituents in Port of Spain South? Does it at all? In Port of Spain South, they experience this review, this thing that we're doing here, through their own lenses, through employment opportunities. They experience it through services made or services available to the public. They experience it through the viability of their small businesses, through the safety in their communities. How does this mid-year review positively affect any one of those indicators? And what is even more troubling, Mr. Speaker, there's an ongoing concern now in sea lots relative to the wholesale fish market, which is illustrative of the point I want to make. This fish market has been in existence for over 4 decades in sea lots. It is the hub of economic activity that moves persons from Port of Spain South and sea lots from being dependent on the state to being entrepreneurs and dependent on themselves. There's a symbiotic relationship between that fish market and businesses in East Port of Spain and environs, because you have businesses such as groceries, restaurants, and small haberdashery stores which rely on that fish market to get their fresh daily fish, apart from other businesses. The people of Port of Spain South and sea lots in particular depend on the fish market. When they can't afford a meal and they don't have, they can go to the fish market and they can get a 2 slices of curry or cavalli to make a fish broth for themselves. So,
the learned member already did say he's going to speak about constituency. No. Let's be a little fair, give him a little leeway.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Speaker. They want, going back to the main item and the main thesis, they want to know how the decisions made affect their plans to exist in the future. And they were given a directive, Mr. Speaker, that come the 15th of June, they're going to shut down that fish market. So you take away CPEP from them, you take away URP, You take away fisheries, now you want to take away the fish market. You say, do not be grass cutters. They say, okay, we are fishermen. And you want to take that away from them, Mr. Speaker. We say here that economic development, and we heard that there was, I am not.
1B, repetition.
Non-truth. Mr. Speaker, that cannot, Mr. Speaker, I have the notice. I think I have the notice here. Mr. Speaker, I have the notice here. I don't have the notice here. And now come on.
Speaker, the member has stopped the dig up in his box now. I mean,
once it's not your box.
No, but, okay, enough vulgar. And now he's...
Yes, enough of that.
We could make him. We know where he would go. He'd be vulgar.
Honorable Chief. Okay. For the Spain South, unless you're going to refer to a document that contradicts what the member for Arapuch East is reporting that the minister has said, the relevant minister has said.
Mr. Speaker, I am going to refer to the document which forms the notice which the persons were given. So I am going to refer to that document. I'm just looking for it because I do not. I understand. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker! Come on! Well, let's see, I now land. The National Agricultural Marketing and Development Corporation to the Port of Spain wholesale fish market, all stakeholders. The National Agricultural Marketing and Development, NAMDEFCO, wishes to advise stakeholders that the operations of the Port of Spain wholesale fish market are scheduled to be relocated effective 15th of June 2026. Come on. Mr. Speaker, they had a meeting. Mr. Speaker. You see,
that is today's
community. In this regard, the corporation invites all stakeholders.
Well, it's been so, Senator Augustine is taking a point.
The same 58(1)B that the member raised. Today is that date, and if there were any truth to that memo, those fishermen would not be there today. I repeat, it is a falsehood. So the memo cannot be true if the date has reached and those fishermen have not been moved.
I am. Hold on.
58 is division, 58 is division.
I have an issue with it in the sense that the notice you've read said that the market is to be relocated. Hang on. The tenor of your submission was that it's been closed down. So there's a difference. So you need to.
The relocation contemplated is that they will close down sea lots and move them down to Carnage. Come on! So the sea lots fish market will no longer be, Mr. Speaker. I am happy for the assurances given, but I am raising constituency issues legitimately, and I don't want to make it a bacchanal.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry to raise 48(1). This does not apply in this debate. No, it doesn't apply. The ministry, there's no line item. The Ministry of Agriculture got no allocation.
All right. I think we've fleshed this out enough, and we can move on to another issue.
The point I am making is that we want, when we come here to do the mid-year review, we don't want to have letters where we're calling people names. We want to discuss national and community issues. That's the point I'm making. And we, on this side, say, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad for the assurances, we on this side say that we demand from the government transparency and particulars justifying this expenditure. And the larger the expenditure, the greater the responsibility is placed on the Honourable Minister to explain. Our responsibility is to ensure that the interests of the people of Trinidad and Tobago remain at the center of every financial decision. Mr. Speaker, I want to directly affect an issue raised by the member for Couva South. He boasted, just as Colm. He boasted, just hold on. He boasted, Mr. Speaker, about he and his God, whether his God is called Hanuman or Jesus. We, on this side, I particularly, me, because that's something very personal, offer no such boast. What I do say, though, Mr. Speaker, is no spurious allegation will silence me, inside or outside. And when so-called friends decide that they will turn, I will reciprocate, Mr. Speaker, because that is not how I live my life. And no weapon, Mr. Speaker, that is formed by anyone will prosper on this side as it is to me. And when the time comes and the truth is revealed, Mr. Speaker, because listen, imagine you have all this mouth, but you still win Russia, you will send a woman, a lady, to do your work. Okay,
That
Mr. Speaker,
that doesn't form part of this debate.
Mr. Speaker, he meant, Mr. Speaker, be fair to me. It was mentioned. Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Prime Minister's statement is a minister's statement. This doesn't form part of that. So, move along.
Let me piggyback on exactly what he said. Let me be electric for him. He like electric. It's electric. Let me be electric to him. Currently. So my answer is as follows. When you and your cohorts cook up what you all think that you are cooking up, yes, and you come here and you want to beat your chest as the Pharisee. But when you try to dig a hole on this side, be careful if you're not buried in the same hole. Mr. Speaker, I want to say to the constituents of Port of Spain South, who, mind you, I communed with this weekend. And when we spoke about this government, because they call me, you know, they say, MP, come and talk to us about this mid-year budget review, because we want to understand. We want to understand what is going on in the Parliament and on this mid-year review. And after 2 hours of just talking, they say, MP, we have a new code, you know. To endure what happening here, it has to be love alone. That's what they said, you know. They say, love alone can make us overcome the hardship that we are enduring here on a daily basis without going out on the streets. So, I say to the government, you had your mandate on the 20th of April, 2025. Speaker, how much time I have again? Thank you. But we on this side will not be deterred. Somebody had the temerity to say 10, and that's the end of the PNM. Don't wish that was. We here to stay. And my response to you is when you reach 10, come and talk to me. Come and talk to me on this side. I want to commend the honourable member for Arima, who has shown her commitment and leadership in this parliament. And she has been here for the entire night, and she will have the stamina to last until we finish whatever we're doing here. Whether she decides to speak or not, that's her decision. And if you all ain't learned that from the Bates debacle, well, you all will never learn. She takes her own time, she is her own woman, and she makes her own decision. She will not be bullied. And you can't take out no phone and play good and take picture and have a call. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to begin where the speaker before me ended. I wanted to remind him, to agree with him for one thing. Only one thing that he said, I would agree with him. The honourable member for Port of Spain South. Only one thing. The last thing he said is that my colleague on this side should be very careful about what he says, because those members opposite are there to stay. And I agree with him. Because Port of Spain South and all of the PNM are there to stay on that side in opposition. Mr. Speaker, the last member spent a long time, 45 full minutes, talking about this bill. This bill. This bill. I don't know if he was not paying attention. He's been here long enough. We are debating a motion. A motion, but you see, he's studying electricity. He's studying tea and tech. He's not studying what he was supposed to be doing, Mr. Speaker. He's debating a bill. We are, Mr. Speaker, the rest of the House is debating a motion that treats with a report of the Standing Finance Committee that sat last week. Mr. Speaker, and I want to put that into context, because that is what this debate is supposed to be about. Not all the noise that they're making, not all the brouhaha. We are asking for some additional funding, Mr. Speaker. Additional funding. We are asking for $2.927 billion, to add to the $59.23 billion already committed to be spent on the people and service of Trinidad and Tobago. That's what we are here about. Mr. Speaker, just to put it back into context, Mr. Speaker, the supplementary variation that we are asking for here today, the discussion we had in the Standing Finance Committee, that money was to be spent on the people of Trinidad and Tobago. It was to be spent on salaries and gratuities. It was to be spent on rent, subscription fees, payment to maxi taxi for school transport, meals for schools, book grants, school supplies, laptops, trade payables, operational expenses at hospitals, operational expenses at the Cipriani Labour College, information technology, street lighting, subsidy payments, local government, money for TTPS, drainage, Tobago ferries, UE staff, children's home, radar, Independence Day celebration, Best Village, NCC, and the list goes on. This money is to be used to spend for the benefit of Trinidad and Tobago. But having listened to those members opposite, you would never believe that, Mr. Speaker. You would never believe that. Mr. Speaker, I started taking notes, and after a while, I became fed up. You know why? All we heard from these members on the opposite side is doom and gloom. That's all that they will. Mr. Speaker, according to them, the budget's so bad. The budget is horrendous. We misled people. The budget is bad. The sky is falling. One of my colleagues talked about it. For them, like Chicken Little running all over the place. Boy, the sky is falling, the sky is falling, the sky is falling. Mr. Speaker, the budget is so bad. You know, somebody called me this morning, and here's what they said. The budget is so bad that Moody's and the IMF, international independent institutions, are celebrating the transformation of Trinidad and Tobago under this government and under this Prime Minister. But for them, they live in their own denial, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say this, Any patriotic citizen in this country will be ecstatic that this country is finally seeing the light of day. The sun is rising, Mr. Speaker. The sun is rising. But you see, those members opposite, That is the most unpatriotic bunch of people that this country has ever seen. They will find something wrong. Mr. Speaker, I said it before, you know. I spent 5 years sitting on that side. So I understand. I understand, you know, what being in opposition is. What I don't understand is the absence of content in their commentary. They all come here totally unprepared. Totally unprepared. The member for San Fernando East comes here to ask, what is the debt level? Maybe if he used to attend the job that he had, maybe then he would have known. But poor fella, his prime minister and the subsequent prime minister, so the former and the former prime minister, didn't even see it fit to give the poor fella a Kobo sweat as the Minister of Finance. They didn't even see, and worse for the former minister. Sorry, the former minister. Worse for that. Because his then prime minister decided that he himself was not worth the effort to be put as Minister of Finance. And Mr. Speaker, after I heard the member for Diego Martin Northeast today, I understood why. Because he will say one thing from this side of the mouth, he will say something else from this side of the mouth, and he will say something else from the front. None of it is relevant, Mr. Speaker. It is a bunch of fear-mongering. That is all it is. They're trying to create fear. They're trying to create chaos by mischief, misinformation, and misguidance. Mr. Speaker, the member for Diego Martin Northeast, perhaps one of the veteran members on this side, who should be treating and teaching the members on that side. This is what this member came here to say. He complained dramatically in his loud up and down, up and down, up and down. Well, you can't tell sometimes whether he up or down, but that's a different story. He complained dramatically about the size of the supplementation of the budget. He said it was too high. It was too high. You come back to ask for plenty more money. It was too high, Mr. Speaker. I have a list here of the supplementations that he came for. This is small compared to what the member for Diego Martin Northeast came for. But for him, the supplementation was too high. And all of a sudden then, in the same breath, from the next side of the mouth, he says that he complained that we are spending millions on workers. Mr. Speaker, I want the population of this country, the working population of this country, to remember a lot of what was said here today. Because we are spending, Mr. Speaker, this substantial amount of money to pay arrears and to pay increased salaries that they refuse to put in place. The members opposite. I want members of the national public to know that thank God they chose this government, because if they had chosen that government, increases in salaries, they would have never seen that. Wage settlement or wage negotiation, they would have never seen that. I want members of the public to remember when those opposite Diego Martin Northeast grinning, tell them 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. I think people forget that. I think people forget when he told them 4%, take it or leave it. I think people forget that. And then, almost with his dying breath, came and take his dying political breath, came and take his increase for himself. Mr. Speaker, this is the only member, that gentleman, who would have brought legislation. Anyway, I wouldn't talk about him benefiting from his own legislation and so on. That would have been inappropriate. But I'm saying it again. I'm saying it again. First, it was too high. Then he complained that it was too high because we're giving workers money that they are due. That's bad. And then in the next breath, sorry, it's probably the same breath. In the next breath, he says, we are not spending enough. So is it we're not spending enough or we're spending too much? Mr. Speaker, he said that we need to spend more. More on this and more on that and more on the other. Mr. Speaker, this fella don't know if he come in or go in. Well, I have news for him. He go in. In fact, he go in real fast. He gone already. No wonder that his prime minister believed that he was not worthy of being sitting as the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, it's not just that, you know. In one breath, the member for Diego Martin Northeast said, no government can hire public officers at the BIR. And in the next breath, he says that the UNC, when we're in government, we didn't hire people. We failed to hire people. So when it is the PNM, they could not fix the BIR. Mr. Speaker, he could find whatever reason he wants. We have accepted that they sabotage the BIR. They sabotage the revenue streams of this country, Mr. Speaker, and this government is fixing that. Mr. Speaker, it's worse. This honorable gentleman stand up and say, no work is being done by WASA in his constituencies. No repairs are being done. That is what he said. No work is being done in his constituency, Mr. Speaker. A few moments later, he then said that a single WASA leak was repaired 8 times. So either no work is being done or WASA on the ball in his constituency. You see, Mr. Speaker, this man is clueless by choice. This man, there's a phrase. Move on with that. Mr. Speaker, all of these people on the other side who spoke were anxious to speak about this small man. They were anxious to talk about this small man. Mr. Speaker, it irritates the daylights out of me to hear those words coming from these people. But you know what I know? When I talk about a small man, I am talking about somebody who is an average citizen, somebody who is a normal individual, somebody who is from a lower income group, a middle. I am talking about an average citizen. You know who they're talking about? Small contractor. Because that's all they're concerned about, you know. From day one, the only thing that those members opposite were concerned about is where you get any money from. Where you get any money from. Because all they want to know is how to spend the money. Mr. Speaker, well, you're very correct. I am corrected. They are only concerned about contractors, friends, family, and financiers, Mr. Speaker. And Karma is a lady. Karma is a lady. A bad lady. Thank you. Karma is a bad lady. But its fruits will come. In Hindi, we say, Jaise karane, vaise barane. I'll have to spell that for Hansa. It means what you do is what you get. Karma is coming, Mr. Speaker. Jearlean make the ripe fig. So today we had men blinking. More of that going to happen, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member for Diego Martin Northeast and a couple of the other members, including that gentleman from San Fernando East, they were concerned about debt, DEBT. When we came into office, we were concerned about debt too. DEATH and DEBT. But ask yourself why he was concerned about that. Because his big concern was a substantial amount of this money that is being asked for supplementation is to pay loans. He is making that appear, the member for Diego Martin Northeast and other members who would have spoken, as if we are doing something wrong. Mr. Speaker, the population knows now that you have to watch them carefully because they will mislead. Those members opposite intend to mislead the population. Every single one of the loans that we are supporting here today was taken out by the People's National Movement. Every single one of them. And some of them were taken out to pay loans. So they take out money to pay a loan. They take out a loan to pay a loan, Mr. Speaker. But hear them coming here today to pretend that somehow or the other we are doing something wrong. Mr. Speaker, we are paying for the mistakes and I'm being generous with the term mistakes. We are paying for the wanton corruption and mismanagement that took place under the PNM from 2015 to 2025. That is what we are paying here for. Because they borrowed billions of dollars, and taxpayers today have foot in that bill, and we have nothing to show for it. They came with a set of fake things. Oh, we're finishing this and we're finishing that. What's the phrase? Almost complete, almost finished. No, the phrase that they were using, the buildings are almost finished. Practical completion. Practical completion. Practical completion of practically foolishness, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, characteristics of the PNM. Port of Spain South, St. Anne's West. The only thing that I remember about what he said was the absolute untruth that he came here to spin on. Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West. He's not here now. Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West came here to make mischief. I said they were making mischief, Mr. Speaker. I said that they were providing misinformation. You just heard one piece of fake news. Here's another piece said by the member of Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West. Here's what he said. He jumped up, have nothing to criticize the rebellion, because he knows that the motion here, the report here, is about valid things. So what does he do? He stands up and he throws well, no, it's not a curveball. He trains, he shoots himself in the foot, but he throws mischief outside. He creates a fabrication. He talks about Trafigura. We're selling assets to Trafigura. Selling assets to Mr. Speaker, that is so blatantly untrue. But you know, he knew that. The member opposite knew that. And I've realized something, Mr. Speaker. I tend not to speak about the member for Arima. But I've realized that the member for Arima tends to be very well aware of the comments being made by her members and supportive of them. And I wonder if the member for Arima is in cahoots or in agreement with the mischief being conducted by the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, when he came to this parliament and said an absolute untruth. Put it in the public domain so members of the public could create doubt, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is no arrangement. I thank the Minister for Energy for correcting it. Because left alone, that member will repeat it. And he will continue to repeat it. Mr. Speaker, you want to go and join another Congo line? I don't want to talk about the comedy fest that San Fernando East engaged in. He thinks he's a comedian. Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, so did his leader. He's a comedian. Poor fella. That is the same fella who came to this very parliament, and I remember it well, and said, Sifatif, you will never accomplish that. Moody's will downgrade Trinidad and Tobago. Doom and gloom, Mr. Speaker. And when you watch his face, you could see it. When you watch his face, you see doom and gloom. That is a manifestation of his face, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, he said the Minister of Finance is running this country on borrowed money. Look at the amount of... Mr. Speaker, again, it's their loans we're paying. They borrowed the money. So what do they want us to do? Not to pay it? Is that what they would do? Would they not pay it, Mr. Speaker? It's impractical. He said, he spoke about the NIS contribution. This individual, I want to be very careful with my language. Because there may be children looking at it at some point in time. This individual actually dared to put the PSA's president's mouth, there's a PSA president name in his mouth, to cast aspersion against somebody representing workers in this country. He said that there's an NIS contribution. There's a problem He had a problem. NIS contribution crisis, increased retirement age crisis. He viewed that, the fact that we rescued the National Insurance Fund, he viewed that as the government of Trinidad and Tobago selling out the country. Well, my colleague, the member for Couva South, I think dealt with who the sellout is in this country. Sorry, Couva North. Maybe Lekoto working on my head too, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I said, Mr. Speaker, that if this government had not intervened, because that government across there, including the member for San Fernando East and the member for Diego Martin Northeast, the member for Aruca Lopino, Arima, St. Anne's, all of them on that side, Mr. Speaker, were willing to let the National Insurance Fund collapse. You know what that would have meant, Mr. Speaker? It would have meant, and I said it in my presentation, it would have meant no maternity benefits, no funeral grants, no pensions, no illness and sickness benefits, Mr. Speaker. That is what they wanted, but they will come here to talk about the small man. The very benefits that the small man is supposed to get, they are abandoned. They wanted it to collapse, Mr. Speaker. Only they could tell you why.
Mr. Speaker, point of order, please.
Mr.
48.6. I never said anything about collapse. I said that next year, the contribution will move up to 20%, Mr. Speaker. That's what I said.
Both your contribution and the contribution of Diego Martin Northeast was littered with the word collapse. Minister, continue, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to hear the member for San Fernando East talk about people being out of their league, that's a joke by itself. As I said, he could not. He is in such a league of his own that he, poor fella, couldn't even get a Kobo sweat. Mr. Speaker, Aruca Lopino. Aruca Lopino apparently didn't get a memo from the rest of his colleagues because he too, like the member for Diego Martin Northeast, come and said, you should spend more money. You should spend more money. You should spend more money on this. You should spend more money on that. He was sympathizing and empathizing with the Minister of Works, saying she didn't get enough money. The Minister of Works didn't get enough money, and she could not do all the things that she planned to do. Mr. Speaker, the member here, and these people lazy. Not only do they not prepare for the debate, they don't listen during the debate. The member here, this minister next to me, listed out a litany of things that she had accomplished. Work that was done already. Work that member said, that is Aruca Lopino, said could not be done with the supplementation. Already the Minister of Works has been moving from left to right, north to south, east to west, across Trinidad and Tobago, and the members opposite had to admit that. But that member didn't seem to realize that we on this side are able to do a lot more with a lot less, Mr. Speaker. We are effective and we are efficient, and it's burning them badly, Mr. Speaker. It's like a bad pepper sauce on all of them. It's like a bad pepper sauce, Mr. Speaker. It's hotting them. Stay right there. It's bothering them so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member for Aruca Lopino said it was scandalous that the TTPS website was not working. Scandalous, he said. Mr. Speaker, you know what is scandalous? That member stood on that side and said something like that, knowing that when he was on this side as a minister of government, they left the TTPS sabotaged, 1,700 policemen shot, no guns to protect themselves and the citizens of this country, no bulletproof vests, no equipment, no vehicles. That is scandalous, Mr. Speaker. What those members on the opposite side left the TTPS to, that is what is scandalous. But their focus is what? You know what their focus is? Our website, Mr. Speaker. You see, Mr. Speaker, their priorities are not normal citizens. Their priorities is where he probably had a friend that he wanted to give some work to, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Diego Martin Central. I'm trying to figure out here if there's anything he said that made sense at all. Diego Martin Central, 0. Waste of time. Waste of time. Stand up there with your chat GPT conversation. Chat GPT communication, Mr. Speaker. Mousika Maloney, another member who talked about the crash of the economy, and he said that investors would not want to come here. Why would investors want to come here? Maybe he's not paying attention. Enough people had said it, including a member on that side, had said it. And I really have to speak to my director of budgets to find out if he could find enough money to give both the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Minister of Energy sufficient funding to buy a stronger door. Because investors across the world are knocking and beating down on the doors of Trinidad and Tobago. They want to invest in this country. They're breaking down the doors. They want to invest in Trinidad and Tobago, but those people on the other side, the most unpatriotic bunch of individuals I've ever seen in my life, Mr. Speaker, all they want to see is this country fail. Mr. Speaker, that has been their mantra from day one. You know what the irony is, Mr. Speaker? The irony is, despite their bad mind, despite their ill will, despite Lekoto and everything else, the sun will rise again, Mr. Speaker. We went through the dark times with those members opposite. We went through the dark times, and the sun rose in April 2025 and shared a basking warmth across